There is a conspiracy theory from the early 20th century that basically says three of the richest men in America were killed in one night by a man named J.P. Morgan for opposing a system that would give private banks essentially unlimited control without any representation among the population. Unlimited control over those people to just build wealth, start wars, and do whatever they want. Part of that is a conspiracy theory. The other part's real. That like the last 90% of that is legit. But the first little nugget is a little wild, and that's what we're gonna be talking about in today's video. The grand conspiracy. And that is that we are all essentially slaves, and there's not a lot we can do about it. John Jacob Astor, Benjamin Guggenheim, and Isidor Straus were three of the richest men in America in the early 20th century. They had a combined net worth of north of $15 billion in 2026 money. All three of those men drowned the same night on April 15th, 1912, aboard the Titanic. Who owned the Titanic? Was it God? No, but close. It was J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan owned White Star Line through a holding company called International Mercantile Marine, which is a shipping trust he put together in 1902 by pulling 6 Atlantic steamship operations under one board. This made him a sort of Elon Musk of his time, but instead of spaceships with Elon, it's the Titanic steamboat. 3 of the richest men in the country bought tickets on the maiden voyage. Astor, Guggenheim, Straus. Morgan conveniently canceled his ticket. He was supposed to go. Suite B-52 never had a passenger, and the ship, boom, hit a f***ing iceberg on April 15th, 1912, and all 3 of those men drowned, among others. And then 20 months later, the Federal Reserve Act is signed into law. Now, these things may or may not be connected, okay? Now, there are sources that put those facts in order and that tell you that 3 rich men were killed because they opposed the Fed, and Morgan got off the boat because Morgan was the one who arranged it. It is a clean story, and on paper it makes sense because of the motivation, follow the money. But there is a documented record that is, I would say, as conspiratorial and insane, but it's real, and it doesn't match the conspiracy. We're gonna talk about both in this video, and specifically what the Fed is, what the fractional banking is, and how people like this turtle and also this child sex trafficker got all their money, and how the rich get richer, and why that's a thing that you've been hearing your entire life, but you really don't understand why.
It's because money, interest compounds. Interest, it's a natural force. It's a natural force of nature, and it compounds.
Yeah, but like also, there's a system that was built literally by these people. I didn't realize, guys. Just kidding, I did realize. Let's start with Isidor Straus. He was a co-owner of Macy's, a former Democratic congressman from New York, and a banker-class reformer who had spent years arguing publicly for a central bank. On October 16th, 1911, 6 months before the Titanic sailed, Straus wrote a letter to the New York Times endorsing the Aldrich Plan by name. That is the plan written on Jekyll Island the previous November that would become the Federal Reserve Act. So Straus argued the country needed exactly the kind of elastic currency reserve system that Aldrich was proposing, and that the plan deserved business community support. Straus was not a Fed opponent. He was a supporter of the Fed on the public record in the months before he died. So that's where the conspiracy sort of differs from the public record. Astor was on record favoring a reform of banking. Guggenheim's position on the Fed is more of a blank page. The Titanic conspiracy to hold up needs those 3 men to be opponents of the Fed, and one of them publicly campaigned for it. So those 3 people dying is probably just a coincidence, but it doesn't change the fact that this is all real. You don't have to clandestine murder people aboard a big stupid ship to be able to create a system that's horrible. They've been fighting wars for a long time because of bank and stuff. I mean, the Emancipation Proclamation guy got killed because of banks. The Civil War. Banks. So all that being said, the coincidence is not nothing. Morgan did own the ship through IMM, and he did have a dedicated suite held for him that he canceled before sailing. And then, after it sailed, he died 11 months later. So those 3 men drowned, and then a little less than a year later, he died. His big nose just goosh exploded, I bet. I think that thing probably blew up. Goosh! She doesn't like it whenever I make fun of people's faces and things they can't control. Frankie, I'm sorry. JP Morgan did have a massive, disgusting nose. Something was seriously wrong with him. I think he was just so evil and had so much money that it just like, it just eroded through his skin. You don't see really many hot rich people. Why? Why not? I was gonna joke about being the first, but I'm too stupid and also ugly. I'll be the first. 20 months after old Jimmy Pepper's cancellation, that's JP Morgan's real name, by the way, a law he had spent his life lobbying for was signed. It was drafted in large part by a senior partner inside his own firm. If the Titanic didn't kill 3 Fed opponents to then pass the law, what exactly happened? Well, we gotta go back 2 years earlier to a private island off the coast of Georgia. A little island called Jekyll Island. A little while ago, I mentioned the last name Aldrich. He was the central architect of that idea. And before that, Nelson Aldrich was a grocery clerk from Rhode Island who made a fortune consolidating the state's street railways, then selling that network to the New York, New Haven, and Hartford line in 1906. He sold this for more than $5 million, all while on a senator's salary of $5,000 a year. He used that $5 million to buy himself one of the longest running seats in the United States Senate. By the way, in the early 20th century, before the 17th Amendment was passed, you could just buy legislation and just pay people to then become a senator. I know you can do that now through lobbyists and PACs, and there's just a little bit more red tape, but it was just blatant. If you had a lot of money, you could just do that. It was so treasonous. Let's make America great again, like the early 20th century. Anyways, in 1905, the muckraker Lincoln Steffens wrote a piece in McClure's magazine titled Rhode Island, a State for Sale, that paints a very bleak picture of how things were at that time. Inside that piece, Steffens gave Aldrich the nickname the General Manager of the Nation. The next year, Cosmopolitan ran a series called The Treason of the Senate, which I recommend you guys doing a little bit of research on. It's about the whole buying Senate seats thing. It was written by David Graham Phillips, and it is often credited with driving the country to pass the 17th Amendment and elect senators directly. You know, like it just should have been from day one. It somehow wasn't. In 1908, Aldrich chaired the National Monetary Commission and led an 8-member commission delegation on a 2-month tour of European central banks. The Rothschilds, the Warburgs, the Black-Schroders, the Oppenheim family, the Mendelssohn family, the Goldsmith, the Hirsch, the Stern, the Blagelhorn, the Schlegel. There's so many European central banks and banking families. There's a rich history of total control in Europe. And as America kind of started to do its own thing, we adopted that tradition of evil domestically. So in 1908, Aldrich went on a 2-month tour of European central banks and learning about the families and so on. He left skeptical of the whole idea of a central bank. He came back a convert. One very important factoid that's pretty funny is that Aldrich's daughter, Abby, married John D. Rockefeller Jr. in 1901. And by the time Aldrich got back from Europe, he was the father-in-law of the single richest family in America and one of the oldest money families in Europe. 2 years after the European tour, on the night of November 22nd, 1910, Aldrich summoned 5 men to Hoboken, New Jersey, and put them on his private railroad car heading south. The 5 men were Arthur Shelton, which was Aldrich's own private secretary, A. Piatt Andrew, the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, Henry P. Davidson, a senior partner at JP Morgan and the company, Frank Vanderlip, the president of the National City Bank, which would eventually become Citibank, and Paul Warburg of Kuhn-Loeb, a German-born immigrant who had spent the previous 3 years writing the architectural blueprint for an American central bank. Under a protocol they called the First Name Club, they used only first names the entire trip, so the porters and the clubhouse staff couldn't identify who any of them actually were. And this was a clandestine trip. They had a cover story that this was a duck hunting trip for all of them. They arrived in Brunswick, Georgia the next morning, where Henry Davidson peeled off to handle the reporters waiting at the stations so the rest could slip past unnoticed. This was a big deal, and there wasn't a lot going on at this time. From Brunswick, they crossed to Jekyll Island, which was a private members club off the coast whose membership list at the time was often said to hold roughly a sixth of the world's wealth. It was pretty popular. The rich had been liking islands for a very long time. JP Morgan himself was a member, and so were several of the Rockefellers. Most of the cottages on the island had no kitchens. Members ate together in the main clubhouse. It was a party club island. It was basically Epstein's Island, but in the 20th century. The 5 of these men and the 6th stayed roughly 9 days working behind closed doors, drafting what would eventually become the Federal Reserve Act. So, to be clear, some bros went on a fake duck hunting trip, used only their first names, and then drafted the documents that would eventually become the Federal Reserve Act, which gives ultimate power over elastic currency and to private banks for our system. That seems like even more of a fucking conspiracy, but that's just real. Also, they lied about the meeting for 20 years after it happened. BC Forbes broke a version of the story in Leslie's Weekly in 1916, and it was waved off at the time as a yarn, which is what people in the early 1900s called conspiracy theories. The story held until 1930 when Aldrich's authorized biographer documented the meeting in detail. Warburg's own 2-volume book came out the same year and confirmed it, and then in February of 1935, 24 years after the trip, Frank Vanderlip published a memoir piece in the Saturday Evening Post, later reprinted in his full memoir called From Farm Boy to Financier. Vanderlip said, "I was as secretive indeed as furtive as any conspirator. Our secret expedition to Jekyll Island was the occasion of the actual conception of what eventually became the Federal Reserving System." That is literally what he said. That's crazy. And by the way, that was the president of National City Bank using the word conspirator about himself in a national magazine to describe the meeting where these 6 men wrote the law that literally governs all of our money. Nobody put him under oath. He's just a guy selling magazines who had a lot of money. Now back in time to just after they wrote all this stuff. While the ink was drying, a University of Chicago economist named J. Lawrence Laughlin ran something called the National Citizens League, which was a grassroots campaign for central banking reform funded with roughly $5 million of bank money. So, astroturfing, very common now, very common then. Run money through an academic, you sell it to the country as a citizens movement. You know what y'all fellers need? Less control over your money, and also less freedom, and also just less ability to self-determine. All right? Who's paying me to say this? Nobody. I'm a simple science guy. I've got a magnifying glass and stuff. That's basically what happened. Now, they were very powerful at this time. They had the plan, but they still couldn't just control the government. They didn't have that executive power, so they needed the country to ask for it. And luckily, the country had already asked for it 3 years earlier, the last time the banking system nearly took itself out. Let's talk about the Panic of 1907. A speculator named Otto Heinz tried to corner the stock of United Copper. The corner failed. The stock fell from $60 a share to $10 in 2 days. Heinz's brother was on the board of a Manhattan institution called the Knickerbocker Trust. Knickerbocker was the 3rd largest trust in New York City. Its president, a man by the name of Charles Barney, was tied to the Heinz brothers and was forced out by his board on October 21st that year. The next day, the trust's depositors lined up outside the building and pulled $8 million out in 3 hours before Knickerbocker suspended operations. New York was about to go down, man. Very bad stuff. Charles Barney asked JP Morgan for a personal meeting. JP Morgan refused. 12 days later, on November 14th, 1907, Barney shot himself in the head. By that point, the panic had spread and Morgan had moved the fight to his own library on 36th Street in Manhattan. Saturday, November 2nd, the clearinghouse banks in one room, which was the East Room, and the trust companies in the other, the West Room. By 3 in the morning, roughly 120 bank and trust presidents were in the building. Morgan had locked the front doors and put the key in his pocket. At about 4:45 a.m., the unofficial leader of the trust companies signed a pledge committing $25 million to stop this insane run. One private banker using his own personal library and the threat of, let's say, a locked door became the de facto central bank of the United States and led to that panic. So, it was kind of a 9/11, and the Federal Reserve Act was kind of like a Patriot Act. Is that a bit of a reach? Yes, it is an insane reach. But you manufacture the disease to sell the cure. Okay? That's what happens, all right? There are plenty of people that believe the 1907 panic was engineered by the banking class that would later meet on Jekyll Island and architect the Federal Reserve. Is there evidence of them engineering it? Not really. Is there evidence of them exploiting it once it happened? Oh yeah. There's a shitload, okay? They really took advantage of that shit. The Jekyll Island group didn't really need to cause the panic. They needed to have it happen, and they needed the country to ask them for a fix. They needed to create the disease, to manufacture the cure and sell it, or whatever the horrible analogies. Sounds a lot like 9/11, okay? It doesn't really. But it is, though. It's like a way to get people to remove their freedoms and have more authoritarian control. It's legit. It's pretty based, I think. Fast forward 6 years. Woodrow Wilson. He wins the presidency on progressive reform. He ran against both William Howard Taft and Teddy Roosevelt, both of whom had been campaigning against the concentration of financial power for most of the previous decade. Then 2 years later, Woodrow, who ran against the money trust, signs the bill written by the money trust. Amazing. On June 11, 1913, Louis Brandeis, who will join the Supreme Court 3 years later, meets with Woodrow Wilson and pushes the bill leftward on one specific point. The Federal Reserve Board, Brandeis argues, has to be staffed by presidential appointees, not private bankers allowed on the board itself. So there's some level of checks and balances there, right? Well, yes, it seems like it. It's not like they're in a world where you can just buy seats in the Senate with money. We can still do that now, though. I mean, like, what the dude? There's nothing different. Nothing has changed. It's just gotten a little bit more complicated. William Jennings Bryan, Wilson's Secretary of State and a very progressive guy for the time, he pushed that same line and agreed. That is the political cover. Presidentially appointed board of governors bolted on top of this architecture, the structure that the six on Jekyll Island had drafted 3 years earlier. Paul Warburg's 1930 book laid out the Aldrich Bill, the original one, and the bill that was settled upon by Woodrow Wilson. He laid them side by side. Mechanically, the bills are nearly identical. There are regional reserve banks, there's a pyramid of clearing, elastic currency, lenders of last resort, a check clearing system. All of it is basically the exact same, with some minor caveats in that the president appoints the gods of the money system. So they took the private banking plan, slapped a little government hat on the back of it there, and then passed that shit. The conference committee that was reconciling the House and Senate versions worked to the dead of night on December 22nd, 1913. The Senate vote itself happened the next day on December 23rd. 43 yeses, 25 noes, and 27 senators were paired or absent. Roughly a quarter of the United States Senate had already left Washington for Christmas. Classic. And old Woody Wilson signed the bill at 6 p.m. the same day, 2 days before Christmas, with a quarter of the Senate already gone home. It's pretty genius. A great plan, honestly. The day before the Senate vote, sitting Republican congressman from Minnesota named Charles Lindbergh Sr., the father of the famous aviator, Charles Lindbergh, stood up on the House floor and said this while the House version of the bill was being debated in its final form. He said, "This act establishes the most gigantic trust on earth. When the president signs this bill, the invisible government by the monetary power will be legalized." He also called it the Aldrich Bill in disguise. This guy was based in Red Pilled. That's a sitting member of Congress on the official record telling the chamber the bill they were about to pass was the same bill that they were campaigning against for years, dude. It's so up. It makes me just want to run around and tug on my wiener or whatever, like monkeys do. It seems really therapeutic, cathartic. Pull on it. So, anyways, after it was signed into law, it ran on gold for the next 50 years. You know, real things that actually have genuine value until one Sunday in 1971 when a president closed a window and money stopped being money. Now, you've definitely heard of the Federal Reserve by now if you're watching this video. A lot of you have probably heard of the gold standard and or money being based on gold, you know, something that's actually real instead of what people talk about now, fiat currency. Fiats, they're little dumb cars that they break all the time. They're pieces of shit. I just kidding. I don't give a about cars. I know that there's a difference, but I am stupid though, just so you guys are aware, and I'm gonna do my best to explain this in a cohesive, non-misleading way, objectively. So, wish me luck, knock on wood. Before we get to the gold standard in 1971, we need to talk about what the dollar actually is. The version you were probably taught in high school is that you deposit $100 in a bank. The bank keeps 10 in the vault and lends the other 90 to someone else. That 90 gets deposited somewhere else, and then so on. Your money just keeps getting lended out and deposited, and money just creates itself, and fractional reserve banking. If you didn't learn that in school, you may have heard Jeffrey Epstein talk about it.
We have something called fractionalized reserves, which is if you have 1, you can lend out 9. That's the way our system works.
It doesn't seem real, and it seems crazy, and that's what a lot of people think that banks still do, and they do, but like, there's other ways to do it. It's very complicated, and they do their best to obfuscate the exact methods. In March 2014, the Bank of England, the central bank of the United Kingdom, published a paper in its own quarterly bulletin titled Money Creation in the Modern Economy. On page 14, the authors put 3 sentences in print that contradict the textbook explanation directly. Commercial banks create money in the form of bank deposits by making new loans, rather than banks receiving deposits when households save and then lending them out. Bank lending creates deposits. In normal times, the central bank does not fix the amount of money in circulation, nor is central bank money multiplied up into more loans and deposits. End of quote. That's the central bank of the United Kingdom explaining the way things work in a different way than what a lot of us are taught. This seems to be what actually happens when you take out a mortgage. The bank doesn't take the money from anywhere. It just types it on paper. You sign the paper for $300,000. On the bank's ledger, 2 entries get typed in at the same time. On the asset side, a new loan receivable for $300,000. That's your promise to pay it back. On the liability side, a new deposit for $300,000 sitting in your account, ready for you to wire to the seller. Both entries are created with the same sort of keystroke. No money's moving in a vault. No other customer savings gets debited. The deposit is just typed into existence from data. There's not really a representation of it at all. It isn't just like this money moves into here and then you can then loan this. It just comes into existence like some kind of quantum bullshit. In also 2014, a German economist named Richard Werner decided to prove this empirically. He walked into a small cooperative bank in rural Bavaria called Reifensbank Wildenberg, EG. He took out a 200,000 euro loan with the bank's cooperation and monitored the bank's books in real time as the loan closed. No other account inside or outside the bank was debited for a single cent. The 200,000 euros wasn't somebody else's money. It didn't come from anybody else. It just instantiated on the spot. Werner published it in the International Review of Financial Analysis. It was the first empirical test of a 100-year-old debate on banking. It's just the creation of credit. This has been known for a while. The Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago published a pamphlet on this in 1961, revised it in 1992, and titled it Modern Money Mechanics. It said on the page that the actual process of money creation takes place primarily in banks. Meaning, wait, hold on. Okay, this pamphlet they gave out, by the way, for free for decades, then they just stopped. You can view it on the Internet Archive, but it's no longer available directly from the Fed. It seems like it'd be really scary for everybody to learn that this is how banks work. There's just nothing. There's just literally nothing, dude. It's just a handshake. Wow. So, what happens when a loan gets paid off? Well, the bookkeeping runs in reverse. The loan receivable cancels. The deposit cancels with it, and the money is removed, despawned, if you will. So there is nothing that's real about it, except the only thing that survives as new money in the economy is the interest that the bank collects. It's so insane. It's genuinely like, when I run around pulling on my wiener for a whole day after research. It has to be completely bullshit and wrong. If this is the case, it means the system requires perpetual credit expansion just to service the debt that already exists. So if lending slows enough that more loans are being repaid than originated, our money supply shrinks, which is horrifying. So, the gold standard. For 58 years, this insane mechanism had a leash on it. In July 1944, at a hotel in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, 44 allied nations signed an agreement that pegged the US dollar to gold at $35 an ounce, and pegged every other major currency to the dollar as well. Foreign governments holding dollars could walk into the US Treasury and demand physical gold at that exact fixed rate. And that guarantee was the reason that the dollar became the world's reserve currency. Beautiful. The system held for 27 years. By the late 1960s, the math stopped mathing, as a millennial would say. I apologize. God forgive me. The United States had printed more paper dollars than it had gold to back it. This was from, guess what? Financing the Vietnam War and the Great Society on the printing press. By August 1971, U.S. gold reserves were worth roughly $10 billion, and foreign dollar liabilities were roughly worth $40 billion. 4-1. The week of August 9th, 1971, the British ambassador to the United States, a fellow by the name of Earl of Cromer, walked into the Treasury Department and requested $3 billion in U.S. gold on behalf of the United Kingdom. $3 billion against a reserve of $10 billion. 4 days later, President Tricky Dick flew a small group of advisors to Camp David for the weekend. That was August 13th through August 15th, 1971. Treasury Secretary John Connally drove the decision, and Connally had told colleagues, "My philosophy is that all foreigners are out to screw us, and it's our job to screw them first." That's what the leaders of our government at the time said, and that was their motivation for removing the gold standard. Paul Volcker, the Treasury Undersecretary, was fairly reluctant. Arthur Burns, the Fed chair, completely opposed it, and Henry Kissinger, the National Security Advisor, just was not in the room, meaning the decision was made without the National Security Council's weighing in. Sunday night, August 15th, old Tricky Dick went on live television.
I am declared Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets.
Temporarily, 55 years ago. Still can't do it. Then later in the same speech, he also just changed what a dollar was.
If you are the overwhelming majority of Americans who buy American-made products in America, your dollar will be worth just as much tomorrow as it is today.
Which, yes, maybe one day, it's different. But the dollar, since 1971, has lost roughly 85% of its purchasing power against goods of that same year since he said that. So that's pretty bad. That's 85% loss. So I would say every single person who's been in power since that moment until now should be held responsible, and they shouldn't be able to be reelected. If we have any debt, if money is worth less, you know, that's a stupid, barbaric, primitive way to look at the system. It's so complicated. Well, then bring back tarring and feathering then, at the very least. Let's have some kind of, you know, let's collaborate on something, guys. This shit makes me so mad. It's crazy. It's actually inspiring. I'm making a game right now called Sunday Hunter, and it's like a spiritual successor to Fallout New Vegas. I'm working on my best Todd Howard impression. And it's going to be awesome. I promise that. And this eroding, blatant evil makes up the entire system that's in the game. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I'm going to announce it pretty soon, hopefully, and make a YouTube channel. If you guys want to learn more about that game development stuff, you can join the Gump Club, which is like a private Discord server where I try to interact with some folks and I show them behind the scenes progress on the game and stuff. It's pretty cool. We also have a Project Zomboid server as well that we occasionally play on. So on that night, Tricky Dick signed some shit that caused the dollar to become a promise backed by another promise, instead of it being backed by anything at all that's real, that actually exists. A piece of paper that can be exchanged with another piece of paper. It's a fugazi. I'm not gonna say that shit. I think it's so cringe whenever people use that, but now, I will toot my own horn for a second. This is kind of the YouTube video advertising version of running around tugging on your willy. I have a sour candy company called Sour.gg. And if you've been eating sour candy for the last 30 years, you've been eating red 40, yellow 5, and blue 1. I know you're eating Sour Patch Kids right now. Flip over that bag and look at them ingredients. 24 grams of sugar per serving, 4 number dyes, 0 fruit. How about you go to Sour.gg and buy a bag of Sour Boys? We use vegetables, fruits, spirulina, and turmeric to color and dye our candy. Every single gummy is made with real fruit. We have varying levels of sour, and we release 4 new flavors every single month. If you like spicy shit, try our jalapeno lime fruit gummies. How about spicy mango? Or you can just do strawberry raspberry. Those are I've been eating so many of them lately. They're very good. My best friends and family all got tired of the candy bullshit you find in convenience stores and retailers, so we built our own factory. We started with sour belts. Now we have belts and gummies. If you want to try them, go to sour.gg and use code OOMPA for 10% off. Or there's a link in the description that you can click to get some today. So if banks can create money by just lending and the dollar has no gold anchor of anything real, what's the cost? It's inflation, guys. Inflation is a form of tax. It is not on a tax line, though. You don't pay it voluntarily. It's your rent and your grocery bill and your savings account and every single thing that causes you to be able to afford less and less with the same amount every single year. It's the bleak, dark, opaque reality we all live in. Printing new dollars devalues every dollar already in circulation, and whoever holds assets gains, whoever holds cash or a paycheck loses. And that's a very oversimplified explanation, by the way. There's a lot more to it. There was a man who figured out this mechanism very early, and he's not on any American textbook lists. A man by the name of Richard Cantillon. From roughly 1680 to 1734, he was an Irish-born, French-naturalized banker who made his fortune in the 1720 Mississippi bubble as an insider who got out early, which means when he wrote about how new money moves through an economy, he was writing from the inside of a bubble he had personally cashed out of. Cantillon was murdered in London in 1734. His house was set on fire with his body inside, and the likely arsonist was his own cook. So he was a very liked guy. Cantillon's thesis from his essay was that new money enters the economy through specific hands. The first recipients of new money buy goods at old prices before anyone else knows the money is there. The last recipients, the wage earners, the retirees, people on fixed income, buy at new prices after inflation has caught up. So inflation is wealth transfer by proximity to the money spigot. So Wall Street is very, very first, and the average person is very, very, very last. Now, we have the modern scale. The Federal Reserve balance sheet in 2008, before the financial crisis, was roughly $900 bajillion. Post QE3 in 2014, it was roughly $4.5 trillion. Pandemic peak in early 2022 was $8.97 trillion. From March 2020 to May 2022, US billionaires gained $1.71 trillion in combined net worth, per the Institute for Policy Studies tracker. Now, back to the wage side. From 1948 to 1973, productivity and the pay of a typical worker moved together almost 1 for 1. There's a chart here. From 1973 to 2014, productivity rose 72.2%, and the hourly compensation of production and non-supervisory workers rose at just 9%. The divergence started within 24 months of Nixon's Sunday night speech, guys. The rules of nature that govern every decision we make and everything we touch, not God's nature, but rather the elite's nature and the gods of our systems, their nature, the masters of the universe, their rules. They don't have to be like, oh, you can't have this. They just have rules that exist that create a fairly comfortable life for most people, just comfortable enough to not take up arms and murder and kill and pillage all of them and take everything back. But it's those rules who decide who wins. And it's very complicated. If I wrote the rules, they'd be in crayon. And it'd be really obvious. If I was to be like, this looks like you wrote this, so you win, Caleb. And I'd be like, no. Well, it's in crayon, and it says, you lose, I win. And it says, signed, Caleb. And I'd be like, yeah, I mean, that's what I wrote, but it doesn't mean it's for everyone. The royal I. So imagine the economy as a big old dick just pissing out money. Or we can imagine it as a spigot. What does the class closest to the tip of the penis or the spigot actually spend this stolen, literally stolen buying power on? One of the clearest answers the US government ever produced came out of a 1934 Senate investigation that almost nobody remembers. Except for me, because I was alive at that time. And I was very observant. April 12, 1934, Senate Resolution 206. The Senate authorizes the Special Committee of Investigation of the Munitions Industry, chaired by Senator Gerald Nye of North Dakota. There are 93 public hearings held over 2 years, with the junior counsel, a young lawyer named Alger Hiss, who was in this position years before his perjury conviction. So that's some important context. The question is very simple. How did the United States, which had spent 1914 and most of 1915 determined to stay out of a European war, end up in the war in April of 1917? January 7th through the 10th, 1936, J.P. Morgan Jr., much smaller nose, testified under oath. October 1915, Morgan's firm arranged a $500 million bond issue for Britain and France, which was the largest foreign loan in Wall Street history at that point. The firm also served as sole purchasing agent for the British government in the United States, handling roughly $3 billion in war material at a 1% commission. Between 1915 and January 1917, American banks lent the Allies in World War I $2.3 billion. They lent Germany $27 million. So $2.3 billion to one side, $27 million to the other side. That's about 85 to 1. So if Britain and France lost the war, the Allied loans would become worthless. April 6, 1917, the United States of America declared war on Germany. That fella Nye said, "It would not be fair to say that the House of Morgan took us to war to save their investment in the Allies. But the record of facts makes it altogether fair to say that these bankers were in the heart and center of a system that made our going to war inevitable." And that, unfortunately, is the reality for basically every single modern war that uses any of our money and shit. It is crazy. Now, the conspiracy mindset of this is that bankers caused World War I. The documented version of this is that bankers protected their investment by making sure America entered a war, which is the same exact thing. Pretty much. Now, how about we talk about some real evil shit? How about a guy named Smedley Butler? He retired from the United States Marine Corps in October of 1931 at the rank of Major General. He was a two-time recipient of the Medal of Honor, and in 1935, he published a piece in a magazine called Common Sense. He said, "I spent 33 years and 4 months in active military service. And during that period, I spent most of my time as a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and the bankers. I was a racketeer, a gangster for capitalism. I helped purify Nicaragua for the International Banking House of Brown Brothers in 1909 through 1912, and I helped make Honduras right for the American fruit companies in 1903. He expanded that philosophy in the same year in a book called War is a Racket. And inside he said, "I could have given Al Capone a few hints. The best he could do was operate his racket in 3 districts. I operated on 3 candidates." So that's a 2-time Medal of Honor Major General. 4 years after his retirement. Also, the business plot. A bunch of rich wanted to basically overthrow our government and instill Smedley Butler as a military dictator. And he said, how about no? How about no on that? So, you got the class closest to the dick, sucking on the piss, all right? And those people, they have families just like everybody else. But if your family has a lot of money, if you're close to the spigot on the dick, you just get more and more and more and more and more money. Not because you're trying to get more and more money, but that's just because how it works. It is as much of a rule of nature as entropy. So how about the dynasties? Let's do the Morgan dynasty first. J.P. Morgan Sr. died March 31st, 1913. His firm kept operating under his son, J.P. Morgan Jr., the same man who testified at the committee investigation a few chapters ago. Glass-Steagall forced the firm to split in 1935. The investment side spun off as Morgan Stanley, which was founded by grandson of J.P. Morgan, the guy who caused the Panic of 1907. Pretty epic. Okay, guys. The commercial side folded into the Morgan Guarantee Trust in 1959. At the end of 2000, J.P. Morgan and Company merged with Chase Manhattan to form J.P. Morgan Chase, which is, they're the same letterhead today. Fiscal year 2025, J.P. Morgan Chase holds roughly $4.4 trillion in assets. That is the most valuable known bank on earth. A fellow by the name of Jamie Dimon has run it since December of 2005, and his 2025 compensation package is $43 million. So not so much a family, but still it's a dynasty, right? There's a direct bloodline of these people connecting back, and they, you know, they're less men, more kings, really. Now, the Rockefellers. Supreme Court broke up Standard Oil on May 15, 1911. John D. Rockefeller Sr. held roughly a quarter of the parent company and received a proportional share in each of 34 spinoffs. The shares doubled within months. His net worth went from roughly $300 million before the breakup to $900 million by 1913, which, you know, the antitrust, trying to create fairness in business, made him way more wealthy. On March 31st, 1955, Chase National Bank, founded in 1877, merged with the Bank of Manhattan Company, chartered in 1799 by Aaron Burr, to create Chase Manhattan. The Rockefellers were the single largest shareholder block in this organization. David Rockefeller joined Chase in 1946 and served as chairman and CEO from 1969 to 1980. The Council on Foreign Relations was incorporated July 29, 1921. John D. Rockefeller Jr., who was married to the daughter of Mr. Aldrich, he was a founding benefactor. And the Trilateral Commission was founded in July 1973 by David Rockefeller himself. And in 2002, David Rockefeller published a memoir. And in chapter 27 said this, by the way, Trilateral Commission, a whole nother rabbit hole. Some even believe we are part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States, characterizing my family and me as internationalists, and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure, one world, if you will. If that's the charge, I stand guilty, and I'm proud of it. So he put that in his book, just in case you guys were wondering. You know, Alex Jones is crazy and stuff, but he's been talking about globalism for a long time. And these are the people who want to do it. So I don't trust them. I don't trust them. It's pretty bipartisan to not trust this stuff. I don't think we should trust it, guys. Paul Warburg was briefly part of a dynasty. He took a seat on the first Federal Reserve Board and served as vice chairman until August 1918. His descendants founded S.G. Warburg in London in 1946. The Swiss Bank Corporation bought it in 1995. SBC became UBS. Warburg Pincus, a separate private equity arm, manages over $87 billion as of June 2025. So, you know, loose relation there. So yeah, we mentioned multiple times, by the way, the marriage back from chapter 2. The senator's daughter, Aldrich's daughter, and John D. Rockefeller, they got married. They had a son, Nelson Rockefeller, named after Mr. Aldrich, who served as Vice President of the United States from 1974 to 1977 under Gerald Ford, and their grandson, Jay Rockefeller, served as U.S. Senator from West Virginia from 1985 to 2015. So the Fed Act's Senate sponsors' descendants held the vice presidency and a Senate seat across the next century. Big win. So there is a secret cabal, and they're all a part of it. It's their own words. This video is sad, bro. This is a sad video, man. It's really bleak. What are you supposed to do? If you just have a normal job, how do you look at life? How do you look at life? I'm extremely fortunate in that I got really lucky with YouTube, and I've been able to, you know, pour my heart and soul into things that I love, and so I'm just completely detached from reality, in all honesty. So, like, what am I supposed to say? Oh man, it sucks. But like, how do I help? How do you actually do stuff? I don't think you really can. Anyways, March 16th, 2008, JP Morgan acquires Bear Stearns at $2 a share. The total price is $240 million chump change. It was later revised to $10 a share after the Bear board balked. Oh, wow. Good job, guys. The Federal Reserve absorbed $30 billion in toxic Bear assets to make the deal go through. September 25th, 2008, JP Morgan buys Washington Mutual's banking operations from the FDIC for $1.836 billion after WAMU failed. Shareholders are wiped out. Jamie Dimon walked out of 2008 with Bear Stearns and WAMU on his balance sheet, both acquired at fire sale prices with federal backstops, dude. TARP was $700 billion, authorized in October 2008, and the Fed added trillions in fresh balance sheet entries on top of it. Homeowners foreclosed, everybody got executives kept their bonuses though. In November 2013, Judge Jed Rakoff, Southern District of New York, published an essay in the New York Review of Books called "Why Have No High-Level Executives Been Prosecuted in Connection with the Financial Crisis?" 0 senior bank executives went to prison for 2008. Karim Sarageldin of Credit Suisse was the only Wall Street executive to see a federal prison cell in the fallout, and he was like me, basically. He was like a random guy. He was mid-level. He was way higher than me. On November 19th, 2013, the Department of Justice announced a $13 billion mortgage settlement with JP Morgan, which is the largest single corporation settlement in DOJ history at the time. $9 billion in penalties, $4 billion in consumer relief, 0 in prison once again. In 2012, a JP Morgan trader in the firm's London office lost $6.2 billion on a single book. The London Whale was called. JP Morgan paid roughly $920 million in fines across the OCC, SEC, Fed, and UK FCA. 2 subordinate traders were indicted. No senior executives were criminally charged. A fellow by the name of Ben Bernanke asked a question on 60 Minutes on March 15th, 2009. He said, "Where's the money come from?" And they said, "It's not tax money. The banks have accounts with the Fed, much the same way that you have an account in a commercial bank. So to lend to a bank, we simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account that they have with the Fed. So it's much more akin to printing money than it is to borrowing money." So if we haven't made this clear enough yet, guys, it appears as though private banks, without any sort of real oversight, can just create money and f everybody over. 11 years later, May 17, 2020, Jerome Powell asked the same question. He said,
"Where does it come from? Do you just print it?"
We print it digitally. So we as a central bank, we have the ability to create money digitally, and we do that by buying treasury bills or bonds or other government guaranteed securities, and that actually increases the money supply. We also print actual currency, and we distribute that through the Federal Reserve banks.
Those are 2 Fed chairs saying this. Just, what do you mean printed digitally? It's not real? How is it? I don't understand. I mean, I get it. Like, I get there's like abstract concepts and stuff. I understand that. I learned about that when I was like 12 years old, or whenever your brain becomes able to do abstract bullshit. But like, this doesn't really make any sense, because everything I do, it's got to be real. For anybody to give me anything, I got to be able to make money, work, and do stuff. But like, these people who also stand to gain the most stand to lose the least? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's crazy. And it's how you get secret cabals. It's how you get Epstein. It's this system that exists that we have zero control over, that we did not vote for, that when it was voted for, it was actually voted against. The people who campaigned and won then just did the thing that they campaigned against originally. So it really doesn't make a lot of sense. But Epstein, talk about him all the time. He told people he managed money for billionaires. He looks like an access agent, an Israeli access agent, is what a lot of people say. Les Wexner, founder of L Brands, gave Epstein full power of attorney in July 1991 over his finances, real estate, taxes, and charitable giving. The 9 East 71st Street townhouse in Manhattan, bought by Wexner's company in 1989 for $13.2 million, was transferred in 1998 to an Epstein-controlled entity against a $10 million promissory note. August 7th, 2019, 3 days before Epstein's death, Wexner wrote a letter to his family's YLK charitable fund. The letter said,
"We discovered that he had misappropriated vast sums of money from me and my family."
Wexner publicly disclosed $46 million returned, but internal memos put the real figure closer to $100 million. And there's Leon Black. On January 25th, 2021, the law firm Deckert, commissioned by Apollo Global's management board, published an independent report that between 2012 and 2017, Leon Black paid Jeffrey Epstein $158 million in installments for tax and estate work. That's bullshit. Apollo Global, by the way, that's Leon Black's company, so he's getting, poor guy got raked over the coals. Senator Ron Wyden's Finance Committee later published its own findings, and the Black's Epstein-assisted estate structure potentially avoided over $1 billion in gift and real estate tax. Roughly $100 million of the $158 million was paid with no written contract, and Black paid Epstein roughly 30 times what he paid his elite tax advisors. So what did Epstein do for this guy exactly? It had to be some kind of magical spells or something like that. Black resigned as Apollo CEO and chairman in March 2021, and that guy can suck my dick and balls. JP Morgan Chase banked Jeffrey Epstein from 1998 to August 19, 2013, 15 years. The bank kept him through his 2008 Florida plea deal on state prostitution charges, aka he was a massive pedophile and he just got away scot-free because of all the corruption in Florida. Per the Senate Finance Committee, JP Morgan filed 0 suspicious activity reports on him across that 15-year stretch. Jess Staley, head of the JP Morgan Private Banking, later CEO of Barclays, exchanged over 1,000 emails with Epstein from his JP Morgan account between 2008 and 2012, including while Epstein was incarcerated. These people are all bad. Unsealed filings in USVI versus JP Morgan, Southern District of New York, include a July 2010 email chain that reads, Staley said, "Say hi to Snow White." Epstein said, "What character would you like next?" Staley said, "Beauty and the Beast." Epstein said, "Well, one side is available." Man, it was definitely just money, man. It was just money. No sex trafficking at all. No evil secret cabal. In June 2023, JP Morgan settled a Jane Doe class action brought by Epstein victims for $290 million. And in September 2023, it settled with the U.S. Virgin Islands for another $75 million, a $365 million loss because of Epstein and their business with him in total. Deutsche Bank took Epstein after JP Morgan dropped him. Its own 2013 onboarding memo flagged the 2008 plea and 17 civil settlements. They still took him anyway. And on July 7th, 2020, the New York Department of Financial Services fined Deutsche Bank $150 million for how it handled the account. This shit is confusing and insane. And these rules are for thee and not for me, alas. Consistency, here we go, guys. In October of 2002, Landon Thomas Jr. profiled Epstein for New York Magazine. Epstein, on the record, said,
Money itself is a derivative of a trust. If we can figure out how termites come together, then we may be able to better understand the underlying principles of market behavior and make big money.
His business model literally only works inside a system where elite money moves untraceably through banks that nobody audits, and he just like charges admission for some reason to that. It is really a crazy thing that just isn't talked about enough, quite frankly. So anyways, then Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. And yeah. So, not sure what to do with that information, but yep, it's not really even a conspiracy. See you guys in the next one.
Something big just changed for wildlife in South America. Ecuador has created this massive wildlife corridor, connecting the Andes Mountains to the Amazon rainforest. For decades, these two ecosystems were cut off from each other. Farming and oil drilling had kept them apart, leaving animals like jaguars with no safe path through. Ecuador's government has now officially protected this stretch of land. That means no more farming or drilling. And that's not the only good news. Scientists in Geneva just transported antimatter for the very first time in history. Chile eliminated a disease that has affected humanity for centuries. And cities around the world are improving their air quality faster than scientists expected. I'm Freddy, this is Good News, and here are the best good news stories of the month. Let's continue with the full story of Ecuador's massive wildlife corridor. The Andes and the Amazon have always been part of the same ecosystem. But from the Amazon floor all the way up to 7,000 meters in the Andes, there are essentially two completely different worlds. And the land between them acts as a vital transition zone for species trying to adapt to a changing climate. Animals move between these environments in search of food, shelter, and suitable habitat. One species that relies on this more than most is the black and chestnut eagle. With as few as 3,000 adults left, it is one of the rarest birds in South America. It lives on the Andean slopes, and it needs a connected forest across different elevations to hunt and breed. But the land between the Andes and the Amazon had already been damaged by farming, road building, and deforestation, which made migration increasingly difficult and dangerous. The new corridor changes that. This stretch of land has now been officially designated as a protected area. That means no more farming or drilling here. And for the first time, wildlife has a continuous safe route between the two ecosystems. It covers over 2,100 square kilometers, roughly the size of Luxembourg. And it connects directly to this national park, one of the most biodiverse places on Earth. In a single hectare of that forest, you find more tree species than in all of North America. And this is part of a bigger effort. Ecuador already created a similar corridor last year, but that one only connected 2 areas within the Amazon. This is the first to stretch all the way from the Amazon up into the Andes. And it's not just nature that's recovering. 19 cities across Europe, North America and Asia have cut toxic air pollution by 20% and more. Air pollution is one of the world's biggest threats to human health. It kills around 7 million people every year. That is nearly 6 times the number of people killed in road accidents. And for decades, cities have been at the center of the problem. The concentration of vehicles, factories and power plants means billions of people breathe toxic air every single day. But cities have also been fighting back. Researchers tracked air quality in cities between 2010 and 2024. And the results are clear. Beijing led the way on fine particles. The city was once one of the most polluted on Earth. Over the past 15 years, the city closed factories, phased out coal and replaced gas-powered vehicles. The result was a nearly 50% drop in air pollution levels. Amsterdam focused on vehicle emissions. The city cut harmful vehicle emissions by nearly 45% over the same period. Nearly half of the leading cities are in Central and East Asia, and that's partly because they started from the worst air quality of all. But their success also shows that cleaner air is possible even in the world's fastest growing cities. And over in New Zealand, a bird that was once on the edge of extinction is now having its biggest breeding season on record. It is called the kakapo, the world's heaviest parrot and the only one that cannot fly. New Zealanders love it so much, it is the only bird that has won Bird of the Year twice. But when predators like cats and stoats arrived in New Zealand, the population collapsed to just 51 birds. A recovery program moved every single remaining bird to predator-free islands and monitored each nest individually. And slowly but surely, it worked. Today, there are 236 of them. And this year, for the first time in 4 years, they are breeding again. They only do so when the rimu, a native tree in New Zealand, produces enough fruit to feed their chicks. That only happens once every 2 to 4 years. 247 eggs have been laid and 57 chicks have hatched so far, making it the biggest breeding season on record. New Zealand's Department of Conservation set up a live camera. More than 100,000 people have already tuned in to watch. I will link it in the description. So, a bird once on the edge of extinction now has a small global fan base. Staying in the animal world, Indonesia just made a landmark decision for animal welfare. Because elephant rides have just been made illegal across the entire country. That includes all zoos and conservation centers, where rides have long been most common. Indonesia welcomed around 15 million international tourists last year, and elephant rides have long been a popular activity. But what many tourists don't realize is that these rides cause the animals real suffering. The back of an elephant is simply not designed to carry weight. It leads to chronic pain, spinal damage and open wounds. That is why Indonesia decided to act. Any venue that continues offering rides will lose its operating permit. Bali's Mason Elephant Park was one of the last venues still offering rides, and it has now stopped as well. Now let's take a look at good news for our planet. The global trade of plastic waste has fallen by more than 2/3 over the last decade. Now, before we get into that, I want to mention something important. Every video on this channel is carefully researched and written by real people, Michael and Jake, and brought to life by our talented editor Jason. Their work takes a huge amount of time, and honestly, it would not be possible without sponsors. That is why I quickly want to thank Delete Me for sponsoring this video. There's this whole industry of data brokers that legally collect and sell your personal information. Your name, email, phone number, even your travel history. And here's a real example of what all that data can be used for. In late 2025, New York passed a law targeting something called personalized pricing. Basically, companies can use your data to change the prices you see online. We're talking things like showing higher prices to someone who usually buys expensive clothes, or raising hotel prices if you've already spent a lot on flights. The law now requires companies to disclose when a price was set using your personal data. Luckily, when it comes to data brokers, we have rights to get our names off of these lists. And that is why I started using Delete Me. They file hundreds of removal requests on my behalf. And every month, I get a clean, simple report showing where my data was found and removed. Big fan of their work and really happy that they support Good News. There's a link in my description, joindeleteme.com/goodnews. When you click the link, it helps support the channel, and you also get a huge 20% off when you use code GoodNews. Alright, now let's get back to the global trade of plastic waste and why it has gone down. For years, countries in the West thought they had found the perfect solution for their plastic waste. Recycling it at home was expensive, so it was cheaper to ship it abroad instead. Most of it went to China, where it was used as cheap raw material for manufacturing. At its peak, China was importing around 8 million tons of plastic waste every year. That was nearly half of all plastic waste traded globally. The problem was that much of it ended up in countries with weaker waste management systems. In Indonesia, it was burned as fuel in furnaces, contaminating the local air and food supply. China itself was struggling with the environmental damage it was causing. So in 2018, it banned plastic waste imports entirely. And without its biggest buyer, the global trade collapsed. Western countries had to start dealing with their own plastic for the first time. 2/3 of EU countries now have deposit return schemes. Today, around 4.5 million tons of plastic waste are traded worldwide each year. That is down from a peak of nearly 16 million tons in 2016. And most of that trade now happens between high-income countries. Let's head to the Middle East. The ongoing war in the Middle East is causing immense suffering, and it has triggered a global energy crisis. Many countries are now facing rising energy costs and supply shortages. That has forced governments to rethink how they handle their energy supply. And more countries are coming to the same conclusion: energy independence. And that is pushing governments around the world to move faster on renewable energy. This is not the first time this has happened. When Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, energy prices spiked across the world. Governments that relied on imported fossil fuels suddenly felt very vulnerable. The IEA responded by dramatically raising its renewables forecast later that year. It predicted 76% more renewable energy growth than it had forecast before Russia invaded Ukraine. Now, the same pattern is emerging again. The head of the IEA expects this crisis to accelerate renewables as well. Leaders across Southeast Asia, Europe, and Africa have said the same. Among them, the UN's climate chief made a point that stood out. Solar and wind energy do not rely on shipping routes that can be disrupted. By the way, these are not our own predictions, but an analysis based on what the IEA has observed historically. Energy crises have pushed the world towards cleaner power before, and this one has the potential to do the same. And governments are not just investing in clean energy. Amsterdam just banned fossil fuel advertising in public spaces. That includes ads for flights, cruises, and petrol cars across the city's streets and public transport. Think of it like tobacco advertising. Most countries banned cigarette ads decades ago because promoting a harmful product normalizes it. And Amsterdam is now applying the same logic to fossil fuels. The ban came into effect by the 1st of this month. And Amsterdam is far from the only city doing this. Several Dutch cities, including Utrecht, The Hague, and Delft, already have similar rules in place. Florence is about to become the first Italian city to do the same. And in 2022, France was the first to take it nationwide. Across Europe, more cities are making this decision, and the list keeps growing. By the way, if you're enjoying these good news stories, make sure to subscribe. This way you will never miss any good news. And now, after 8 years of negotiations, the EU and Australia have agreed on a major free trade deal. The agreement removes tariffs on nearly all goods traded between the two partners. Australian exporters gain easier access to a market of 450 million people. And Australian consumers get cheaper European wine, chocolate, and cars, among many other goods. For Europe, the deal secures access to critical minerals, like lithium and aluminium. These are essential for clean energy and electric vehicles, and Australia is one of the world's biggest suppliers. But this deal is about more than just trade. Both sides are trying to diversify their trading relationships at a time of global uncertainty. The EU has been actively building new partnerships recently. In our March video, we already covered the EU's deals with India and Mercosur. Australia is doing the same. The deal has been signed, but still needs to be approved by both parliaments before it comes into force. And over in Switzerland, scientists at CERN just made history. They have successfully transported antimatter for the very first time. Antimatter is one of the biggest mysteries in science. And I will be honest, I'm not really into physics, so I will keep this simple. Basically, everything around us is made of matter. And antimatter is its mysterious twin. Scientists believe the Big Bang created almost equal amounts of matter and antimatter. But here's the problem. If antimatter touches matter, they instantly destroy each other. So, by all logic, nothing should exist. And yet, here we are. Matter somehow won, and antimatter almost completely vanished. And scientists still don't know why. This is what CERN has been trying to figure out. But studying antimatter comes with a huge challenge. You can't touch it, you can barely store it, and moving it around is extremely difficult. At least, it was. Until now. They just transported 92 antiprotons, one of the tiny elements that make up antimatter. CERN built a specifically designed box to make it possible. Powerful magnets kept antiprotons floating in a vacuum, never touching the walls. The whole box was cooled to nearly negative 269 degrees Celsius to keep those magnets working. Then they loaded the box onto a truck and drove it around CERN's campus for 30 minutes. The antiprotons survived intact, and they are just getting started. The goal is to eventually deliver antimatter to labs across Europe, far away from CERN. Because CERN is a busy place, full of magnetic noise and interference, and that makes precise measurements difficult. In quieter labs, scientists can study antimatter much more accurately. And that could finally help answer the big question. Why does anything exist at all? And now, some good news from Chile. The WHO has officially verified Chile as the second country in the world to eliminate leprosy. Leprosy is a bacterial infection that has affected humanity for centuries. It attacks the skin and nerves. Left untreated, it causes permanent damage and disability. But it is fully curable. Over 200,000 new cases are still reported every year worldwide. And Chile has not had a single locally acquired case in over 30 years. Doctors across the country are trained to spot and treat any cases that arrive from abroad. In 2023, the WHO introduced a formal verification process for leprosy elimination. It is part of a global push to end the disease by 2030. Chile applied, and this year, the WHO confirmed Chile's elimination of the disease. Now, that is a big step forward. It is the second country in the world to do so, after Jordan. So, which of these good news stories did you like the most? As always, let me know down in the comments below. And if you want to get your data removed from the internet, make sure to try Delete Me with our link in the description to get 20% off. Thanks again to Delete Me for sponsoring this video, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye.
I'm tired of seeing this, and this, and this. At the end of the day, everyone has the ability to use a kitchen knife properly and easily. And by the end of this video, you will instantly have the skills that you need to cut like a pro. Strap in. What knife do I get, Josh? You're gonna see all sorts of guides out there that tell you like, oh, you need this knife, this knife, this knife, this knife. Go buy a little knife set and you get a knife block with 472 knives on it. And by the way, you're not gonna use almost all of them. You only need one knife. It doesn't have to be this exact knife. You just need a chef's knife, 8 to 10 inches long. I like knives, they're fun, they're beautiful. Sure, there's the element of craftsmanship, but I also understand the fact that not everybody wants to spend $200, $300 on a single knife. You don't have to have it be expensive. It's a piece of steel attached to a piece of wood. Find one that's within your budget. If you want to get fancy, then get fancy. But 8 to 10 inches, stainless steel, start there. Now, if you want to know what the nice to haves are, which are non-essential, there are only two real big options here. It's a petty knife, not a paring knife. To me, paring knives are too small. I really can't do that much with them. They're way more limited. This is a really nice in-between for this. This is for small work. This is if you want to just get a little snack or whatever. You want to chop up a little tomato or chop up an apple before you eat it and rinse it off real quick and be done with it, right? Or just fine work if you're cutting up a bird or a small fish. This would work a little easier than this. But even then, this can do all the same stuff that this can do. But this cannot do all the same stuff that this can do because you don't have the length. And then the second nice to have is a bread knife. Guess what? You can still cut bread with this. Yup. Half the time I do. You don't need it to be serrated. But it being serrated does make it easier to cut certain types of breads. So again, non-essential, essential, okay? So this is the one thing I ask that you have. Now we're in it. This is the moment you're gonna learn how to use a knife. The way you hold the knife, it is the difference between great knife skills and possibly injuring yourself. A lot of people, they do this. It feels like you have control. You're like white knuckling right now. You could not be more wrong and in danger right now. You have no control over this. The hinge point on the knife is really weird and awkward. And generally the blade is just really far away from you. It's gonna feel very disconnected from your body when you're using it. Instead, what you wanna do is first take your index finger and your thumb. And I want you to sort of pinch the neck of your knife. And then we're gonna take those remaining 3 here and we're gonna wrap them around the handle. Now we have our hold. How does it feel? Does it feel comfortable? Maybe maneuver a little bit, kind of shape the knife in the way that it makes sense. Now I'm in a comfortable position and the knife feels natural in my hand. I don't feel like I'm like out of control with it. So move it around, kind of like let it jostle in your hand lightly without death gripping it until it fits, just kind of falls into a pocket. This is my pocket. Looks like this. You can see where my thumb is. You can see where my 3 fingers are, and you can see where my index is. My index isn't straight, it's not here, it's kind of just like folded back here, touching my middle finger. You will find your comfort spot after messing with this. Now I have control, I know where the blade is, I have the maximum point of leverage when I'm chopping, and this blade is not gonna fall out of my hands. Now, your other hand, the claw. You're gonna form a claw with your other hand. So this is a 2-step process. First, form the claw, right? Like you're gonna scratch someone's face off. And then I want you to turn your elbow out. Do not claw and turn your hand. Turn your elbow, move your whole arm. A lot of the time you'll see someone claw and cut like this. This is cool until this happens. You start to relax and this thumb comes out and then your thumb goes away. But if you are doing this and you turn your elbow, your thumb is never gonna get in the way ever again. You turn that elbow, your elbow is always out. At first this is gonna feel awkward. You're gonna be flexing your bicep, you're gonna squeeze, just relax. Claw, turn the elbow out. The second thing, this middle knuckle, your middle finger is your longest finger on your claw. That is the guiding line for your knife. I don't want you to chop way over here. I want the flat side of the knife up against your knuckle, and I just want you to use your knuckle as a guiding line. Go really slow, do not go fast. Just get used to this movement, right? Up and down. Now let's cut something. There are 5 main methods to cutting. Number 1, the rolling chop. This is a great place for somebody new to start. The rolling chop is essentially a motion that's something like this. You pull the knife back and then you push it forward as it just naturally rolls along its natural bevel here. Some knives will have like a bit of a belly on them, and that belly is what you're rolling on. It's kind of like a wave, like woo, woo. You're gonna run it along that middle finger. So I'm gonna rolling chop, start slow, and try to keep your cuts even, okay? The beauty of the rolling chop is I think it instills a ton of confidence in new cutters. The reason why, people get nervous when the blade leaves the board. This, you can keep the tip of the knife in constant contact with the boards. Now the benefit of the rolling chop is you get your consistency of cuts, thick and thinness. That's a great place to start. Number 2, the push cut. The benefit of the push cut is super, super thin cuts. Instead of rocking like we were before, now we're doing this. So we're just basically picking the knife up instead of rolling it, right? Start slow. Let the knife do the work. Let the weight of the knife go through it, all right? Don't force it too much. Over time, you can pick up speed. The benefit of this method is you can get really thin, long cuts. It's really hard to get thin, long cuts like this when you're doing a rolling chop. It's not as concise of a movement. This movement actually works best with things like tender herbs, right? If you want a really thinly sliced chive, the push cut gets you the thinnest, most accurate, beautiful chives of all time. And because they're so delicate, you need the knife to be quick and concise. So I'm basically just letting the knife do the work, which allows me to get super, super, super thin and straight cuts. And you know you're hitting it right when you hear that sound, listen. You can hear the knife cutting through the chive. A rolling chop, when you do that on chives, you see how much less accurate that is and how you get like thicker, chunkier pieces? So anyway, that's the push cut. Number 3, straight up and down. This one's obvious. It doesn't require much explanation. This is honestly not one that I frequent, but it's nice to practice. Go slow at first. You can get really thin cuts with this. This is really more about speed. It's more of a flex than it is used that often. It's a very dangerous cut because if you lift the knife too high, you'll snip your knuckle. You need a lot of practice to move on to that one. I will say that. Number 4, the rocking chop. This is one of my favorites of all time when you need to chop something fine, whether that's finely chopped herbs or finely chopped garlic. Let's say you need to finely chop some garlic, right? So you get it a little bit crushed. At this point, it's like, well, how do you get this chopped super fine, like really quickly. So I've still got my same hold as usual. Glue your knife to the board. Non-dominant hand at the top of the blade. Keep constant contact with this with your hand. And then I want you to flex your hand up. Don't let them relax. That's dangerous. Now you can move your hand kind of wherever you want at this point. You can hold the knife up here. You can hold it like this. You can hold it like this. You can hold it here. I find the best leveraging point to be right around here. And then you just pick up your knife and drop it back down, up and down. So first, just practice the up and down motion, right? Then start moving it up the board, then move it back down the board. I think most people can master this quickly. In a few minutes, you're able to chop like this. This technique can dull your knife. So you will notice that I'm using a different knife. That's just because I don't want to dull the one that I just freshly sharpened. Don't be alarmed. Number 5, the pull cut. We've all seen this in movies. It's the most crazy looking cut because it just looks nice and suave. But it does have a place. Things like tomatoes, things like meat, things like fish, where you want to kind of apply one really sharp laser cut slowly. It's like when you're cutting a tomato, yes, sawing on it does work, but if you want even thinner slices that are more consistent, you can actually pull cut. So if I want to, let's say, split this tomato in half, you can just pull your knife through it. This basically involves setting your cut in a little bit, and then now using the entire length of the blade while applying pressure to pull through whatever it is you're cutting. But you can kind of see the benefit of the pull cut. It's very sharp, it's very concise. Be very careful when you do this because sometimes people get overzealous and they get really good at it and they're like, oh, this was easy, I can do this. But then they don't get their angle right and the knife bevel moves and then they cut the tip of their finger off. Or they bring their thumb in and then this is really where your thumb gets f***ed up. So just be aware. Using a knife is so safe when you pay attention. You've seen the ways to cut, but now you're gonna get your knife skills. Set up your area. Now, the first thing you need to think of is your cutting board, material, how big, etc. You don't need a board this big. Wood is my preferred source, but you can also use plastic or rubber. The only downside of plastic is microplastics getting in your food. Some people care, some people don't. The only thing I care about is that you don't use stuff that will f up your knife. So things like bamboo and glass, no! Use wood, maple, walnut, woods like that, right? It's a little more expensive. If you take good care of them, they will last you a lifetime and they don't get microplastics in your body. It's a one-time investment for the most part. Different sizes can include things like 12 inches by 9 inches. I personally prefer something closer to 16 to 18 inches wide, minimum in a rectangle or square, it really doesn't matter. Step 2, you need 2 towels, any kitchen towel, tea towel, one completely dry and one sopping wet towel, completely wrung out. So it's wet, but it's not like totally sloppy wet. Why does that matter, Josh? Who cares? You're gonna get stuff all over your board, you're gonna get stuff all over your knife, it's gonna get messy. Every time you use your knife and you're done with it, guess what? Give it one nice run through your wet towel and then one nice run through your dry towel. Now you have a perfectly clean and dry knife, nothing on it, no residue on it. You can immediately use it for something else. Just don't do that when you're cutting raw meat, but anything else you can do that. The second is cleaning up your station. So you have stuff all over your board, you got muck or like juices from cutting an onion. Again, your wet towel, give it a wipe down, and then your dry towel, give it a wipe down. So now you've cleaned your board, now you're drying your board, boom. Knife is clean, board is clean, ready to move on to the next task. I'm telling you, every restaurant line cook does this and every home cook can do it. It takes 2 seconds. Now, a little bonus, securing your board to your surface. Some boards will like slide around. You'll notice mine is not sliding around. What? How did he do that? Literally just a wet paper towel. Oh, wait, where'd it go? The secret is to take a singular sheet of a paper towel, dampen it wet, and wring it out fully, put it underneath the board, and your board should stick and not go anywhere. You can also buy a board mat, those exist too. Just don't buy a board with feet on it, freak. Inevitably, we're gonna have to talk about this. Sharpen your knife. Your knife needs to be sharp. A dull knife is significantly more dangerous than a sharp knife. There's nothing worse than finally getting your skills practiced, and then your dull knife slides off your onion directly into your hand. That won't happen when your knife is sharp, so it's a safety thing. The other thing is you instantly become better at using your knife because the knife is doing what it is intended to do. There's 2 ways to do that. You can do it with a whetstone, which I prefer because I have total control over it. I also like the artistry of getting in there and whetstoning my knife. In fact, I already have a guide for it on my main channel from years ago. You can always go watch that. There are tons of videos on how to sharpen your knife. We're not gonna waste our time here with that. What I would recommend for most people who don't wanna take the time to learn how to use a whetstone the old-fashioned way, just buy a good knife sharpener. Here are a few examples that I would recommend. Now, sharpening happens when your blade is at a place of no return. Don't go buy a new knife. Sharpen your knife. Now, you would use honing if your knife is moderately sharp, but not quite as sharp. You don't want to take the time to sharpen it. You want a quick fix. So this knife I was using earlier that's a little more dull, sharpening it will actually get it sharp because it's removing metal and creating a new bevel. But the other thing that happens when you use your knife over and over and over and over the weeks and months, the edge goes from this to like this. And when you get this, it's not quite as sharp. It gets like a dullness to it. All the honing rod does is, rather than remove a ton of metal, it actually just helps straighten the blade back out. So it's a little more laser sharp, but it's not the same as sharpening. And the way to do that is to take your knife, so we're at a 90-degree angle, turn it to a 45-degree angle, and then split that 45 in half, okay? So now we're here. And then I just want you to carefully run your blade along from tip to heel along your honing rod on one side. You can do that 2-3 times. And you can do the same thing, but the other direction, on the other side of your bevel. Do it away from yourself, guys. Go slow. 2-3 passes both sides, good to go. It's a quick fix, not a permanent fix. Now we move on to the most important stage, your knife skills. The humble onion. To set it up, you just cut the top off, not the bottom. You can see the root here, other side. Cut the top off. I want you to remove the first layer of onion. Notice how I'm leaving the root attached. Now with this one onion, I'm gonna show you 2 different cuts. First, see that root? I want you to cut right down the middle of it. So now you have a halved onion. First, we're gonna talk about slicing. 2 ways to slice it. You can slice it this way, which will give you kind of like half moons, or you can get a traditional julienne cut, which I think look a lot more elegant. You'll remove the stem, and then just think of how thick you want it to be, and then make those cuts consistent. So I'm gonna say a ½ inch. The problem with cutting straight up and down is you're gonna get a cheek of onion here and here. So instead, you'll follow the contour of the onion. So I'm slowly bringing my knife more and more straight as I cut. Now once I get close to having it round out the other direction, instead of getting an awkward position where I start to have to do this, and now like, guess what's gonna happen? The onion's gonna get pushed this way, right? Turn the onion around, so you're now working with it in the same direction again. Same thing, follow the contour of the onion. Now you're gonna get to a point where it's a little wobbly, don't be scared, just go a little slower. There we go, onion's cut. Now, if you maintain that claw, even if the onion falls, guess what? That will happen. You will be okay. That's a slice. Now for this other piece, I want you to make little incisions along the onion that are about a ½ inch apart. Don't cut all the way through the root. You can get really close to it, but don't cut all the way through. You can see these little fingers in between the onion. Now, to dice this, you're actually gonna run your knife along the lower third, carefully, and then the upper third. You can just kind of drag it through. Ideally, it's sharp enough that this happens, okay? And that's just gonna get the dice set. We went this way. Now we're gonna cut against that, the same exact distance apart. So ½ inch, ½ inch, ½ inch, ½ inch. Now, when you break these up, you have a dice. This will get to a point where it's too wobbly. Guess what? Put it on the other flat side. Always put it on the longest flat side. Dice, slice. Now, I showed you how to dice an onion, but that's not how you dice pretty much every other vegetable. So how do you dice a carrot? Let's talk about the baton. So first, you're gonna cut this into planks. And I want these planks to be about, let's call it a ½ inch. This wobbly bit is always a little scary, that's okay. You could also cut it across. You can kind of saw at it to help get it started before you cut it. All of your cuts should be the same width apart, right? So the plank is a ½ inch thick, so should your cuts when you cut this into batons. ½ inch apart, ½ inch, ½ inch, ½ inch, okay? Then you end up with relatively evenly sized batons, right? You can make these even smaller. The point is, whatever your first cut is what all of your other cuts will be. Now you can either serve these as big, thick matchsticks, or you can actually dice it. So again, ½ inch. Now you've diced a carrot. This is essentially how you dice mostly every other vegetable, whether it's squash, a tomato, celery, it doesn't matter. You start with a plank, you go to a baton, and then you slice across the baton. Now next is the julienne. This also applies to pretty much every other vegetable. We're gonna keep using the carrot here. Same exact principle, except you're gonna cut it much, much, much thinner. A ½ inch is like as thick as you'll ever go. It's a bit of a nightmare, but you can do it with a knife. A lot of people, especially a lot of chefs, will use a mandolin. Not a necessity, just helpful in getting your cuts consistent. It's the same concept. Cut it into super duper thin planks. Now the only difference is this time, you're gonna take a plank, and just like you did before, you're gonna cut across the exact same thickness that this is lengthwise. What was a baton before is now so thin, you would actually call this a julienne. It's basically a thin slice. that's sort of rectangular and square. This technique applies to everything. Super important, but it also leads to a hidden cut. If you know how to julienne, you can now do the chefiest cut of them all, and that is the brunoise. It's essentially just a really small dice. In the exact same method that you've julienne this, now we're gonna cut it really thin this direction, right? So I'm just trimming this for the sake of consistency, and I want you to cut across as exactly the same length as you can. Go slow at first, no reason to pick up your speed until you're comfortable. And look at that, you get these perfect little tiny cubes. That is a brunoise, and that can go even smaller. This is only for presentation in most cases. Often you won't cook with cuts like this, but if you're gonna be like presenting garlic on a dish where you can see it, or you're gonna be presenting carrots, or you're gonna be presenting a chili on a dish and you want it to look perfect, brunoise. This last one might be the most important one that you'll know because it's something that everybody will use. It is the chiffonade. Oh, I'll never use a chiffonade. It's too chefy. I'll just chop my herbs up. Just chiffonade. If it's basil, if it's herbs, it doesn't matter. You need to bunch them together as tightly as possible. Basil's kind of built to do it, right? Because they're kind of cup shaped. So you can stack the cups into each other like this, and then you can roll it up. I like to chop the tip off because usually that first bit sucks. And then you're gonna slice it as thinly as you can. This is where your push cut really comes into play, right? A rolling chop doesn't quite do the work that well in this. A push cut makes all the difference because you get clean, thin threads. Now, you've chiffonade your herbs. They'll all look a little different, but the point is you'll get these crazy thin threads. So much benefit to this because way more flavor comes out of it. It looks a lot nicer on a dish, but the best part about this is this sets you up for an ultra fine chop without bruising the out of the herbs. By doing this, you're keeping the cuts clean, you're slicing through it, not mashing it. So now that it's this thin, you only have to run your knife a few times with a nice rocking chop the other direction, and you have a fine chopped herb that looks absolutely immaculate. So instead of it taking me 3 to 5 minutes to finely chop herbs, now it only takes me 30 seconds. The last thing I want to teach you, and I call it expert because people can hurt themselves if they don't know what they're doing. So please do this slowly. If you're going to attempt it, be very careful. You can cut yourself. All right, I hold no liability for that. This has become very popular, and it's fine. I get it. To use another tool like a bench scraper to pick your ingredients up like this and then put them wherever you're going to put them, right? And that works, but now you're having to dirty up another tool just to pick it up off your board. Why not use the surface of your knife? The way to do that is you don't want to swipe across it straight, because if you go totally flat, you risk basically jamming the blade into your hand. So instead, you kind of want to angle the knife towards the board, almost like you're scraping the board in a way. You're giving the board a clean shave. And you're going to hold your hand here, and then you're going to just carefully scoop it towards your hand until it lands on the knife. So see how the knife is actually going under my hand? My hand's totally fine. Now all the veg is on here. Carefully hold your finger here. Make sure the knife is not pointing up. If the knife is pointing up where the blade is, it will cut your finger. Make sure the knife is pointing slightly downward away from your hand. And then to get this off, you just gently place your finger on here. I'm gonna leave my finger stationary while I pull the knife out. So this finger didn't really go anywhere. I just let the knife push everything back. So the way you would utilize that technique is like, oh, I need to go into this bowl? Cool. So I put the stuff on the board, scrape it onto the knife. I think that's a worthwhile technique to know how to use. And I've never seen anyone teaching it. And we teach it here. I'm giving all the damn secrets away. We're done, except we're not, because how do you clean your knife without completely destroying it? Don't put it in the dishwasher. I don't care if they're the cheapest pieces of on earth. Don't put them in the dishwasher. You're destroying them. You will have to buy a new knife if you do that. Instead, all you gotta do is this. You take it to the sink, warm water or as hot as you can tolerate, get a sponge, put a little dish soap on it, get it sudsy, suds up your knife, being careful not to cut yourself, make sure you get your handle too, rinse it off with warm water, and then immediately dry it fully. My preference is actually to dry it with a paper towel because it guarantees that it gets all the moisture off. Sometimes like a regular tea towel will like kind of smear the water around, so then you end up with water spots as it air dries. Using a paper towel on the blade specifically will get all that water off, and then whatever remnants are there will air dry. Let it completely air dry before putting it away in a drawer, in a saya, or on a knife strip. So we're done, except we're not. The most important part of the entire video. It doesn't matter how much of a pro you are, someday, at some point, you may make a mistake. And if you make a mistake, it's really good to be well equipped to make sure that you have a med kit or bandages always around, just in case. Don't let your ego get the best of you and think, oh, this will never happen to me. It happens to the best of us. Trust me, it can happen. You can nick yourself. It may not even be a knife. It may be a mandolin. It may be a cheese grater. Kitchen should always have bandages and a med kit. Knife skills are not about speed. They're not about looking cool. They're about precision. They're about making your life easier. They're about taking pride in what you do. The point is, when you master this, everything in cooking, and honestly, low-key life gets easier. Subscribe, love ya, bye.
There's absolutely no way that high school exists in our plane of reality. Think about it, bro. It's the only place on earth where at 7 in the morning, you're gonna see two best friends throwing hands like Rock'em Sock'em robots. There's gotta be like some demonic entity that just controls high schools, bro, because something's not right there. If we all came together to collectively share our experiences in high school, I feel like we could all write a book that's equivalent to like Homer's Odyssey, bro. Scholars will actually study what happened in like the modern high school for decades to come, bro. I can't tell you exactly what's in the water, but something's got these schools operating like a battle royale. See, on my time on Earth, I was under the impression that school was a place to learn, to better your education, further your knowledge. But in actuality, it's the complete opposite of that.
70, nigga? Oh, why? Why 70? Explain to the camera why. Because 1 times 70, 70.
I probably couldn't tell you like half the shit that I actually learned in school, but I definitely could tell you all the horror stories or crazy shit that just happened in school, like on the daily. This shit wasn't even every once in a while, bro. That shit was like daily quests in Fortnite. This shit was constant. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, bro. Smacking your first pin Frank in the bathroom, that shit was like a rite of passage in high school. Honestly, if you got your diploma, but you never smacked the pin Frank in the bathroom, you should get that shit evoked from you immediately. See, I remember the first time that I ever smacked a yinny in school, bro. Mind you, at this point, I never even dabbled before. Now, my boy Abel at school, who before this, I simply knew as the horchata plug, all right? I bought horchata from bro every single day at school. And one day in class, he's like, yo, bro, you wanna come like smack the pin in the bathroom? I'm like, yo, smack the pin? What the fuck is that? You know what I'm saying? In my head, I'm thinking like, are we about to go to the bathroom and box a writing utensil? Or worse, is bro trying to groom me? But it was none of the above, bro. At the end of the day, he was on man's type shit. So like, I trusted, bro. I'm like, all right, cool, right? He's like, bro, we're finna get geeked in the bathroom. I'm down as fuck, bro, because if you know me, bro, I'm down for whatever, right? Like that time my uncle, anyways, I meet bro in the bathroom. I'm telling you, there's like 10 dudes in there, all right? They're all passing back and forth this pin, right? Literally like 10 dudes. It gets to me. I try to take like a tiny little smack of that shit, right? My boy Abel was like, stop being a bitch, bro. You gotta smack that shit for longer. Take a blinker. So I tried, bro. I tried to hit a blinker. When I tell you, bro, I'm on the floor dying. It feels like that time when SpongeBob needed water in Sandy's house, bro. And like, apparently, I don't know how, but maybe they heard me cough or whatever. The janitor busts into the bathroom. What? You're gay! So they pull us out of the bathroom one by one and start lining us up against the wall on some like military execution type shit, right? Before they pulled us out, the fat homie E-Man hides that shit. I don't know where he hid it at the time. I didn't know, right? They line us up against the wall. They start filling our pockets and shit. We're clearly all zooted, me a little more than everybody else, you know what I'm saying? I was so gone, I didn't know what the fuck was going on at the time. Not one of us snitched. However, I never even got in there to talk to the principal because before I even could, they found that shit on E-Man, right? However, the place they found that shit is diabolical. Huh? Apparently, he had hid that shit in his rear.
What?
And yes, you heard me without a doubt. They found that shit in his shit. They found that in his prison wallet. Now, I don't know to this day. I don't think schools can do rear cavity searches. I don't know how they got that information out of him. Maybe he went to go sit down and that shit went up there too far. I don't know. But they caught bro. And they brought it out to us in a baggie. And when I tell you, you could see brown particles of dookie on that shit.
Oh, no. Oh, shit.
I've never forgot that shit to this day, bro. To this day. See, like, that's the shit that I'm talking about when I say high school just simply scars you. Like, it just leaves those wounds that never go away. I had to see particles of another man's dookie on a pin that my mouth touched 10 to 15 minutes before that, bro. How did they even get that confession out of, bro? You couldn't ever get that out of me. I don't care if that shit got stuck in my kidneys. You will never see that shit. They had that shit in a baggie and brought it out to us in the office. Now, did that shit stop me from smacking pins continuously throughout school? No, sir. But one of the worst things you could ever be involved in school, bro, is a school fight. Now, I've had my fair share of school fights. For whatever reason, I don't know why, in school, I had to be a good 5'5" on a good day. But for whatever reason, multiple people decided I was the person they wanted to fight. Maybe I was an easy target. But in high school alone, I think I've been in 7 different high school fights. Now, see, the worst thing that ever happened to me was when I got jumped for absolutely no reason, bro. I didn't just get jumped, all right? Let me give you the details, okay? So, like, I'm sitting at my lunch table with my little small group of friends, all right? We were cool, okay? We've been friends since middle school type shit, all right? And randomly, I feel what feels like a boulder hit the side of my head, and I get my shit rang in broad daylight, bro. They hit me in broad daylight. And all I start feeling is what feels like Goku hitting me from different angles with instant transmission. Pause on the hitting from different angles, by the way. Don't y'all be weird in the comments or anything. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. I was getting diced up horrible. It felt like they were hitting Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 combos on me in midair, bro. And I get dragged out of my seat. I'm getting punched on the floor. Now, I'm gonna be honest, if any of you have never been jumped before, you don't really know what the hell is going on. It feels like your body just starts going into shock randomly. All I remember is my eyes being closed and punches coming from all different directions. Now, what felt like 30 years of shadow clones of Floyd Mayweather dropping the dukes on me, they randomly stopped and took off running full speed, all right? I never to this day got a full explanation of why they jumped me, bro. When we were all in the principal's office, which by the way, I didn't snitch, all right? I got picked up off the ground and everybody saw what happened, right? Their explanation is that they just wanted to do that to me. Literally no reason, bro. There was no explanation, no want. They just ran up to me for no reason and dogged the shit out of me. Now, I'll admit, bro, I went to a school that wasn't exactly like the best, but even still, I was just enjoying my regulated school lunch, my dry ass patty with buns, bro. And I got my shit rocked, my chocolate milk spilled, which was like honestly the worst part of that shit. Like I really fuck with like chocolate milk type shit. Like I can't believe they just straight spilled my chocolate milk. Even though I got my ass like handed to me type shit, honestly I was more upset about the chocolate milk, bro, because that shit was good as shit. I got like 1 sip out of that shit and it was like honestly, weirdly enough, one of the greatest sips of chocolate milk I ever had. I'll never enjoy a sip of chocolate milk like that one carton of chocolate milk, bro. If you're out there, carton of chocolate milk that got spilled onto my school floor, just know I miss you, and I would never do you like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you shouldn't have to deal with that. I never make you feel like that type shit. Like I said, bro, I don't know what it is about high school. I don't know if there's like an eldritch monster that hides underneath all high schools and just emits negative energy into the sky type shit. Whatever it is, high school is just evil energy to begin with, bro. I had so much crazy ass shit happen to me in high school and I got stories for days. So I'll probably make continuous story times about this shit. But it's just crazy looking back that like we as children were forced to go through that. And the adults and professionals that worked in those schools, they didn't give a shit, bro.
You wanna see something cool? Cops don't give a shit anymore.
So yeah, bro, I don't know whose idea it was to subject us to that, but whoever's idea it was, you better watch out. You know what I'm saying? Because the guys I roll with, bro, they roll heavy. The guys I roll with roll heavy, bro. So you guys better watch out type shit. Hey, don't think I forgot, all right? So to everybody who sent in fits for the ranking my subscribers fit video, it's still coming, bro. It's still coming. Just let me cook, all right? I did not expect like 300 different people to send pictures, bro. I'm a pretty niche channel. I thought like maybe 20, 30 people were gonna send pictures and at best. But my shit dead ass got flooded, so I'm still working on that. I promise you guys it's coming. Don't think that I just forgot about y'all. A lot of the fits you guys sent were absolutely ridiculous, and I think it'll be hilarious once the video actually drops. But until then, I will catch you guys in the next one. All right, stay solid.
Is being woke good or bad? Well, it depends greatly on what you mean by woke. Now, I've scoured the internet for a consistent definition of woke, and what I found was that perception of what the term stands for is very clearly demarcated along political affiliation. Left-leaning people tend toward an approximation of the first definition in Webster's dictionary, which is, quote, aware of and actively attentive to important societal facts and issues, especially issues of racial and social justice, unquote. While right-leaning people tend toward the second definition, quote, politically liberal or progressive, as in matters of racial and social justice, especially in a way that is considered unreasonable or extreme, unquote. Now, it originally meant the first definition, but throughout recent political discourse, the term was co-opted and turned into the second definition in order to disparage. Throughout most of my search, I found that people using it to disparage varied greatly in how they tried to define it. They weren't very consistent. Some had difficulty defining it at all.
Would you mind defining woke? Because it's come up a couple times, and I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
So, I mean, woke is sort of the idea that
Some defined it as assigning viewpoints to entire groups.
It's a basis for madness. When people say the gay community, who are you talking about? It's like, women think this. Oh, really? 50% of the species all agree on something. Blacks say this. Really?
And some defined it as the perfect opposite, being restricted from assigning viewpoints to entire groups.
People always ask, what is the definition of woke? Well, the definition of woke, as I mentioned in the book, is the making sacred of historically marginalized race, gender, and sexual identity groups. That's it.
Now, that last clip is very interesting to me because he admits something I don't think he intended to admit. And the word sacred is what led him into his own trap. He talks about historically marginalized groups, such as gender, race, and sexual orientation, as being sacred. In other words, unassailable, unable to blaspheme against. But here's my question. What legitimate criticism or negative statement can be levied at an entire race or an entire gender or an entire sexual orientation? Now, if someone said, quote, the problem with black people is ABC, or the problem with women is XYZ, wouldn't we immediately recognize that as racist or sexist because you're shoehorning everyone of those groups into a box of problems based on their immutable characteristics? How do you correct immutable characteristics? Genocide? Eugenics? What? So, yes, we have decided as a society to not discriminate based on certain demographics like race, gender, and sexual orientation. Isn't that a good thing? Calling that sacred does not excuse bigotry, does it? And calling that woke doesn't make woke a bad thing, does it? Years ago, people would have described me as anti-woke because I openly expressed dislike of what some people would associate with wokeness today. But my dislike was rooted in a fundamental misunderstanding. It took me too long to realize this, but my dislike was not for a specific group of people, which is the same mistake that right-leaning people are making now. My dislike was for a specific set of traits that anybody of any group could possess. It's just that sometimes people are willing to overlook these traits if they're held by people of their own group. Typical tribalism. These are the traits: obsessive, easily offended, hypocritical, and lacking self-awareness. Now, these are often a package deal. I associated those traits with certain groups, rather than the more accurate approach of attributing them to the individuals who exhibited those traits. The truth is that someone who is woke might not have any of those traits, while someone who is intensely anti-woke could have every single one of them. But the right-wing media sphere is a juggernaut that searches for, outright invents, or focuses upon the most extreme, legit or not, and then elevates that, puts a spotlight on it as the norm. So people end up with a lopsided view of reality. And if you don't agree with them, then you are called a cuck, a simp, a beta, soy boy, and any one of a million other emasculating terms that works very well on insecure young men. They are experts at controlling the narrative. Now, when I was a kid, about once a month or so, I'd visit a relative of mine who was a pretty staunch feminist. And I remember one time when my brother and I were driving in the car with her, and somebody driving in front of us made her very frustrated. And eventually they turned without using a turn signal, and I never forgot what she said in response to that. She said, quote, "Men don't know how to use turn signals." That was very peculiar to me, even as a child. I remember that you couldn't even see the car's driver, couldn't even tell if they were a man or a woman. She just assumed. And she was making a disparaging statement about something I was going to become one day, a man. And that fact did not escape my young mind. She frequently made disparaging statements about men in general, and it made me wonder if one day she was going to hate me too. I wondered if it was only my existence as a child that made me acceptable to her. I didn't know. And what rubbed me the wrong way, which I could not quite express back then, was that she had those traits I disliked. She was obsessive, easily offended, hypocritical, and lacked self-awareness. Now, as a result, she did things that she did not like when men did them. Misogynistic men made assumptions about her because she was a woman, and so she did the same back to them. She became what she hated, and something I've constantly warned you against throughout the life of my channel. Hate nobody, or those you hate will shape you into what you will be. It made me feel toward her the same way I already felt toward religious people at an early age. Religious people aggravated me because they made assumptions about me based on the simple fact that I did not believe what they believed. They ascribed to me all sorts of ulterior motives, things that never even entered my thought process. Like I just wanted to sin, or that I hated God, or that I was rebelling, or that I just wanted to live by my own rules, or that I hated them, etc. And the list was endless, but none of that was true. And they were so easily offended. My mere existence as a non-believer offended them. How dare I disbelieve what they believed? I was 8 years old the first time I told someone that I did not believe God existed. This was before I even knew the word atheist. And the reason I remember it so well is because of the reaction I received. It was a classmate. We were both in the second grade at the time. His name was David, and I even remember his last name too, but I won't say it. It begins with a V. So David V mentioned something about God, and I told him that God is just another fairy tale, just like all the other fairy tales that the adults tell us. That's truly how I saw it at the time. And he told me that I'm going to burn in hell. And what struck me was that he looked happy about it. He was grinning when he said it. And I think that helped instill in me the idea that not everything that is claimed to be good really truthfully is good. That was one of the lessons that taught me about the inconsistencies of life. Here we had someone who was a Christian, who we were supposed to think of as good people, yet he was reveling in the idea of someone else's pain and suffering, my pain and suffering. And it wasn't like I was ever mean to him. He had no reason to hate me, yet he still seemed to like the idea of my torture, and that stuck with me. After that, it aggravated me when people used religion as a shortcut to tell if someone was a good person, or that their lack of religion was a way to tell that they're a bad person. I remember someone telling me that they knew my brother was a good person because they saw the Christian bumper sticker on his car. I couldn't put my finger on it yet, but there was a certain commonality among the people that aggravated me. I did not yet know that this type of person was not limited to any one ideology. They could really be anybody. It wasn't a trait inherent to feminism or religion, and I didn't really truly figure it out until around 2016, much later in life. That was when I started to truly understand that it was these traits that I disliked. Obsessive, easily offended, hypocritical, and lacking self-awareness. And that was the real problem I had with my feminist relative and many of the religious people I argued with over the years. It wasn't their feminism, and it wasn't their religion. It was their specific behavior for which they alone are responsible. In order to learn that lesson, I had to witness a remarkable shift in the zeitgeist, and that happened in the mid-2010s. Now, at first, I was making the exact same mistake of attributing those characteristics to a specific group of people. What taught me the lesson was the reaction to them. During the years around 2014, we had a term for those people, which we called SJW, which stood for Social Justice Warrior. People don't usually use that term anymore because it has been fundamentally subsumed by the term woke. They're essentially synonymous now, though their etymology is a bit different. Back then, around a decade or so before this recording, it was popular to make fun of SJWs. I was essentially on the vanguard against wokeism back then. Now, a lot of people developed entire careers out of doing that. Nobody took it terribly seriously beyond comedic purposes, though. The comedy was very easy and in demand, so naturally it flourished. I made a cartoon that was doing great numbers and going viral. It was called If God Became an SJW. Now, when I realized the truth of what was really going on, I put that video on private so that it would not be seen anymore. I made a mistake by making that cartoon, and correcting that mistake was not pain-free, as that video was pretty lucrative. But I can't stand by something that I don't believe in just for the money. As a lot of you who are familiar with my work know, I no longer make videos like that, and I have not done it for a long time now. I've even been accused of being woke now, which is very funny to me. So what changed? See, a lot of people disliked SJWs for the same reason that I disliked religion, because we generalized the people in those groups based on the more extreme ones who seemed very obsessive, very hypocritical, lacked self-awareness, and were easily offended. And nobody likes walking on eggshells. Nobody likes their language being policed, like blasphemy, or to be lectured, like sermons, or to be accused of certain things just on the basis of immutable characteristics born into sin, like being a man or being white or straight, etc. To anti-SJWs, that seems to be ironically racist and sexist. That fed into my belief that they were hypocritical and lacked self-awareness, the things that I disliked so much. So I was motivated to mock them. In hindsight, I know that many of them had valid concerns, but were perhaps expressed in ways that weren't very diplomatic and much more accusatory. To make sense of why I did not stay the course in an anti-woke direction, it would help to understand a little bit of the history involved. Much of the movement against the SJWs, and eventually the woke, as they're called now, can be exemplified in the massive pop culture backlash against a woman named Anita Sarkeesian and what she represented. She started a nonprofit organization called Feminist Frequency. She was a critic of modern media, like movies and video games, but rather than examining them from the perspective of technical competence or artistic value, like most critics, she evaluated them from a perspective of positive or negative cultural impact, usually in terms of whether or not the movie or video game was problematic in how it portrayed women or various minority groups, or even that they weren't portrayed at all, that they didn't have enough representation. And I think that she felt we as a society had become too accustomed and accepting of how these various demographics are treated in our media or left out altogether, which has an effect on our perceptions. And some of the things she criticized were pieces of media that we loved. And I think a lot of people felt personally attacked by that. We were being called guilty for liking things that she considered problematic. For example, she would criticize things like impractical armor for women in video games that was too skimpy, or the women were too sexualized, or the camera focused a bit too much on a woman's sexual characteristics, which was called the male gaze. And these were things that most guys liked, including myself. So it seems like the industry catered to guys for the most part. And she argued that it should cater to everyone. She gained traction in mainstream media too, and it was even reported that she started consulting in game development. And I think that scared a lot of people. But I think that she was welcomed as a consultant because naturally these companies wanted to broaden their audiences, which would make them more profitable. And she found some success too, and a lot of people claimed that it was not organic success. She was receiving a lot of funding for her work, and some of her most ardent detractors would point out that her work did not reflect the amount of funding she was receiving. Basically, it was an accusation of grifting before that term was very common. But I don't think it's accurate to call her a grifter because I think she was a true believer in her cause. Grifters, on the other hand, don't really care about the cause. The cause is just whatever is popular at the moment. Now, on a surface level, it doesn't really sound like there's anything wrong with any of that, right? But I was far from alone in thinking that something about the way it was executed seemed off. It rubbed me the wrong way, enough to the point where I also started criticizing SJWs. Now, at first, it was the obsessive nature of it that bothered me. It's one of the main things that bothered me about religion, too. I saw it as getting offended about every little thing, but not just merely getting offended about something you happened to see or hear. It seemed like it was a movement that sought out offense to point at, like they actively desired to be offended. For instance, if I were to behave the same way in terms of religion, my channel would look very different than it does now. My channel is critical of organized religion, but for me, it would be like instead of getting into religious doctrine itself, or instead of talking about the various ways religion is affecting our politics, it would be as if I watched movies and video games with an ear attentively waiting for someone to mention Christ, or to present themselves as a Christian, or to find someone in a movie wearing a cross or praying or anything like that, and then obsessively deconstructing it, how it's problematic, how there's no equal representation for atheists or other religions. It would be as if I would not be able to enjoy media that has Christian elements. But that's just not the case for me. I don't mind Christian elements in movies and games, but what if they portrayed atheists negatively or inaccurately? Maybe then I could empathize a little better with what Anita was doing, but I just didn't think of it that way. Regardless, shallow and seeking offense is how I perceived critical analysis by SJWs anyway. And I think other people perceived that as well. So it became a game to be offensive to them, to get their attention and then laugh at them for it, to actively seek to trigger them, as it was called. So it was a bit of a symbiosis for a while. They sought to be offended while others sought to offend them. And back then, the term "you mad brah" was popular. It was widely perceived that getting mad or getting offended meant that you lost the game, lost the debate. So even if you weren't mad or offended, it was a common tactic to portray you as such, as a shortcut to winning. And because the SJWs were always complaining about racism and sexism, a lot of people realized that making racist and sexist jokes was a great way to trigger them. Unfortunately, I think that inadvertently created a more earnest pipeline of sorts. People constantly made fun of how weak and thin-skinned the SJWs were. Snowflakes, they were constantly called. It turned into a cottage industry. When Anita Sarkeesian uploaded a video, for example, it was like a gold rush. Anti-SJWs would download the video, tear it apart, make fun of it, criticize it, re-upload it, and collect the ad rev. It was almost like a race. And that process was repeated for all sorts of people deemed SJW. The people advocating for SJW causes were essentially funding their own opposition. The cameras turned to college campuses, where there were plenty of young people who were excited about fighting back against racism and sexism, and because they were young, maybe they weren't the best at expressing themselves, and maybe they did not realize that their own emotion and passion was the lifeblood of the comedic skits that would use them as punchlines. I have no doubt that entire mortgages have been paid off just from making fun of college kids. And so the anti-SJW movement grew into a juggernaut, starting out as just purely a comedic response, trolling and mocking, but then gradually morphed into something very serious and political, an actual movement. The unserious, racist, and sexist jokes morphed into sincerely held beliefs and political stances. And I noticed that those who spoke out against the obsessive were becoming quite obsessive themselves. You are what you hate. Donald Trump was very much a centerpiece of that backlash. He came up during a very unique moment of the political history of the United States. Conventional wisdom regarding political correctness went right out the window. The stage at that time was set in such a way that a lot of people didn't care how offensive Trump was. They were tired of the offense takers and even wanted him to be as offensive as possible, just as a fuck you. Essentially, that is what became fashionable, be offensive. Of course, there were a lot of people who were still highly disturbed by Trump, but not enough to keep him from being elected. and that was a mandate against political correctness. It was pretty much explicit permission, and other politicians got the message loud and clear. That was the beginning of the turning point for me, though I never voted for Trump. In 2016, after he won, I was one of the people telling others to calm down, that it wasn't a big deal, don't overreact. I admit that I even did some partaking in making fun of people who were very upset about the Trump victory, and I am not proud of that. Afterward, everything kicked into high gear. The anti-SJW content went on steroids. Feminist-owned compilations became super popular, owning college kids. Every debate had to be about some SJW getting utterly destroyed, all caps. The internet was totally saturated with content mercilessly mocking anyone who even mentioned anything about racism or sexism. Anyone who would do such a thing was accused of virtue signaling and slapped with the SJW or woke label. The term woke was starting to get used more at this point. It was becoming mainstream. Even politicians and old ladies were using the word woke in their many complaints. And I started seeing some signs that disturbed me very much. Everything was being highly exaggerated, and the jokes and the comedy gradually shifted into the realm of anger and hatred. The anti-SJWs took on the obsessive nature of the people they criticized and adopted it for themselves. Entirely unintentionally, I'm sure, because if they could actually see themselves objectively, I don't think they would like what they saw, and that is, of course, a lack of self-awareness. See, now it wasn't a movement about just merely getting offended about something they happened to see or hear. It was a movement that actively sought out offense to point at, like they actively desired to be offended. No longer was it a movement about laughing at anger, it was a movement about getting angry. Suddenly the rule that inspired "you mad, brah" no longer applied. The rules changed when the offense changed. Now the winner was whoever could get the most angry. But that was still a double standard. If the other side got angry, it was still funny and mocked. But if your side got angry, it was based and applauded. Consider this woman. You've all seen this image. This is the face of a billion thumbnails, still used on uploads and memes to this day. Have you ever seen the source material? It's quite short.
There's not rapists coming into just because they're refugees doesn't mean they're fucking rapists. But they're raping people in Germany. My parents are immigrants. My fucking parents are immigrants. No, not even a fucking big percentage. Tiny.
You know how many women in the U.S.
get raped? Do you know how many?
1 in every 3
fuck
women.
ton. A fuck
That means
ton.
that all Americans.
That's a crisis. There's a rape crisis. Exactly.
But if you look
a lot of the rapes that are being reported, that is not a fact. I want you all. I love you all.
This woman did not get triggered or belligerent or even a fraction as excited or angry as any one of us has ever been before. If you look at the comments section, you'll see that everyone openly realizes it and admits it and feels bad for how she was immortalized. She was the only one in the argument actually offering statistics rather than emotions. But there's one frame in which she made a funny face. Now, her entire existence is encapsulated by that. That's how absurd the anti-SJW movement became when they sought offense. Even a single frame was enough for them to latch onto, was enough for them to convict and condemn you. Suddenly, around them, you had to walk upon the thinnest of eggshells. What's especially funny about this meme is that the source material originally came from the Alex Jones channel, and we all know how calm and collected Alex Jones is. The anti-woke had become obsessive, hypocritical, lacked self-awareness, and incredibly easily offended. Today, the Anita Sarkeesian business model is extremely successful in the opposite direction. She became the model for the very people who hated her guts. Now we have reverse Sarkeesian media critics who consume movies and video games with the objective to actively seek out whatever in them can be construed as being woke. And they are legion. The critical drinker, nerdrotic, the quartering, heel versus babyface, etc., are all reverse Sarkeesians, but far more fanatical than she ever was. They can't simply enjoy a movie or video game for what it is. No, they have to actively examine it through an anti-woke magnifying glass to determine if someone is black who should not be black, to determine if a woman is being portrayed in a role that has deviated too far from their traditional expectations, to determine if someone said or did something that was just too gay, because that would be pushing an agenda, which they call the message. Now it's all about deconstructing media with a fine-toothed comb to uncover any little detail that could possibly be used as red meat for a voracious anti-woke audience. Offense perfected. And they can be as triggered as they want to be. See, that's the double standard. This woman cannot afford to make a single frame of a funny face without her expression being immortalized in a billion thumbnails. But this guy can literally scream at the camera for 15 minutes because an RPG asked the preferred pronoun for his character. And he even uses her face in his thumbnails. Hypocrisy perfected. This woman is quite routinely mocked. Another face of a billion memes and thumbnails, 5 seconds or so of uncontrolled despair about the President of the United States, a topic of actual consequence. But 15 minutes of even more rage over a pronoun in a video game. And the same people call it based. In 2015, on my alternate channel called Dark Antics, I made a satire critiquing the shallowness of social justice media criticism. It even picked up some traction in the mainstream media like The Independent. Basically, I used the format of nitpicking media that presented bald people in a negative light. This was as easy as pointing out all the many bad or evil characters who were bald and pointing out the flaws of good characters who were bald. This was exceptionally easy to do, essentially a heads I win, tails you lose way of doing things. So no matter what narrative you want to push, you can use it to shoehorn perceived problems into virtually any movie. Now, in the description, I called it a criticism of how professional victims critique media. But notice that I never privated that video like I did with my popular anti-SJW cartoon. Why? Well, because today, now, that video perfectly applies to the anti-woke. What happened is that they became what they hated. The anti-woke became the woke, or at least their own characterization of what the woke is. But it's even worse than that. The anti-woke perfected being their own characterization of woke, turned it into a standardized business model, even their own slogan, "Get woke, go broke," is tacit admission. They took what Anita Sarkeesian pioneered and perfected it in the opposite direction. Now we have grown men with beards wearing flannel shirts, making millions of dollars, obsessively scrutinizing the development of the next Snow White movie. Grown men actively, earnestly seeking ways to be triggered by a Barbie movie. Ben Shapiro created a right-wing media empire, and yet there he is with the rest of them, burning Barbie dolls like a lunatic. This grown man with children had a camera set up in front of a metal garbage can so that he could do a toy burning performance. It's literally performative outrage, the epitome of professional victimhood.
Farewell.
They're so far in that they have no idea how embarrassing they are, how cringe they are. It's gotten to the point that a Fox News-addled 80-year-old can be more concerned about the wokes than about losing their social security. And lately, more and more, I'm thinking that's by design. As I observed this massive transition, I realized that it was not wokeness that I disliked. It was obsessive behavior and having to walk on eggshells around people. And obsessive behavior is not exclusive to wokeness, nor is it even a requisite of it. Right now, today, the anti-woke behaves 100 times more like the woke than the woke used to. Right now, today, I self-censor more when I talk to someone I consider anti-woke than someone I consider woke. I have to eliminate entire words from my vocabulary, like cis, or privilege, or patriarchy, or transphobic, and a million other words, because I know it will trigger a defense response that will completely shut down their ability to listen to what I actually say, or have a good faith conversation at all. And I learned that from experience. An especially potent drug of the anti-woke is trans people. I don't really understand why, but when some people start being critical of trans people, they never stop. It's addictive to them. It snowballs and eventually becomes their entire personality. Obsessive. It's really sad to see. I think there have been people who have done that with Donald Trump, in which they talk about nothing else except Donald Trump. So they were accused of having Trump derangement syndrome. Of course, that term is thrown around too loosely now to describe anyone who merely criticizes him, which is ridiculous. But originally, it was meant to describe people who were obsessed with Donald Trump, people who would bring him up out of the blue when nobody else was talking about him. And I think that concept now perfectly applies to people who get lost in anti-trans rhetoric. They have trans derangement syndrome. No matter the topic, they'll bring up trans people. They'll ask you, what is a woman, out of the blue? Trans people are constantly on their minds, obsessive. The most prominent of these people is J.K. Rowling. Obsession with trans people seems to be very detrimental to her mental health, to the point in which it's 90% of what she talks about now. But before that, she was a normal person who experienced a wonderful dream of writing a successful series of novels that were beloved worldwide and became classic movies. She was a cultural icon and was basically given a blank page to write whatever she wanted and have a massive, highly enthusiastic audience for it. But what did she do instead? She became obsessed with the steady dopamine drip of anti-trans Twitter. It's sort of like watching an Olympic gold medalist destroy their body with crack cocaine. I gradually realized that I don't have a problem with woke people. They're just people with opinions like anyone else, and they may be opinions with which I agree or disagree. No big deal. But what I do have a problem with is obsession. And what I learned was that woke people were being unjustly portrayed solely as the obsessive ones. And that's far from the truth. What anti-woke critics often tell you is that they're all sick and tired of politics being inserted into everything. But politics has been a major part of art throughout all of history. What they really mean is that they only want their preferred politics to be portrayed. It's even worse if one of the things that defines you is seen as political. Because then, how could you possibly have anything to do with art without someone accusing you of making it political? Suddenly, it's political to have an interracial relationship in a movie, or political if someone who is gay is in a video game. The word political just becomes proxy for bigotry. Oh, I don't like politics in my media. Oh, what's politics? Well, black people, gay people, strong independent women, etc. Oh, see, the word political is doing a lot of work there, isn't it? You want to be a bigot, but you don't want to be seen as a bigot. They want their cake and they want to eat it too, you see. Remember when I said that my mere existence as a non-believer offended religious people? Well, it turns out that I wasn't alone. The existence of all kinds of other people can be considered quite offensive and quite triggering if they dare to set foot out of the closet and into any sort of popular media. Let's do a little thought experiment. 2 movies directed by James Cameron are extremely beloved and quite unique because they are sequels to classics, and it is widely accepted that unlike most sequels, not only did he respect the source material, but many would argue that he actually improved upon it. And those 2 movies are, of course, Terminator 2 and Aliens. Now, I very much enjoyed both of those movies, and so did most other people who watched them. I saw them both in the theaters on the first day they were released. And to many of us, they were a major part of our childhoods, and for that reason, they get grandfathered in to the anti-woke movement so that they are off limits. They are even used as the quintessential go-to examples that anti-woke critics will use to show how women protagonists should be done, and that they are not bigots after all, because they also enjoyed those movies. But imagine if either one of those movies came out now. It's a very different climate now, and those movies would be prime material to be deconstructed by anti-woke critics, which essentially can be done to literally any movie, because it's just shallow, ideological offense hunting. You see, Ellen Ripley and Sarah Connor are essentially the exact same person, with the exact same character arc. They both started out as vulnerable women in horror movies being hunted by a seemingly unstoppable monster. And then, in their sequels, they both become iconic badasses protecting their children, fighting back against the monsters in action-oriented movies. Now, as an anti-woke critic, you might say that they both transitioned from women to men. And this would no doubt be part of some nefarious woke agenda. Maybe you could even mention something about Yuri Bezmenov. Now, how would these movies be broken down by an anti-woke critic if they came out today? Well, look at Sarah Connor. She went from being a classically feminine woman desired by the man who came to save her to a ripped, masculine woman who fights like a man. In the first movie, she knew her place.
Do exactly what I say. Exactly. Don't move unless I say. Don't make a sound unless I say. Do you understand?
But in the second movie, she's the one giving the men orders.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I'm not gonna let you do it.
I need clothes, food, and one of your trucks.
Hey, how about the feelings out of my fucking teeth?
Now, Enrique.
Look at Ellen Ripley, an attractive young woman who stood no chance against a single alien that killed the entire crew of her ship, someone who the camera did not shy away from when it came to seeing her feminine body. But in the second movie, with zero training, she managed to out-survive and outgun an entire elite Marine platoon who all died except for the one corporal who needed her to save him. They chopped off all her hair and dropped her into a world where the women wear men's suits and have more muscles than the men do. In the first movie, the Terminator was badass, but in the second movie, they turned him into a punchline, no doubt an influence of the woke MCU. What would they say about the man who was most directly responsible for the development of Skynet, and hence the nuclear holocaust? Oh, Miles Bennett Dyson, an obvious DEI hire? No wonder Skynet happened. And what's this? John Connor is a juvenile delinquent and ends up in a foster home with shitty parents, all white people, while Dyson has a fully intact, happy nuclear family. Obvious Hollywood propaganda. The first time the colonial Marines encounter the aliens, it's a slaughter. But who saves them? Gorman, a lieutenant of the Marines? No, of course not. He naturally panics and freezes. But Ripley, the invincible Mary Sue, takes control, charges in, and saves everybody. Wait a minute, what did I call them, by the way? Colonial Marines? You mean colonizers, right? And what happens to them? They all get killed. Yet another obvious heavy-handed Hollywood message: kill the colonizers. And what's the main reason they all die? Well, they got stranded. How'd they get stranded? Their dropship crashed. Who was piloting their dropship? DEI hire, that's who. And how was Sarah and the gang able to get past security of Cyberdyne Systems? DEI hire. In the first movie, Sarah did nothing but run and hide, but now she fights like a man and beats up only men. But I'm sure that isn't part of some woke agenda, right, Hollywood? By the way, Sarah Connor wasn't the only one who transitioned from female to male in Terminator 2. See, the first Terminator was very obviously male. But the new modern woke Terminator, it literally transitions from female to male right before our very eyes, multiple times. Is it male? Is it female? Neither? Both? Apparently, it's what the wokes call gender fluid. Wait a minute. Liquid metal? Gender fluid? The Hollywood message is at it again. And when it transitions into a man, it's not just any man, but a cop. Multiple different cops. Of course, they have to play into the ACAB narrative by presenting the cop as the bad guy, spitting in the face of the classic first movie where the cops were the good guys, but now they're the bad guys. And where does Sarah and John Connor find help from this unstoppable cop? Well, with a bunch of illegals, of course. They're helpless without the illegals who supply them with plenty of illegal guns to fight against the invincible cop. Just try to be a little more heavy-handed with the message, Hollywood. We're not getting it yet. And what's the true nature of the aliens anyway? Why are they such formidable opponents? Well, all the aliens you actually see are just lowly male drones serving a queen. That's right, in the first movie, the alien was a Sigma male, but in the second movie, it's a matriarchy.
There's like one female that runs the whole show.
Yes, the queen.
Yeah, the mama. She's badass, man. I mean big.
Ripley charges in and starts aborting all the unborn aliens, which of course triggers the Queen, who chases after Ripley. And how does she end up defeating the Queen anyway? Oh, that's right. Remember that scene where she proves that a woman can use a loader better than the men, the well-trained Marine men, who have no choice but to protect their fragile egos by laughing at her? Well, that's what she uses to face the Queen, a strong black female.
She knew. And nobody believed her.
Now, I could go on and on and on and on, but clearly the point is that the timeless classics Alien and Terminator were bastardized by woke Hollywood sequels nobody asked for. All right, that's enough. You get the idea. It's analysis that's so shallow, you can literally invent a fence into anything you want and then claim it's part of some nefarious agenda. It's so insufferable when someone uses their own obsessive ideology to drive their criticism of something. Now, if you don't want an agenda-driven critique of movies in either direction, you can look to someone like a Jeremy Jahns or a Red Letter Media to give a more objective and knowledgeable critique of movies. But not the people who are constantly on the hunt for wokeism so that they can feed outrage to their audiences. You know who they are. And that's their purpose. It isn't to provide you with any insight about whether you would like or dislike a movie or game. It's to provide you with anger. Anger sells. Anger gets clicks. Outrage. The objective is now to make you mad, brah. And by the old standard, they're owning their own audiences, and their own audiences don't even realize it. So, yeah, 10 years ago, I jumped on that anti-woke bandwagon ever so briefly before I realized what it actually was, an obsessive, hypocritical ideology that was rooted in demographic hatred. Much respect to the people who never jumped on board that bandwagon. You were way ahead of the curve. Now, if you were on it until more recently, well, at least you found your way off eventually. It takes a lot of integrity to admit when you're wrong, especially after being wrong for several years. We should always be willing to forgive and welcome. Now, if you're still on that bandwagon, what the fuck are you doing? Get your shit together. Now we even have people who were prominent atheists like Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins and Ayaan Hirsi Ali crying about the wokeness boogeyman to the point that some of them are even claiming to be culturally Christian or even outright fully Christian now. That's how shallow the nature of this beast has become. But why Christianity? Well, because they're not buying into real Christianity, the Christianity of Jesus Christ, which is very woke and concerned with the downtrodden and marginalized. They're buying into the modern, commercialized, propagandized, far-right version of Christianity because they think it's a bulwark against wokeness. It's really sad to see. It's like watching a starving person voraciously eat poison.
Well, you need...
What would you say is your favorite aspect of the Soulsborne games? The incredibly tough but engaging and fun boss fights? The beautifully crafted and rewarding to explore levels? Well, all of these are great, but I think an aspect of these games that is sometimes overlooked is the level of mastery that they offer. The Souls games are very difficult, no doubt about it, and beating one is almost a rite of passage that you as a player have managed to persevere through adversity and come out a better, more skilled person. But there is a much higher ceiling of competency than simply beating a Souls game. So join me as we take a look at the 6 stages of a Souls player. Grab your Estus and let's get into it. The first stage is the noob. And this is the most self-explanatory of all the stages. You have just made your first steps into your first Soulsborne game. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. The noob is someone who gets into these games completely blind with no prior experience with Souls or Souls-likes. You're probably tired of that friend badgering you about how quote-unquote these games changed his life, or how the reviewers and critics keep thinking that Elden Ring is the best thing since the discovery of fire. So you think, alright, let's give it a shot. The noob will die a lot in their first game. Even bosses considered easy by the standards of the Soulsborne community might give you a really hard time. I personally died to Vord over 20 times on my first ever playthrough of Dark Souls 3. Yeah, it took me a while to get good at these games. You will make pretty much every mistake in the book. Have a ton of souls but forget to level up before going to the boss? Check. Spreading out your stats instead of focusing on specific builds? Check. Talking to NPCs only once? Check. Getting caught by mimics? Check. This is a time of exploration and discovery. You probably heard how these games are quote-unquote challenging but fair, and are probably considering rushing to Reddit to post about how bullshit that statement is. You will have to deal with a great level of frustration, despair, but also elation and triumph after you manage to beat that boss that took you so many tries. It is truly a magical time. This stage is also probably the most pivotal point regarding your Souls journey. Many people will remain at this stage forever, as they have neither the patience, time, nor desire to bang their heads against the wall until they emerge victorious, and that's totally fine. What's not fine is complaining all the time about how these games quote-unquote need difficulty options. Just go play something else, dude, Jesus. But if you decide to persevere and not give up on the face of adversity, then you will eventually move on to the next stage. Stage 2. Average. Now, don't let the word average fool you. Being an average Souls player is still a commendable achievement. Again, these games are tough. In my opinion, a player reaches the average stage when they finish their first playthrough in their first Soulsborne game. Congratulations. There's still a long road ahead if you wanna follow it, but for now, breathe a sigh of relief. You did it, champ. By the average stage, you'll start to get the hang of the more surface level mechanics of these games. You understand that it's better to focus on one broad style of play and by extension allocate your stats wisely. You start to pay more attention to each boss's individual movesets and thus react more efficiently and with less wasted moves, although panic rolling is still going to take a while to fix. You remember to visit checkpoints often, maybe even keep some consumable currencies around, just in case you need a few more souls for that extra. level. In general, you're starting to get more familiar with these games. You're still not at a level that you're considered legitimately good, but you're getting there. Back in the olden days, it used to be that beating a Soulsborne game was somewhat of a rite of passage. This was before Elden Ring popularized the subgenre and pushed it into the mainstream. The games were much more niche at that time, so beating one offered more prestige. Nowadays, a lot more people have been in Elden Ring at least, so the achievement has lost some of its luster, but it's still something to be proud of. It's also at this point that I think the biggest drop-off in players happens. Many people at this stage will simply put down the controller, take a sigh of contentment and relaxation, and move on with their lives as slightly better and more accomplished people. Sure, they might check out the new Soulsborne game when it eventually arrives and might even beat it, but that's the extent of their involvement in these types of games. They simply have no desire to move further, and that is perfectly fine. But if you want to take things a step further, then we move on to the next stage. Stage 3. Competent. This stage marks the transitional area between a casual Souls player
it's alright.
and a dedicated fan. It's at this stage that you're probably starting to consider yourself an honest-to-goodness Soulsborne fan. Having already beaten your first Soulsborne game, you decide to press on and experience more of what this franchise has to offer you. It's also at this point that you're probably considering playing other Souls games or doing more runs of the game that you already have. You have also reached a point in your journey when you can consider yourself to be genuinely good at these types of games. Not great, but good. Back when the phrase "get good" wasn't so lame to use, this stage is what it would be referring to. At this point, you haven't just gotten the grip of the basic mechanics, but also more advanced stuff. You're getting into build crafting, you're learning proper stamina management and positioning to minimize stamina cost, how to bait certain attacks. Overall, you're starting to really appreciate the depth of mastery that these games have to offer. Something odd also happens at this point. You might start to play a Souls game just to relax. What was once a grueling experience that you had to persevere through has now become familiar, easy even. Bosses that were giving you a hard time before now only take a couple tries at most. You can do runs of a game while having something else playing in the background. A good, but completely arbitrary measure of a competent player that I just pulled out of my ass is the skill to beat Elden Ring on a fresh run without using any summons or broken builds or weapons. I know it sounds silly and arbitrary, but Elden Ring is designed with the use of its more powerful tools, so beating it without using them is actually very challenging. Now, it's also at this point that you're getting more invested into the franchise as a whole. You may start following news and announcements, and when a new Soulsborne game or even Souls-like is released, you're all in and there to play. Welcome to the community of dedicated Souls fans. Say goodbye to the outside world. It's better in here anyway. Hey guys, Strength Gamer from the future here. So from this point onwards, I'm gonna start using clips from various YouTubers and content creators and streamers, and obviously I'm going to be including sources from each of the players' clips that I'm going to be using. All these clips are to highlight the topic that I'm discussing, and if I'm using a clip of a particular creator in the particular stage of player, it does not mean that I'm categorizing them onto that stage. This is not a player ranking video. And I thought I'd make it clear here just to avoid any sort of, backlash or confusion that, oh, you put, X player on this stage, he or she should be higher. No, it's not about that. It's just highlighting some of the topics that I'm discussing, obviously because I haven't done all of the challenges that I'm going to be mentioning in this video. So yeah, I just thought I'd clarify that. And a huge thanks to all of the creators and players whose clips I used. All right, back to the video. Stage 4, the veteran. Now by this point, your skill in these games is undeniable. A veteran player has probably beaten most, if not all, the Soulsborne games. You are no longer just a fan of the Soulsborne games, the Soulsborne games are probably your preferred and main type of game. No tough bosses and punishing death penalties in your game? Thanks, but no thanks. In fact, when your friends think of the Souls games, an image of your face probably pops up into their heads. At the veteran stage, save for your first playthroughs, the Souls games no longer offer the challenge required to effectively engage you. At least, not in their base state. You need something with a bit more oomph. This is where challenge runs come into the mix. The veteran player is a player that has already learned these games so well, they start dabbling into how to make them even harder for themselves. It's at this point that you'll start to consider some of the non-insane challenge runs, like single attribute runs, level 1 runs, maybe deathless runs, perhaps even a little bit of lower tier speedrunning. I say that a reasonable test of skill of someone who wants to breach this stage is completing either a level 1 run or a deathless run. Naturally, the amount of people that reach the veteran stage is fairly small, as it probably means focusing heavily on the Soulsborne games. Not exclusively, but a fair amount. Also, from here on out, you actually have to put in some dedicated effort to move further up. See, progressing from noob to average and then to competent and hell, even to veteran, this is a process that can happen mostly naturally. With a bit of research and lots of practice, especially when you want to get into the challenge runs, and lots of time spent playing, in my opinion, a person can reach the veteran rank. Also, if you were wondering, this is where I consider myself to be. But to move up further to the higher ranks of the veteran stage, if you will, and even further beyond to the next stages, you can't just play the game normally. You will have to devote yourself to both research and specific practice to go further. But if you're up for it, then you can reach the 5th stage. Stage 5. Elite. Is the smell of freshly cut grass, the sound of the wind bustling through the trees, and the invigorating feeling of cool mountain air coursing through your lungs not for you? If so, you might just be able to reach the elite stage of the Souls player. At this point, you're close to milking these games for all they're worth. It should go without saying that only the cream of the crop of all Soulsborne players will ever reach this point. Now, originally I was going to categorize the player base into 5 stages instead of 6, but I decided that there was enough distinction between the elite stage to warrant a separate final stage. Both the elite stage and the final stage are what I consider to be the quote-unquote pro level stages, meaning that there's really no good reason for anybody to ever reach this point without at least making some money off of it. Even if you don't reach this stage with the expectation of financial gain, hey, there's nothing wrong with making something out of it, right? So what is the elite stage? Well, it's pretty much the veteran stage but on steroids. At this point, you're so good at these games that challenge runs start feeling a bit too easy for you. No. You chew on rocks and go diving at the Bermuda Triangle in the middle of January. Level 1 runs? Done one on every game. Deathless runs? You mean a Tuesday? Now, at this stage, you're dabbling into some hardcore shit. Hitless runs, competitive speedrunning, level 1 runs on New Game Plus 7, other weird ass shit like beating Elden Ring with your nose or something. Yeah, like I said, elite level players are the cream of the crop. You are likely either a streamer or a content creator, and if you're not, dude, you should really consider it. It's also at this point where you see more differentiation between the types of players. Here's what I mean. An average Souls player is more skilled than a new player across the board. Same with a competent player compared to an average player, and the same with a veteran player compared to a competent player. But an elite player might be similar or slightly better than a veteran player on most aspects, but also much better in a specific type of challenge, like hitless runs or speedruns. To be really good at something, you need to focus, so elite level players can have quote-unquote specialization. Some might be competent speedrunners, others might focus more on level 1 deathless runs, and so forth. Of course, some players double onto everything, but usually you're gonna be great at one thing and good at the rest. This is the highest stage most players could theoretically go. Naturally, most players will never get anywhere near this point because, well, they got other stuff to do, honestly. But the 6th and final stage is beyond almost anyone's grasp. Stage 6. God. The players at this stage are basically the top tier players of the elite stage, so the best of the already best of the best. Now, it is my sincere belief that anybody could reach the elite stage if they really wanted to. Naturally, it would take hours upon hours of dedicated practice, as well as research for months or years to get to that point. So, of course, the vast majority of people would never even bother to do so, or even have the opportunity to do so. Still, I think it is within the capabilities of almost everyone to reach the elite stage. But, as is the case for any profession, skill, or sport, to be the absolute best of the best, you need more than just hard work and dedication. The best of the best have everything it takes. Aspects they can control, like effort, dedication, and patience, as well as aspects they can't control, like natural talent and the circumstances that allow that talent to flourish, like living in their parents' basements, for example. In short, it's just not feasible for the majority of people to be the best of the best. They can be very competent, perhaps even elite, but the god level players have risen even beyond that point. In this stage, we're talking about the most insane challenges done at the highest level. Top tier speedrunning, consecutive no-hit runs, and yes, this includes the all-coveted god runs, which means beating all the Souls games back to back without ever getting hit once. Naturally, only a handful of people from all over the world belong to this stage, and it's highly likely that none of us will be able to reach it. But hey, won't know until you try, right? So these were the 6 stages of a Souls player. And as always, I'd like to hear your own takes. Which stage would you put yourself at? Do you agree with my categorization? Would you add or remove stages? Let me know down in the old comment section. You might also be wondering why PvP wasn't mentioned. Well, it's because in my mind, Souls PvP exists in its own sphere, separate from the PvE side. So someone could be a top tier PvP player, but only competent in PvE, or vice versa. If you want me to make a PvP version of this video, do let me know. As always, thank you for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
After an unbelievably underwhelming and very cursed 18-year run since the last episode of Avatar, I think it's finally time that we say our goodbyes. The Avatar Studios website has closed down, the movie that was supposed to bring back the franchise crashed, exploded, burned alive, and died before it was even officially released, and the fandom is not helping either. Over 15 million people have already seen the movie, and most of them will not be paying to view it on Paramount, which of course will inevitably contribute to the end of Avatar Studios, if that end hasn't already come. To sum it up, it's a shit show like no other, with both the creators and the fandom to blame. I grew up on Avatar, like you probably did. I've seen it at least over 10 times, and it's always been the show that I go back to whenever I feel overwhelmed or lost. When I look back, I also see that I lost hope for something more from this world a long time ago, and I think it's time that we all face it together. Avatar Aang, The Last Airbender was also the last bullet they had in the chamber, because let's be real, Seven Havens is just not going to cut it. Even if the show is written brilliantly, which after what happened or didn't happen with Korra, it's not going to be Avatar. It just can't be. I mean, what are we even talking about here? Star Wars deserts, twin avatars sharing the elements, bending becoming more and more obsolete, giant mechs, and pretty much take all the Korra nonsense and multiply it by 100. A huge part of the allure of the Avatar universe came from the culture imbued in the story, the music, the time period, the martial arts behind the bending, which was a central part of it all, an extension of the characters in the world. A world so different to our own and yet inhabited by characters so relatable, it was just impossible not to get lost in. Mystery. Guys, mystery works so long as it stays a mystery. Leaving things to our interpretation releases chemicals in our noggins. It's magical and distant and actually the Avatar spirit is just this white kite and there's a bad kite and they're like divorced or something and the fucking kites fight each other and the first Avatar begged a turtle and then he played cops and robbers with the spirits and humans and died. Seven Havens is so far removed from the Avatar universe we grew to love that the chances it's going to resonate with the same people that have supported the franchise all these years and even further put more projects on the table of Avatar Studios are very, very slim. Again, to clarify, it might be good, it might even be great, but this is not Avatar anymore. Imagine if Lord of the Rings, which I haven't seen by the way, had a brand new movie come out that takes place thousands of years into the future and the main character works in a cyberpunk strip club. It's just not the same anymore. The premise that laid the foundation is missing and this is the direction we're moving in with Avatar. What I mean to say is that the further we go away from the things that contributed to Avatar's success, the less likely it is that Seven Havens will make it. It had so many possible potential stories to pick from. Something about the Avatars we have seen, or even better, haven't seen. Or fuck it, why an Avatar in the first place? Why not something about some random Fire Nation citizen? There are endless options which would all carry the same level of quote-unquote magic that Avatar did, but no, Star Wars. It's getting very hard to even take this as Avatar anymore. So if Seven Havens ain't doing it, what then? Are they gonna get another shot? Well guys, I hate to break it to you, but you just joined the gangbang and closed the door. There are a lot of people saying, fuck Paramount, I'm gonna pirate it. I'm not supporting this evil corporation. Do you guys not understand that the only people you're sticking it up to is the people that you're pretending that you want to support? Do you think that Paramount cares if you watch an animated movie about a bald guy with an arrow in his head? They were literally the first to say, fuck this shit and threw it into a burning trash can. Okay, most of those people know full well it's just that they don't care, which fair. You don't have to, but it's so cringe to see them pretend on social media. Just say it as it is, man. Arr. Anyway, some people are arguing that the animators got paid already and that there's no reason to pay to watch it anymore, which, what was that quote again?
Is your idiot brain getting fucked by stupid?
Guess what? To most of the animators, musicians, voice actors, and the rest of the team, this project was a dream come true. Imagine what it's like to get to work on the show you grew up with, on a show that has been there for you your entire life. Now imagine getting to do more projects and guarantee yourself a job at Avatar Studios, or at least working for the production of more Avatar stuff. Imagine not having to deal with the stress of looking for another job because you made it on the team and now you get to do exactly what you love and get paid for years on end. So, Guess who that isn't happening for anymore? Not to mention the massive gut punch this has been to the studio that believed in the success of the movie and prayed to at least make their money back. Do you seriously think they're just magically gonna get another huge opportunity, such as a fully funded movie with top tier animation? Again, I'm not blaming the fandom alone. The creators and Paramount are just as much at fault. This was a disaster even before the leaks. Pulling it from the cinemas was a stupid move. Not involving the original cast of voice actors was another, and that hurt them bad. But somehow it just keeps getting worse. It's like the franchise is cursed. No good statues or figures, 0 video games, terrible adaptations, and on top of that, the movie apparently isn't all that good either. Here's the thing. I haven't seen it, and I won't until it comes out on Paramount, and trust me, I'm more than curious. The edits I've seen on Instagram make the animation look phenomenal, the art style, the camera movement, the dynamism, and everything looks so goddamn good, as it should. This is an insanely high budget production that's been in the works for more than twice as long as it normally takes other studios. The anime movie Your Name was made in a little bit less than 2 years, and most anime movies share a similar timeline. It took them 5 years. You gotta understand, guys, they really are putting most of their eggs in this basket, and it shows. Visually, it is breathtaking. But then comes the feedback. People calling it mid, predictable. The only praise is in regards to the visuals, and you must understand, this movie had to be really good. After it was pulled from theaters, it needed to carry the goddamn spirit of Avatar. Top tier writing, amazing pace, and a very compelling concept, but sadly, it seems that's not the case. A theatrical release before the leaks would have given it a fair shot, even with all the flaws people are complaining about. Chainsaw Man the movie was unimpressive, but animation-wise was one of the most incredible pieces of media I've ever seen, and it made bank. Demon Slayer with its poop story made 2 banks, because who doesn't love flashy colors, epic music, and fight scenes? Avatar was shot in both legs, and every single chance it had to make a comeback ended up in complete and total disaster. The picture is clear, it's over. With the movie being a flop, Paramount is unlikely to see a future with the franchise, and Avatar Studios is probably not going to get another shot. As much as I spit on the writing of Korra, I still like the vibe. It still carries some of what made Avatar great, and I'll admit, when I first watched it, it was entertaining. Mind you, I was 15. But Seven Havens seems to be yet another step in the wrong direction. Okay, I have been a little bit extreme. It really isn't all that serious. Avatar was great. Korra was decent entertainment at least 2 of the 4 seasons, and even though I'd love to see more from them, I'm happy with what we already have. And besides, nothing is 100% lost. I mean, maybe Seven Havens is going to be a 10 out of 10 that manages to capture the hearts of the fan base, and maybe we're just in a very dark and very, very, very long tunnel, but as Iroh said,
you can't always see the light at the end of the tunnel, but if you just keep moving, you will come to a better place.
We can't concern ourselves with what was. We must act on what is.
Aang is just as flawed as Zuko. There's this common belief I see in the Avatar fandom that Aang starts off already being a pretty perfect character. He's kind-hearted, patient, he's good with animals, and a chill guy. I thought this too until I took notes for a bigger Avatar video and noticed the pattern that made me realize we've been misunderstanding Aang's arc all along, or at least I have. The main parallel in The Last Airbender is the one between Aang and Zuko. This manifests in a lot of ways. Aang's guilt parallels Zuko's shame. Aang suffers due to his inaction, failing to do the right thing with his Avatar duties and the air nomads. Zuko suffers due to his action, doing the right thing and stepping up for lives the Fire Nation was throwing away. If you think about it, shame is unjustified guilt, while guilt is shame with purpose. They actually have opposing solutions to their core struggles, as Zuko needs to reject his prescribed destiny and let go of his shame. Aang needs to accept his prescribed destiny and stop running, allowing his guilt to give him purpose. It's the main triumph of the season 1 finale, when the Fire Nation invades the Northern Water Tribe, that he says,
I wasn't there when the Fire Nation attacked my people. I'm gonna make a difference this time.
He's making progress with that guilt here by integrating it rather than avoiding it. I'm using this parallel to make a point about Aang's character because the show is using almost every opportunity it gets to shove the Aang-Zuko parallel in our faces. They act as mirrors to each other, so they help us understand what's going on in one side of the equation by contrasting the other. In The Storm, Aang's guilt is about being selfish in leaving the air nomads, and Zuko's shame is about being selfless in advocating for the lives of soldiers. The criticisms the fisherman makes of Aang are correct. The criticisms the ship lieutenant makes of Zuko are false. You can even go further in that Aang's advocate is a young girl and Zuko's advocate is an old man. Aang's got a blue tattoo on his face, Zuko has a red scar. Aang grew up an incredibly gifted bender. Zuko, okay, I feel like the groundwork is laid here. So, what are these big flaws I'm on about? Aang's conservatism.
My business is my business, young man, and none of yours.
What the hell does that mean? He has a bias towards the old that makes him lose sight of progress. We can't forget that this is a 112-year-old boy. He's gonna be caught up in the past, the same way people tend to as they age. We see this in the Northern Air Temple when Aang rejects the settlers at the temple.
You can tell by the way they move, they're not airbending. Those people have no spirit.
I don't know, Aang. That kid seemed pretty spirited.
He gets so caught up seeing the settlers as perversions of his culture that he fails to properly connect with them. He would rather preserve his temple as it was yesterday than allow it to evolve into something that might help people today. Aang has a resistance to change in this sense, which is why I use the term conservative.
Maybe those older generations knew something that we don't. Maybe we need to return to tradition.
This character flaw mainly manifests as a strong preference for solutions that deal in passivity and indirectness, values of his air nomad culture. Aang is more likely to dodge an incoming attack than he is to directly block it.
Typical airbender tactic. Avoid and evade.
In Season 2's Bitter Work, Aang and Zuko are both learning new bending techniques. Aang struggles with earthbending because at his core, he refuses to accept the direct-oriented traits it comes with. Zuko struggles with lightning generation because he can't get the technical aspect, inner stillness, down. The episode makes a point that Aang actually has the practical technique figured out in the training montage. It's a part of why Toph is so frustrated with him. For Zuko, the weakness of the episode is an inability. For Aang, it's an unwillingness, one he only breaks when pushed to his limit. Seeing a pattern? This bias towards his cultural values becomes a weak point for Aang many times throughout the show. Something that ties this analysis together is a scene in Season 3. When Katara is about to go on her badass revenge ninja mission with Zuko to avenge her mom, Aang initially tries to stop her with, "The monks used to say revenge is like a double-headed rat viper,"
While you watch your enemy go down, you're being poisoned yourself.
directly quoting his old air nomad philosophy.
But this is an air temple preschool. It's the real world.
It's making a point that Aang's appeals to tradition are failing him again. But afterwards, we see Aang reiterate his point in one of the best lines of the show.
It's easy to do nothing, but it's hard to forgive.
What's the difference? In the air temple metaphor, Aang's advocating for not doing revenge and in action, a passivity, and the show ties it back to his conservative nature by making him deliver it through this air nomad philosophy that no one really connects with.
That's the same as doing nothing.
In this second line, Aang's advocating for forgiveness, action. What's more is that he makes this point about forgiveness directly without some simile or reference to past philosophy. This beautiful exchange is a massive sign of Aang's growth in the show and reflects how his wisdom has come far from being out of touch to grounded in his own experience. I get that Aang is likable, but when we minimize his flaws and minimize his arc, which often gets overshadowed by Zuko's, we miss out on a profound element of the story the writers are giving us. We know it's that same line that gets through to Katara. I mean, she doesn't forgive that old raider bum, but she does forgive Zuko. Even though this episode is mainly about Katara, it ties Aang's character arc in very well here. I'm working on a video encapsulating Aang's arc entirely. This is just one of the notes I had collecting notes for that video. If you want me to take a look at something else here or think I missed something, let me know. Love you guys.
Alright, I think at this point we can all agree that reading is good for you. People are realizing that TikTok might not be the best place to get advice. And while this is an important step in society, where we are learning that you will learn way more from books than on TikTok, the problem is that not all books are created equal. These days, I've been seeing a lot of young guys who are wanting to learn more, pick up books to better themselves, which is really admirable and awesome and good. But instead of sort of going out and picking up well-regarded literature, what I see a lot of these guys doing is they're ending up picking out these self-help books. It's a huge trend right now. You'll see it all over social media where guys will pick up a book with a title like 14 Rules for This, 7 Rules for That, the 48 Laws of This. And listen, as a concept, reading a self-help book or reading a book with the purpose and intent of gaining wisdom, to better understand yourself or maybe to better yourself as a person is not bad at all. That's actually a really good thing. But a problem with a lot of these books is that they don't end up providing you with the nuance you need to truly learn. What you'll see with a lot of these self-help books is that they will take a really robust and heavy topic and dilute it down to just a chapter or two. And they're doing this to make it easily accessible and digestible so it's easy for everyone to learn. But what they end up doing is really sort of diluting the value you get from that point. It's not that what they're saying isn't true, but they're trimming it down and making it so easily digestible that you're actually losing sort of the richness of the wisdom you're seeking. In other words, you're losing most of the plot, and therefore a lot of the really valuable knowledge you could be getting. And listen, if you've ever gotten something or feel like one of these books has been valuable, I'm not saying that that help isn't valid, but what I am trying to say is that there are better, more authentic ways of gaining wisdom or trying to better yourself that are far more rewarding in the long term. And so today I wanted to make a list of books that, in my humble opinion, do just that. These are the books that have really helped me and that I think can really help you develop into the person that you want to be. Basically, these are the books that I wish someone had given to me as a reading list when I was a teenager, instead of like Oliver Twist or something. Something like that, whatever they try to make you read in school. I think the best books do this. They articulate something that you have known or felt to be true, but you've never really been able to articulate, understand, or really say out loud. Before we get into the list, I want to point out a few things. First, it may be worth noting that some of these books may feel challenging or intimidating, whether that is because of their content matter or just the fact that they might be really long. I hold very near and dear to my heart the concept that everyone should read books that make them uncomfortable, listen to music they think they would hate, and watch movies that they don't think they would enjoy. Consuming media that challenges you helps you develop into the person you want to be. And as far as them being challenging in length, I think it's also worth noting that things that require more patience are supremely more rewarding than things that do not. And again, this is just my personal list, my own personal opinion. I'm trying to be very earnest with you all. You will also probably note there aren't a lot of classics on this list, and that's for two reasons. One, I don't want this to be like every other list of books, the one that your English teacher would give to you and tell you you need to read these. You know, the one that they have a poster of in the corner of the classroom. And then the second thing is I think classics are important. I think classics give you an appreciation of literature and art, but oftentimes in today's times that may not make them super accessible or relatable. Again, not to say that classics are bad. I think they can be inspiring, and I think it's somewhat of a civic duty or responsibility for you as a good person to engage in art with the people who came before you that they held near and dear to them. But that is not what this list is about. This list is about what I think you should read today that helped me in the past few years. And so without further ado, let's just get into it and start with the first book. First book I want to talk about is Sun and Steel by Yukio Miyashima. Yukio Miyashima is a controversial, beautiful, and very, very unique author. He was a famous award-winning author in the post-war of Japan, but he had incredibly polarizing and controversial political ambitions, which led to him attempting a coup on the Japanese government. This coup failed and he ended up committing ritual seppuku. Besides this very dramatic turn of events in his own life, he was an award-winning author and he wrote beautifully. He didn't just write one thing, he wrote romance, he wrote comedy, he wrote great dramas, but he was also a writer who was not afraid to write about his own personal experience. And Sun and Steel is really his book about his experience with bodybuilding. The book is basically about the philosophy of working out, but not in this like sort of meathead, grind set, gym bro way. Instead, it comes from the fact that Miyashima early in his life was very frail. he spent a lot of time inside writing, where he was brilliant and successful. But even amongst all of this literary success and personal success, he had found himself to be depressed. That was until a chance trip to Greece, where he observed a lot of ancient Greek statues and saw the physique of these old Greek statues, and it inspired him to become an avid bodybuilder. And while he started sort of for aesthetic purposes, what he found is that the practice of working out and discipline allowed him to actually become more at peace and feel more complete as a person. Now let me get this straight. This book isn't just about working out, but rather about respecting the balance between your mind and your body. The health of your mind or the health of your body will inexplicably affect each other. A lot of people will try to tell you that they're not connected. They absolutely are. You can't go through life and just expect that your ability to reason will make you fulfilled and happy as a person. And on the inverse side of that, you can't just go through life and think that having bodily discipline will keep you fulfilled. There has to be balance. And Miyashima uniquely articulates and understands that in this book. Miyashima describes the body and mind as a sort of orchard one must keep. This book is very practical, it's very inspiring, and while in a sense it might be obvious, it's still worth you reading this book. And it comes from like a crazy, amazing writer who did some crazy, probably bad things, but it's kind of badass and cool at the same time. The next book is The Myth of Sisyphus by Albert Camus. Albert Camus is a French existentialist philosopher, and he wrote this short book or essay during World War II, when Nazi Germany had taken over France and was making life quite miserable under the German occupation. There was a lot of oppression during that period, which Camus actually lived through. And this book is all about sort of living through monotonous hardship. And you don't have to be going through something as dramatic as the occupation of France under Nazi Germany to relate to this book. Monotonous hardship is something we all experience at some point or another. Maybe sometimes it's because of work, maybe sometimes it's because of school, and it's just those times where every day feels like the same as the last, and there really isn't a goal in sight. You have no clear path forward except for day by day. And in this essay, Camus analyzes the myth of Sisyphus, this figure in ancient Greece who is in hell. Basically, he is forced to roll a giant boulder up a hill every day, and then at the end of every day it rolls back and he has to start up again. That's sort of his eternal punishment, as this Groundhog Day scenario. And Camus uses this as sort of a metaphor for what many of us sometimes experience in our daily lives. This endless cycle where no matter what we do, we just end up starting again the next day. But Camus sort of offers this perspective shift. This idea that one must imagine Sisyphus happy as he pushes the boulder up the hill. It's meant to challenge your mindset and challenges you to find fulfillment and happiness when fulfillment and happiness feel so barren and far away from your own environment. When you're on that path that feels so very, very far from the one you desire, and you're just caught up and demotivated by the cycle which doesn't seem to get you anywhere closer to your goals. This book provides meaning and relief in those moments. It's very short, it's in a collection of other essays, I believe, but it's one that I would just recommend anyone to read, really. Next up is Man and His Symbols by Carl Jung. Carl Jung is one of the most important figures in modern psychology, and his main focus was sort of understanding our subconscious, or what he called the unconscious. This is the part of your mind that you are not aware of. It's the part that hosts your deepest fears. It's the part that controls your dreams. Only a little bit of your mind is working and thinking at each time, but the rest of it is still always active and houses all sorts of different things in it. Now, a lot of Carl Jung's other writing is very academic and focused and through the lens for professional psychologists, so it's very robust and hard to read, but Jung very much believed that his work was so valuable to not just people who are suffering from mental conditions, but to the everyday person. And so he went out of his way to write Man and His Symbols, which was his attempt to bring these very heavy academic psychological ideas and put them into terms and a context that everybody could understand. Basically, the whole point was he wanted to write a book that you didn't need to be a psychologist to read and understand. I think the best way to think about it is regardless of what you would consider good mental health or bad mental health, everyone needs to sort of develop a mature mind. It's one thing to keep your body healthy, it's another thing to keep yourself learning and growing in sort of knowledge. Sort of the development of a sound and mature mind is also a journey you're gonna need to take. Most take it through personal experience and hardship and learning and growing that way. But I think what's great about this book is it presents sort of a way of uncovering some of these very difficult concepts you'll have to kind of deal with in life, taking it through this book first. Now, this book covers a huge variety of Jung's findings, including how art, myth, and symbols play a huge part into the role of our subconscious, and how understanding myth, art can bring us personally to a sense of understanding our mental maturity. But he also deconstructs the different portions of the unconscious in this book, including, which I think is probably the most important, the concept of the shadow. The shadow is the part of our unconscious, or the voice in our head, which wants us to do evil things. It's a part of us that we all have to confront. And what Jung does is he presents to us how we can address that part of ourselves so we don't basically become the worst evil version of ourselves. We all have the capacity to be terrible, evil people, but by addressing the shadow, as Jung sort of goes about in this book, we can sort of prevent that to a great extent. He also dives into how the mind shapes these perceptions of potential partners or lovers, and how our perceptions of what a good partner, how that can be sort of mature or immature as well. These are huge topics, but ones that I think everyone should look into and really learn to reckon with. The earlier in age, the better. Because I truly believe that reading this book will help prevent you from making some pretty hard mistakes in your life. And I think reading this can give you a perspective to protect yourself, become aware of your own desire, become aware of the parts of you that might lead you to some difficult situations. And also, it's just a cool book. The next book I want to talk about is Gravity and Grace by Simone Weil. Simone Weil is a French philosopher and mystic who also happened to live through World War II, though she ended up dying before the war ended. And sort of the way to contextually understand the importance of this book is that we live in the culture of the anti-hero. We love Patrick Bateman. We love Walter White. We love Paul Atreides, the Punisher, Anakin Skywalker. The list goes on. Our culture really venerates and meditates on this concept of the anti-hero. We exemplify the complicated morals of our protagonist. While it is an honest reflection, it also sort of presents this concept where we have sort of put evil as a given expectation. It's okay to commit evil as long as you're a good person? ? And that's very much sort of the narrative we are trying to spin to people. And this is what Simone Weil is trying to challenge in her book, Gravity and Grace. It's a book about understanding what being good truly is and demystifying the concept of evil. There's sort of this thing where obviously what I'm saying doesn't sound very sexy, and I understand that. It's not as cool for me to talk about a concept like being a good person compared to the like badass image of like the anti-hero with like the shotgun slung over his shoulder. But the truth is, as Simone Weil puts it, imaginary evil is romantic and varied. Real evil is gloomy, monotonous, barren, and boring. Imaginary good is boring. Real good is always new, marvelous, and intoxicating. And that's sort of the truth of it. You're worth a lot more than to be defined by your own past suffering. You deserve better than to be living your own life as a reaction to your own past hardship. While being sort of the anti-hero seems to be the most realistic and natural option, especially considering our own circumstances, there is something better than that. And that's what Simone Weil sort of gets into this book. This book is about deconstructing our own conception of this mystification we have of evil. And it also deconstructs about how we behave. What is natural in that? This isn't simply a book about ethics, or it's not a code to live by, but it's trying to give us a guide on how to understand how our actions will naturally affect us. In sort of a parallel to scientific reasoning, Veil is trying to help us understand how our actions, whether they be good or evil, will truly affect our lives. And Simone Veil sort of allows you to submerge yourself in concepts like goodness, grace, truth, honor, that I think are all very, very important. And if you don't really know how to deal with these concepts in a positive way and to really allow them to live in your life, you're gonna find yourself a very unhappy person. Either or by Søren Kierkegaard. Søren Kierkegaard is a Danish philosopher. He sort of founded the concept of existentialism. And the best way to sort of describe this book is it is a cautionary tale of where to find fulfillment. The book sort of provides these sort of narratives and around the two most common outlooks of life, the aesthetic and the ethical. The aesthetic lifestyle is the one you will hear from a lot of people, that you will know a lot of people follow. And it's sort of the idea is to be happy, you just need to get what you want. Maybe it's to go make a lot of money. Maybe it's to buy whatever you want, whether that be a house, a car, cool clothes. Just take what is yours. Be hedonistic, perhaps. Use as many substances as you want. Be with whoever you want, whenever you want. Whether it's money, power, lust, pleasure. The idea of the aesthetic is to go after that. Perhaps that is what will fulfill you. And what Kierkegaard points out in the first half of the book is why that is not the case. Now, the second half of the book goes after the ethical lifestyle, which is a bit more challenging for people. I think it's pretty easy for us to understand, like, oh, like, money doesn't lead to true fulfillment, but the ethical point he makes is a little bit more challenging to us. The ethical lifestyle is living a life where your own morality and good doing is where you get fulfillment. And Kierkegaard posits that this is just as unfulfilling as the aesthetic lifestyle. To dedicate your sense of fulfillment towards being the most charitable, to being the most kind, to being the most politically active or best member of your community is ultimately just as empty and unfulfilling as the aesthetic lifestyle. He sort of founded the concept of existentialism. Kierkegaard. Either or by Søren Kierkegaard. Søren Kierkegaard is a Danish philosopher. He sort of founded the concept of existentialism. And the best way to sort of describe this book is it is a cautionary tale of where to find fulfillment. The book sort of provides these sort of narratives and around the two most common outlooks of life, the aesthetic and the ethical. The aesthetic lifestyle is the one you will hear from a lot of people, that you will know a lot of people follow. And it's sort of the idea is to be happy, you just need to get what you want. Maybe it's to go make a lot of money. Maybe it's to buy whatever you want, whether that be a house, a car, cool clothes. Just take what is yours. Be hedonistic, perhaps. Use as many substances as you want. Be with whoever you want, whenever you want. Whether it's money, power, lust, pleasure. The idea of the aesthetic is to go after that. Perhaps that is what will fulfill you. And what Kierkegaard points out in the first half of the book is why that is not the case. Now, the second half of the book goes after the ethical lifestyle, which is a bit more challenging for people. I think it's pretty easy for us to understand, like, oh, like, money doesn't lead to true fulfillment, but the ethical point he makes is a little bit more challenging to us. The ethical lifestyle is living a life where your own morality and good doing is where you get fulfillment. And Kierkegaard posits that this is just as unfulfilling as the aesthetic lifestyle. To dedicate your sense of fulfillment towards being the most charitable, to being the most kind, to being the most politically active or best member of your community is ultimately just as empty and unfulfilling as the aesthetic lifestyle. Just as quick hits of pleasure and money and things like that can't fill the cup of yours, which is fulfillment, neither can your ego, even if your ego is based off of acts of goodwill. I want to state obviously that neither pleasure nor being ethical is bad. It's actually a good thing to enjoy life every once in a while, and it's also a good thing to be a kind, good person. But to look at either of these acts or these things that we do as some way to fill a sense of true fulfillment, it will just end up devastating you. And so this book is sort of a cautionary tale, and reading it I would highly recommend because there are a lot of nuances of it that can prevent you from sort of falling into these traps and these ways of thinking. And I want to be clear, just because I've been able to give you like the very dumbed down summary of this doesn't mean that you've completely learned from it. This YouTube video is in a way no better than those self-help books. I've diluted it to only a summary. You can't live off the summary, so go read the book. All About Love by Bell Hooks. A quote from Dostoevsky from The Brothers Karamazov: "Hell is not a place that we go after we die. Instead, hell is not knowing how to love here on earth." This book and that quote by Dostoevsky is not just talking about romantic love. It's talking about love in a general, greater concept. It's about loving your friends and family as well. And the truth is, like any mental action, love is somewhat of a muscle that needs to be trained. It's not something you can easily fall into. While our desire to love might be natural, it's a muscle. We need to have it to be disciplined to have it be truly effective. While we may feel it's natural, true proper love requires discipline and understanding that is difficult to wrestle with. Love is much more than being affectionate to one another. And this is what Bell Hooks covers in her book, All About Love. How we can kind of come to terms with it. How we can understand and be self-aware of how we love others, how we may be deficient in it in some regards, and if we are deficient in it in some regards, how we can be marred and recognize those scars and then in a turn be healed from that. And I truly believe if you like sort of dismiss this topic and you're like, oh, that seems lame, which I don't blame you, you are in a real danger of having your ability to love slip away from you, and having people that you care about also slip away from you. Okay, so for the last few entries, this is where the books sort of become a little bit harder to read and are more complicated. They're longer, or they require a lot more nuance and understanding. So just as a quick little disclaimer going forward, I don't think there's any shame in reading the summary of these books and reading the overall plot. Maybe watching a video essay before, because these books are not easy. And I want to say spoiling the plot or main point will not spoil these books for you, because these books going forward aren't just about the central big ideas, but rather the richness of these books comes from the monologues between characters. Every page has something to learn from it in these books, and while they require more work, a good way around that is maybe reading a summary with it, having a reading guide, something like that. The first book I want to talk about is Infinite Jest by David Foster Wallace. This is one of the most contemporary books on the list. Infinite Jest is an extremely robust, kind of complicated work of fiction from 1996. Again, written by the late David Foster Wallace. It's a work of fiction, it's a complicated story, all loosely based around this film called Infinite Jest. And sort of this film, Infinite Jest, which is super, super addicting, and anybody who watches it will watch it till they die. And so a huge theme of the book is addiction. And it's a very honest, funny portrayal of that. Sort of the main concept that David Foster Wallace kind of goes about in the book is sort of the concept that we all either have a drug or a god that we sort of worship or follow. For some people, that is literal drugs. Other people have sort of religion. Other people will sort of have other people who become a drug that they're addicted to or a god they worship. But the majority of us will sort of experience this in one way through another by the act of consumption. The consumption of products and the consumption of entertainment. And we find ourselves addicted to either buying things or entertaining ourselves. We find ourselves sort of constantly feeding on it, whether it is media, TikTok, or buying things off the internet, movies, TVs, YouTube. And David Foster Wallace just makes a lot of observations about that are just super, super valuable to anyone who exists in this place that we live. In this specific moment in history, which has extended since 1996 until now, and very much still remains true. And this book is equally as beautiful as it is tragic, as it is humorous. I don't think there's a book that's as relatable as this one and as funny as this one. I think this book actually sort of addresses like the problem of TikTok brain, even though it was written in 1996. And is sort of fascinating about this book is that Wallace has sort of predicted a lot of ridiculous events and sort of scenarios that we are very much dealing with today. This book is sort of known as a meme in the literature community because it's the book that everyone recommends, but that's for a good reason. The next book is Flatline Constructs, Cybernetic Theory Fiction, and Gothic Materialism by Mark Fisher. Now, compared to the other books that I have put in this sort of harder section in this list, this one is actually very short. It's just really, really dense. This book is basically a guide to understanding the societal effects that the internet has on our lives. And it was written all the way back in 1999, and it still very much holds true today. Mark Fisher was a philosopher as well as a blogger, and he sort of existed and created a lot of his work on like sort of the pretense of, you know, what would be the internet. And while for me, I personally think a lot of Mark Fisher's other work is a bit lacking, I think this book is really quite genius. It beautifully synthesizes a lot of contemporary philosophy, all which sort of pertains and sort of has these ideas of like what will happen to our society because of the internet. And a lot of that holds true, even though it was written in 1999. He synthesizes Baudrillard, Deleuze and Guattari, McLuhan, a lot of very important thinkers in contemporary philosophy today. But what he does is he takes all of these ideas and synthesizes them to the most important parts of how they pertain to our lives and how our lives are being affected by the internet. It's also quite fun because he also brings in a lot of sci-fi concepts like Blade Runner, for example, to sort of make his points more easily accessible in some sense. But if you just heard all of those names I just rattled off and didn't understand them, that's what makes this book sort of difficult, is that there's a lot of contextual nuance needed. To read this book effectively, you might need to go watch a video essay on a name you don't understand to understand the subjects he's talking about. And while this might make this book sort of difficult to approach, it's absolutely worth it. Because this book is basically a guide to understanding the role that the internet plays in our lives and also the dangers of it. How the internet can negatively impact you, how the internet can negatively impact our society. And what Mark Fisher does is he allows you to see this very clearly. And I think that is something that is very, very valuable for everyone to kind of understand and start to dig into. While this book was quite literally not meant for public consumption, as it was actually his thesis statement rather than a published work, I still think it's so valuable for you to read. And I actually think it's quite imminent that everyone starts to sort of deconstruct and understand how the internet is not only affecting our mental health, but also our societal structures. But yeah, definitely go read this book. So my final recommendation for the book that you should definitely read, but it is the writing of Fyodor Dostoevsky and his novel Crime and Punishment. Now, truth be told, there are a lot of Dostoevsky books I could have chosen because they're all amazing, but this is the one that I felt is the most accessible for someone who is younger. And in my case, when I was younger and I read a lot of the other Dostoevsky novels, I struggled to understand them, not even just from like a, oh, this is hard to read level, but just from like a life experience level. And I feel like this one is the most digestible for someone in a younger period of their life. And that's why I think Crime and Punishment is the Dostoevsky novel you should start with, based solely off of my personal experience. In a way, this book inspired probably every other book on this list and deals very heavily with a lot of the concepts that I've sort of touched on throughout this list. But what makes it special is Dostoevsky's penchant to articulate truth and synthesize beauty. I can't really think of a more important book to really like dive into that gives you so much. But basically the book is about a man who commits a crime and is sort of supposed to deal with the repercussions of that and what goes on in his head. But it's a book I truly hope that everyone watching this video sort of has the patience and appreciation to muster through. Because remember, the truth isn't necessarily always the plot of what you're reading, but sometimes the most powerful thing you can get from a book is just a singular whisper from one character to another, and then it is never addressed again. And that's something that you just won't find off of the Wikipedia page or in a summary. And this book has a lot of moments like that. But anyway, those are sort of the books that have been impactful upon me throughout my life that I just wanted to sort of share with you, and I thought might be able to help some of you out who are looking to read more and that sort of thing, or just develop more as people. I want to thank everybody for watching this video. Have a great day. My name is Karsten Craning, and subscribe if you want more content.
Why are all these people allowed to be fat, but I'm not allowed? I'm not allowed. It's in our Constitution and our Bill of Rights. Americans are allowed to be fat.
So Nico Avocado is in yet another spiral, and it is totally insane. He's ditched his former gay past, deciding that he's too old for it, begging for a wife and kids in the weirdest way possible. All I say is, good luck to whoever the lucky lady is. He's losing the plot on social media, throwing loads of tantrums and acting insanely erratic. And with his mukbang ways coming back to the forefront, we have to ask, is Nico Avocado going to be fooling the internet once again? So everyone, welcome back. I am Jake Baz, and to be honest, Nico looks like he's entirely lost the plot and has no clue where to go from here. The infamous mukbanger turned spicy link creator snatched up headlines after the infamous 2 Steps Ahead video, proving that whilst he looked like he was eating himself into an early grave, he was silently losing all of that weight in the background to fool the internet. And well, to be fair, he did fool us.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead.
So yeah, it ended up working, but I think since then, it has just been an entire car crash, his career. He stayed around for a while, but has since gone off a lot of his social media pages, rarely posting, and even when he does, it seems that he has absolutely no traction compared to what he has, falling into the backgrounds. And recently, I think he has lost a lot of his marbles out of the bag, and we could be seeing him go down yet another terrible rabbit hole. So today we're going to look at some of the horrors that he has been doing by saying he's going to be starting a new family, show how his mukbang ways might be returning in what I do believe is the worst way possible, see some of the insane things that he's been trying to rage bait the internet with again despite him falling off completely, and ultimately why Nico Avocado is potentially back to his old ways and we could be in for an absolute horror show the coming months. As always, if you enjoy, please do hit the like button, subscribe if you know, it helps me out so much, and I would love to have you back so we can cover more internet creeps like this one. So initially with Nico Avocado, it has been known that he was a gay man. He said that he was, but recently that seems to have changed on social media. I covered it in my last video on him, which was about 5 months ago, where he was basically turning up the new leaf of his life by deciding that he wants to be a straight man and have wives and kids. And yes, I said wives because there was multiple posts of multiple different women, but this hasn't changed, and if anything, it's only gotten louder. And it's what I would describe as one of probably the most terrible rage baits that you could do, like you're not really fooling anyone, but he is begging it to the hills, such as this one here. Say, being gay was fun, but I'm 35 now and it's time to have some kids. And here he is doing a gorgeous little, very, very cute family pose together with his supposed new girlfriend. Obviously, saying you're gay for multiple years, even having a husband at one point, and then when that falls apart and you're not together with someone for a couple of years, going off to the other side, it's been done before. But these photos definitely do get a little bit weirder, because he seems to be AI generating them, and even though it's people that he knows and are previously friends with. So just yesterday he posted this one here, which is of the same person, who is Carly Steele, someone who he has done quite a lot of videos with in the past, present and future, I imagine. But this video is so weird because, I mean, it's just totally AI generated. The entire body is AI generated. I'll let you guess what parts are AI generated generated there, I will say no more. But even as you can see, Nico's hand around her is very weird. It just doesn't look real because obviously it isn't. Why is he AI generating these women into them? All I can say is I hope his friend has consent for this action, because this is his friend just a couple of weeks ago, and you can see that there has been a lot of change. And by change I mean they look entirely different, and it's because it is purely AI generated. And I mean, for me, I find it weird enough that he's doing this whole gimmick of, oh well, I'm 35 now, I need a wife and kids, but then to do it with your friend, which is through AI generated photos of them, of you two pretending to be in a couple. Meanwhile, at this point, by the way, Carly Steele has just come out of a pregnancy and has a kid with another man, not Nico Avocado. Keep that in mind. And I don't know her relationship status, but I don't think if they were in a relationship, it would be very good to wake up one day and see that one of your fiance's friends has posted this on their Facebook page. It's just weird, isn't it? I just find it such a weird character development from him, and I don't know where this is going, because obviously this is not his partner. And he did this a couple of months ago with yet another person as well, who he had previously had in videos. It is something that he keeps on doing, but why is he doing it? What is he achieving by this? Because it's not very rage baited, because people know that obviously this is not the person, so why are you pretending to be married or get on with someone like that? Why would you then do that to someone who is already potentially in a relationship? It's just so many levels of weird here. And it's just a caption that he keeps using, like he used it on this here, no more being gay, I'm 35 now, it's time for wife and kids, with what I would describe as an absolutely lovely looking dinner. The food looks like it's done a couple of weeks in Chernobyl, and I don't think the broccoli is helping that much. I do hope he finds his girlfriend eventually. They will end up coming crawling to him, but maybe this is just an entire ruse. But I don't understand who this is meant for, because what I did think in the past as well with Nico Avocado is a lot of his social medias, they were used to try and funnel people into his spicy link that he's got, which I promise you I will never buy. I might have bought it about 5 times. But I do think the weight gain essence of what he was doing was essentially and intentionally done as a fetish thing, considering he ended up on that spicy link. But I just don't get it with the girlfriend stuff. But it's safe to say he could be going back into his own ways, because we're seeing a bit of a divergence in the past couple of weeks with him, because we're getting a lot of a back and forth going on. Like here you've got with loads of avocados and what I would imagine are tomatoes, but they're very weird looking ones. I don't know what you lot eat in America, but sometimes it does baffle me. I don't know how he's going to eat all of them avocados. Obviously it's a gimmick for his name, but he's trying to eat healthy, and look at how healthy he's being. And then this is totally juxtaposed to what you are about to see. Yeah, so look at that. Oh, he's back to his old ways, isn't he? Oh my god, what is that? Exact same caption as well, with the being gay with some, but I'm 35 now, it's time for a wife and kids. Well, yeah, he's giving that chicken slops, I'll give him that. That tender is defo having the time of its life with a very serious eater. But clearly, absolutely stuffing his face, and oh my god, Amber Lynn Reid in the background as well. I've just noticed that. If you don't know who she is, she's like a lol cow essentially. I'm not sure why he's watching it backwards, so he must have eyes in the back of his head. And obviously, everyone just lounges round in the house with just a jacket on with no t-shirt. Since he's lost the weight, he absolutely loves to show it off, and fair play to him. But like, what is this here? Oh, a nice little candlelit dinner with myself. An absolutely brilliant mukbang to see for all. But this is not just an isolated incident, because just a few days ago, he ended up posting this one as well, which is even more harrowing. Oh my god, look at this very closely. Zoom in. I went on a date at a Chinese buffet, and how mang calories do you think I ate? I think with your track record, probably about 15 million. Chinese buffet probably saw him coming and ended up with their toes curling up, worried what is going to be happening to their entire bill. He genuinely put anyone out of business. All of the plates are mine, and I had to waddle out of there. This to me has me thinking, is this going towards, you know, talking about this sort of fetish thing that he's got going on that he does sell on his pages, even though he's been dormant on his Twitter, at least for that certain page, for the past 2 years. Is it a bit of a dog whistle to everyone? I feel like it might be, because a feeder thing is something that he definitely does feed into, if you'll pardon the pun. I'm here all week. And then when you accompany it with him absolutely hammering down a sausage, I mean, he's proper going for it. It does look slightly terrifying. But it's not only photos that he's been losing the entire plot with videos as well. He has been going in and showing that he is maybe not reformed as what people have thought. In some sort of 5,000 IQ play, maybe he's 47 steps ahead, and he's already done the weight loss and gain 50 times for the next 10 years on his channel. But some of the statements that he's been saying during this whole scandal is just insane. It's just mental. Such as this one here where he's talking about Obama and Oprah being fat.
It's in the Constitution in America to be fat. You're basically Michelle Obama is allowed to be. Oprah is. Why are all these people allowed to be fat? But I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed.
Yeah, all right. Keep telling yourself that. What is he going on about? First off, I wouldn't say either of them are fat, to be honest. In fact, Oprah recently opened up about how she has lost quite a lot of weight due to being on Ozempic, so she is literally not. But then it's in the Constitution as well. Where does it say that in the Constitution? I haven't checked it. Maybe there's a special little amendment that does say you can eat to your heart's content, but no one's saying it's wrong that you can't eat whatever you want. It's almost like a bit of a blame towards people that are giving comments around him that they don't want him to gain more weight again because they don't want him to go back to what he was before, which was very bad for your health. But maybe we're all wrong, and free love America because you can eat whatever you want.
You should worry about your weight. You had surgery. You should be. Do you say that to Oprah? I think not. It's in our Constitution and our Bill of Rights. Americans are allowed to be fats. So if it's good for the Obama, it's good for me.
If it's good for Obama, it's good for me. That's a great way to look at life. I just find this genuinely insane. It's such a weird tangent and rabbit hole because there's no point in what he's saying at all. I mean, like, specifically in this video, he's eating, like, I don't know, avocado on a bagel. That's not really something that you need to be saying that sort of statement to. There's also no need for all of these facial expressions. You're literally eating about 300 calories there. I just think he's entirely lost the plot with what to do here. And does it also say as well that he is going back to his mukbang ways because he's acting like, oh, I don't care what anyone thinks, I can gain weight if I want. I don't know. That's for you to decide. I feel like the trolls might be getting trolled. Everyone's allowed to be fat or thin. You can just eat whatever you want, but it doesn't mean that being overweight cannot be a problem, especially when you get to the level of him. And I think the amount of surgeries that Nico has had, apparently according to himself, would prove exactly that. But if you didn't think that were weird, there's an even weirder photo here of him. Same caption, being gay was fun, I'm 34 now, it's time for wife and kids, which is just a classic that he keeps putting up recently. But this time, he seems to have gone for the female role with some nice eyelashes on and a great set of hair. What am I genuinely looking at here? This is just terrifying. I mean, I love the lipstick. It's brilliant. He does have a face for radio. I'll give him that. But now he's doing dressing up. What a great character development that we're seeing here. I'm terrified. It is probably the worst outfit that I've ever seen him wear. Just looking like he's lost a couple of his marbles, but of course it keeps getting weirder. Such as this one here where he's having a cheat day, which baffles my mind.
Okay, this is what I look like. It is time for a cheat day. Because, you know, everyone deserves a cheat day. I made these pancakes, and before you say, oh, they look crazy, let me show you.
Yeah, I won't lie, them pancakes do look crazy. An avocado and then just a red slop, maybe tomatoes. I think it's just red slop, to be honest. Some of his creations do boggle the mind, don't they? But also, what was it with them weird movements that he had going on there? Feel like he's auditioning for something that we are yet to understand.
Oh my god, that's me. Literally. The whole wife thing's not working out.
When you see stuff like this in your timeline, you can only really wonder and hypothesize as to why the whole wife thing is not working out. Also, with him saying that's him, that's way too much information, and I don't even understand what he means. Potentially, he could just be baiting for the fetish side around him having this eating stuff going on. But, like, what are you doing? Why are pancakes crispy? What has he made them out of? He's taken, like, eating slop to yet another crazy level here. Seems like his life's a bit of a mess, and I mean, nobody could tell from looking from the outside in, but I'm glad that he's affirming it. I do think it must be hard when you go from eating so much to eating such a little amount, and obviously him doing these sort of mukbang cheat videos, it's only going to make it worse and harder for him, which is probably why he's been a bit more dormant on his YouTube channel, not posting since literally last year. But it doesn't mean that you cannot see that he might be losing his marbles here, and I mean, this is even more evident with this one here.
My body, my choice. So you can pout and whine all you want. Oh, you'll undo your... It's my body, not yours. That's your fault.
To be honest, coming across a tiny bit resentful to the way his actions have ended up permeating, and he wants to just be able to eat what he wants now. I don't know, I feel like that's just a little bit of bait, but I mean, he's just eating slop at this point and chatting shit. I hope he enjoys them pancakes, because God forbid I ever enjoy anything like that. Say that it's right to eat shit, and then also for him to go and say it's your fault for talking about it, you're making it worse. We are not part of the problem. We are not the reason why this is happening. If it is true and he does end up gaining this weight back, which I would really, really be surprised at, to be honest, it's no one's fault but his own for seeing his views go waning because he refused to change the sort of style and topics and conversations of what he does. It's all his fault, none of ours. But what I also think with Nico Avocado is that he has not only lost the plot, he has no clue where to go, and he's also living in the past with some millennial cringe. I think it's clear that his gimmick has got a little bit old and tiring, and I was having a look at his cameos. I saw this one he posted recently to someone, and it is just horrible. It's like seeing a Nico Avocado impersonator in the flesh.
Hey, Andrew. This is really... Okay, hi. It's me, Nick Avocado. Peasant on the page. Listen here, you cheapers creepers. I've lost weight. And then I've gained 20 LPs. And it's all your faults. Speedos. Cheapers. I'm calling corporate goodbye.
I feel like I've dropped about 10 years into the past, back to when TikTok was actually just cringe. Like, how washed is this? It's like seeing your favourite sports star come back after injury and they're just naff. Doing all the millennial faces, every single thing that he can to try and seem like he's nothing but a gimmick. But I guess the reason he is on Cameo is because he is literally a gimmick. I just had to show you because I couldn't believe how cringe it was looking. It was looking very bad. Really showing to me as well that he has no clue where to go. He's on Cameo doing these bits that he did years ago, but trying to change them about by saying, oh, well, have a last weight now. That's not going to cut it, is it? As I said, with the amount of traction that he is getting on social media, it is massively, massively down, and I can imagine that he's made enough money to live the rest of his life happily, by far. But why is he still trying to claw on to this relevancy online by posting rage bait and things like this, when it's clearly only going one way but south? Like, for example, he posted this photo compilation here, which is him before and after he had chin surgery. As you can see, he went from just a great chin to then now a chad. One of the problems with him gaining so much weight was the loose skin, and that was part of it. But do you want to guess how many likes this got? Maybe a couple of thousand, 3,000, 4,000? No, it got 9 likes, that photo. 9, right? I think my mum gets more than that on Facebook. And that's no diss to my mum. That is a diss to Nico Avocado, because he has had videos that have got 50 million views, and yet he cannot pull in 10 likes on a social media post. Going from chopped to chopped, but still acting in the exact same ways. Maybe this also highlights him having maybe more surgery coming up in the future, but then that would also coincidentally go against his new mukbanging stuff, or, well, actually, it might go with it, might it? If he grows that much more again, he's gonna need something like that to bring him back down to reality again. But he can understand surely the amount of damage that he's done to his own body to not do something like this again. And I mean, one of the things that he is doing as well on social media, which is really not grinding my gears but just making me think, oh god, is he's doing a lot of thirst trapping. For example, you got this one here, which I have actually censored just in case, because I do not trust YouTube. They really have a mistake of things up. But this photo is not cut off where I have cut it off. It goes all the way down to practically below his boxer line, and it looks like you sat on top of him. No better than a bit of cowgirl with Nico Avocado, eh? With his fame and notoriety waning, he's going to struggle to get up to Bonnie Blue numbers at this point. But like, it is genuinely just begging it. I feel like it is to do with his spicy link, and I think that's what he's doing it for, but it's still just cringe he's posted it. But no, this definitely isn't an isolated incident such as this one here, so do I look good with glasses, yes or no? Of him doing the exact same thing, cut it off at the exact same place because I don't trust it. And it's weird, isn't it? It's weird. For the 100th time he seems to have done this. I get that you're happy in your new body and you are doing well for yourself now, somewhat, or we will see. But the first trapping, considering the spice link, it's coming across a little bit desperate, especially when he's doing loads of mirror selfies with the exact same thing. Like I said, I'm not showing the bit, but it is very much on the edge of what you can post online. It's clear he's just begging for attention however he can get it. And the problem is for him, and the reason why it is going so downhill, is because he's not posting, it's not working for him. And his rage baits and attempts are just sucking now because people don't believe what he's saying. I do bring this up a lot in my videos, but he does come across as a bit of the boy who cried wolf. Because now he's done all of these things, so when he attempts to rage bait again by saying, oh yeah, I'm going to be gaining all this weight, people shouldn't care if I'm fat or not, I'm just going to be gaining and eating as much as I want. Everyone in the comments is going to be looking at it and thinking, oh, well, you've done that before, it didn't work before, you tried to play everyone, so we're not getting fooled again, you're not doing this. Like with him changing his sexuality, for example, in some of the selfie posts that he keeps posting, you got people like this saying, so you just turned off gay mode? And well, did you? I don't think he did. I imagine he probably is still gay, but it's this new little bait that he's doing, which I don't understand why you're baiting around your sexuality. You should just keep it as it is. Why do people always try and make a mockery of it? It only sets a bad precedent. No one seems to be buying it. And no wonder you have him posting selfies on social media like this now, with him crying at full pelt. Genuinely, just stop. But one thing that I do think he definitely has done is lost the plot in this entire way. And now with his attempts to get back by saying, I am going to be eaten again, it's going to fall on deaf ears. No one will care anymore. And that is evident as well with how much his social media is dying. So what do you expect from him? Do you expect him to come back and give this whole bazaar about, oh, look at me, I'm actually fat again? Now that would be a massive turn. Or is this just all lies and he's just trying to save face on a platform where he is clearly losing his marbles, losing all of his followers, and also losing a load of money that he used to be able to get very easily? Let me know what you lot think. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please hit the like button and subscribe if you're not. But for now, I've been JBaz, and I'll see you later on. Take care.
Have you guys ever crashed out? You know, it's basically essentially when your emotions get a little bit too wild and you decide to take it out on the person next to you. Well, today we're going to be talking about a crash out from a YouTuber, TikToker, influencer by the name of James Charles, a name that I haven't heard in a very long time. For those of you guys who don't know, James Charles is a 27-year-old American YouTuber. He is also a makeup artist, and he got pretty popular by making like fashion YouTube videos talking about makeup and also talking a lot about drama. I recall he also got a little bit infamous because I thought people caught him basically being a gooner, like literally on like Snapchat and messaging like minors, and that was a thing for quite a long time. But he's still here, he's still around, he's thriving.
I just got a DM on here from a girl that said, "Good morning, James. I know you'll probably never see this, but if you could just take 1 minute to read it, would really mean a lot to me. I'm really struggling right now because Spirit Airlines just filed for bankruptcy and I have lost my job. Here's the GoFundMe link. Any donations help."
God, I'm already pissed off. I'm sorry. I'm already pissed off, bro. Oh my God. Oh my, I need superpowers. I need superpowers. I'm like, there's just like a lot of things happening all at once. I feel like you guys might be experiencing it as well. Okay, is James Charles sitting here in a bathrobe, all right? Probably just doing absolutely nothing for the entirety of the day, relaxing, sitting on his ass, being influenced, just not really kind of doing much. And he is now excitedly making a video where he's about to dunk on a person who has been asking for money and is putting donation links on his video, which feels absolutely out of touch. I don't know if James Charles has ever had to be in a position where he's had to beg, where he's literally had to ask other people for help or for money because he was so down bad. But I can tell you that being in that position is not easy. It's rough. And there's a lot of people right now in this economy who are in similar situations looking for help because the economy is not good. There are people who are graduated from college and they are not working on the degree that they graduated in. They don't have a job there. There's just a lot going on. So this already feels completely out of touch with what's happening around the world. But also, why are you so excited? What is this phase? Why are you so angry? There are so many things that we could be angry about. So many things that could piss you off that are so unjust and wrong with the freaking world. And this man looks like he's excited to dunk on this person who seems to be begging for money. That's where you decide to crash out on. On all crash outs you could be crashing out on, let's dunk on the person who needs money. Anyway, let's continue to see how this goes. I'm just, oh, this face, jeez, this freeze frame.
I'm sure they do, sweetheart. I'm sure they do. You know what else would help you? Getting another job. Yeah, try that. Because in the time that it took you to copy and paste the same fuck-ass message to myself, who you don't follow, by the way, and probably 100 other influencers and celebrities, you could have applied for 100 other jobs, but you didn't because you're a lazy piece of shit and you're entitled.
Oftentimes, when I see people spamming GoFundMes, I've seen so many scams as well that it's hard to tell if you're going to be actually contributing to a cause or to a person or to a bot. What I still don't get is the crash out, right? The selective crash out, the selective outrage throughout your entirety of the day. All the people calling you names, you know, calling you things from what you did in your past, things that are happening around the world. This is the crash out that you decided to create time and time doing. Why? That's a good question, is why this particular comment?
And you think that influencers and celebrities should fund your life for you. Why would I ever help you? You're not a fan. You don't even follow me. You've never supported me. This is your first time DMing. And you think that I'm gonna send you money because you lost your job? Oh my God, welcome to the real world, sweetheart. People lose their jobs every fucking day, and you're white, pretty, and able-bodied. You're in a much better position than a lot of other people out here who are trying clearly much harder to make a better life for themselves. Why would I fucking help you?
He's saying, why would I help you? Okay, you don't follow me, so that's one of my inclinations to helping you, is that you be one of my fans. But also, you are white, pretty, and able-bodied. I think that's what he said. So you're privileged enough that you could probably still get up and find another job. Why would I help you when there are other non-whites or non-pretty or non-able-bodied people that I could help instead, which I'm assuming he's also not helping. The stipulation that you have to meet a certain quota in order to be helped, it's kind of, it's I don't know, James. The thing again is that I don't feel like James is completely wrong. I just think that, again, this selective outrage, rant, and rage towards this one particular person and a very sensitive issue where Spirit Airlines and a lot of people lost their jobs and they're trying to basically make money and they're desperate. All right, do you understand what desperation is, James Charles? Okay, Pepper's Farm knows what desperation is. And so they will be doing anything and everything that they can in order to survive, in order to, even if that means begging random influencers and e-celebs to see if that maybe they could spare a crumb. You might not like the fact that these people are resorting to these tactics, okay? To literally blow a casket is very strange to me. It's very strange. Let me just keep listening.
Aside from that, 17,000 people lost their jobs at Spirit Airlines. Why do you think you need the GoFundMe? I can at least, like, 1% respect the mentality of closed mouths don't get fed, doesn't hurt to try. But honestly, it does hurt to try because now you pissed me off, okay? I'm not the one. Go find fucking Mr. Reese. This is literally his entire shtick. I'm sure the next YouTube video is literally gonna be like, I rehired all 17,000 of the Spirit Airlines employees, and it's gonna be the real-life Hunger Games. The last one of them to leave the Spirit Airlines plane gets to be the CEO of the new company and gets a house and a car and $10 million that everybody else dies. Like, go find that video to compete in, baby. I'm not helping you. I'm not fucking helping you. All you—
Whoa. Oh my God. This is a horrible human being. This is an absolute freaking horrible person who is completely out of touch with humanity, bro. Like, instead of seeing this message and just being like, oh dang, you know, this was another person who lost their job from Spirit Airlines and they're going online and they're helping for money, bro. You have decided to literally crash out on this person and talk about why they are undeserving of donations, and then compare them and the 17,000 people who got lost their jobs at Spirit Airlines and saying like, I'm not the one, and you've pissed me off, bro. Like, whoa. Mans took time, got dressed, literally came up here with a mentality. His brain has been stewing with this one specific comment, this one person, this one donation link, this one thing, and Mans has literally tapped into this emotional response where he said, I have to make an and then felt like that it was okay to literally come out here and literally be pissed off about it. Right? So out of touch about how people are trying to survive and figure out ways to live. He's just like, yeah, I am so angry that somebody has resorted to this on my video. I am not the one, and I'm going to be pissed off about it.
What you did was lost your job, okay? Welcome to the real world. I can at least understand if you were like, James, I'm a longtime fan. Here's a trillion years of DMs and my support for you. I love you. I'm suffering with a really rare genetic disease that there is no cure for, and I'm trying to raise money for myself and other people that have this. Maybe I would help.
Okay, so again, I talked about this already, right? But the fact that he keeps saying, welcome to the real world, James Charles does not live in the real world. Everyone looking at this video knows that James Charles does not live in the real world. And that's why I keep saying that this person is extremely out of touch. Also, again, and this is something I want you guys to pay attention to as well, is when someone asks you, why should I help you? Okay, the idea that there's a lot of people who will only actually offer support for you, family, and friends if there is some type of condition, if there's something that they get from it. If you don't satisfy the conditions of the help that they want to give you, then they won't actually give you help. Ooh, pay attention here. He's literally saying that you have done nothing for me, right? You're not a supporter of me. You don't follow me and DM me and give me your money and give me your praise and give me your attention. So why should I give you anything? Okay, it's literally saying that you should only get something if you've already given me something, which literally takes away the basis of literally helping someone unconditionally, you know, without any kind of like, oh, you help me, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. Or maybe you're not down bad enough. Maybe you haven't lost limbs, or maybe you're not on the street. You haven't been on the street long enough, or maybe you're not actually helping enough people who are also, it's like to put the condition of like, you don't deserve my help. And I'm also angry that you're asking for my help because you don't do anything for me. Absolutely toxic. And it reminds me of family and friends. You guys probably know people like this.
Maybe I would help because I love you and I appreciate you. This bitch, you lost your fucking job? Oh. What are we gonna do? Nothing. I'm gonna do nothing. You know what you need to do? Go find a fucking new one, girl. Put some effort into the workplace.
Oh my God. It's interesting, right? There's a message that can be said here that could have been said with a lot more tact. This person is not of this earth, has zero tact, and is talking from a place of literally just looking down and shame, right? There is no objective. Hey, homie, look, it's probably good to use that time and energy to start working on your resume and go find some places and go outside and put it in applications. This is probably what the next step is. This is absolute disgusting in my opinion. And now we have the apology video with him again laying here. Oh my God, I'm so... Do y'all feel that? Do y'all have it? Is it just me, chat? Do we have that unspoken, this energy that's just circulating in your chest, looking at this screenshot of this person laying in bed with no shirt on it, and it looks like in a hotel, like I don't, oh my God. What is this feeling? Just a quick pause. I need all of you in the chat to pause and type and let me know what it is you're feeling. Because I can't identify it. I'm having a hard time.
Yesterday morning, I posted a video on this account talking about how a woman had lost her job at Spirit Airlines, and she sent me a message with a GoFundMe link asking me to donate. And the video is basically me yelling at the camera, being super upset and frustrated because this person had never followed me, never supported me before, and it was clear that she had basically copied and pasted this DM to every influencer and celebrity she possibly could, asking for a handout. And I called her lazy, I said she was stupid, and I said she should have spent the time that she spent copying and pasting the message applying for jobs instead. This video was fucking stupid. It was rude, it was obnoxious, it was privileged, and most importantly, it was completely fucking unnecessary.
You know, he's not sorry, okay? James Charles lives for this, in my opinion. This person here is feeling so good. There's so much attention, right? This idea that they came off and said these things and now they have to make an apology. This, I think, is exactly what James Charles wanted to happen, in my opinion, but I could be a little bit off. That attention, I don't think James Charles has changed their minds. I don't think James Charles is flipped over a new leaf. Okay, it's very clear that James Charles as a person it doesn't feel like they're growing. If this is the type of content that they would just create out of nowhere willingly, you know what I'm saying, dog? Like, god damn. So this seems like another damage control situation where he gets to be the center of attention and say, hey, I pissed people off, and actually, you know, I'm really, really sorry because these things that they did, this is how I really, really felt, and I got backlash for it. I feel like that's what I'm feeling so far. Let's continue though.
When I saw that DM, I absolutely had the choice to ignore it and say absolutely nothing at all and move on with my day, but instead, I couldn't even tell you why. Her message just triggered me, and I decided instead to make a video about it.
Let's talk about this. It wasn't even a comment. It wasn't even a public forum. Are you kidding me? Pause. You're telling me that you got pissed off not at somebody who was posting in your forum wall. Let's say you're all hanging out with the group in the group chats, and then somebody's like posting something in the comments, and you're like, oh man, this doesn't really. Someone messaged you one-on-one, okay, and DM'd you for help. Oh my God. And that's why it was private. And then you decided to crash out on this one-on-one person that was probably just a freaking bot. It might not even have been a real person. You definitely saw it was a real person. It would have been better if you thought it was a bot and you're like, I'm tired of these bots. You thought it was an actual real person who was struggling, and you decided to make it an entire video based off this one-on-one interaction. Like, oh my God.
And I bashed her, and it was obnoxious, and I shamed her for asking for help in a situation where she was clearly really struggling, and this could have been her absolute last resort. I have no idea what was going on in her life, and I should have never assumed that she was just copying and pasting this DM as an easy way out. I don't know. I just don't know. My intention behind making this video in the first place was I get a lot of messages like this every single day, and for me personally, it definitely sucks to receive messages from people that don't follow you and don't support you, treating you like our personal ATM or bank account. But what I'm sure...
Oh my God, James Charles, I'm so sorry. You get messages from people asking you for money every day. Oh no, yes, I'm being chatted. That's your struggle? That's your struggle. That you wake up and you're in your $1 million mansion place, right, with all your monies, and you open up your little rectangular box and you see messages of people saying, help me, James Charles, I need money. And you're just like, that's your struggle, James Charles. And these people look at me as like an ATM, just want to withdraw from money. Like I'm just being looked at. That's your struggle. Am I belittling this person's struggle? I am. I quite literally am at this point. Okay, I know Omni, you shouldn't. No, I really, really, really am. If that is your struggle amongst the struggles of struggles that are currently happening, again, you are not of this earth. You can just ignore it. You can just swipe, delete it. You can hire somebody to look at messages for you or to filter it for. What in the this? You're subjecting yourself to. This is a product of your own suffering, and then to also these feelings that are being created when you see these DMs and these messages, my friend, like that's a you thing, bro. Like, good Lord, you see entitled, spoiled, demanding people looking for money, which says a lot about your brain, right? Whereas these people on the other end might just be, again, normal people who are trying to make it through, or bots, or scammers. But again, the emotional response is still coming in internally from you. Don't blame it on the messages, bro. The private DMs.
Sucks even fucking more is not knowing where your next paycheck is coming from and not being sure whether or not you're going to be able to put food on the table for yourself and your family. So it really doesn't matter what my intentions were behind making the video, because it came across as super fucking privileged and like I was basically shaming anybody that's unemployed for not trying hard enough to get a job. And I feel awful because that wasn't my intention, and it really hurt a lot of people. And I know that it's not that easy. I know that the job market fucking sucks right now. I have friends that are looking for jobs. I have my own employees that I try my best to take care of. And I've heard so many fucking horror stories online of companies ghosting people, recruiters wasting everybody's time, people applying for job after job and not hearing back for 6 months, a year, 2 years. I know that it's really fucking hard out there, and that most people are just doing their best and trying their best to figure it out and to make it by. And if this person happened to choose sending out GoFundMe links as their method of trying to make it by, who am I to judge? Especially when you consider the fact that my method of figuring it out and getting by was making makeup videos online. I just happened to get really lucky, and now, years later, I'm in a blessed and privileged position. But as somebody with a platform, it's my responsibility to humble myself and to never take what I have for granted. And when I made that video today, that is exactly what I did. I was speaking from a very privileged, obnoxious, ignorant standpoint. And for anybody that saw that video and was disappointed or upset with what I said, I am super sorry.
Okay. Actually, genuinely saying exactly what needs to be said. He's basically calling himself a POS and trying to take accountability for it and explaining why he is a POS and why that statement was a POS. So far, those couple of seconds were pretty valid. Again, it's a matter of whether you choose to believe it or not, or you choose to accept it or not. I have seen this pattern in behavior from James Charles and people in general. I would always be wary of people who have these thoughts. That's just my opinion. You guys know that saying, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them type shit? Believe it, right? I don't believe in this, oh, I didn't recognize the error in my ways, and therefore here are the errors in my way, and I don't believe that when it comes to specifically James Charles, because this seems to be a repeated behavior, a pattern of really problematic thinking, entitled thinking, privileged thinking, followed by, whoops, again, not of this world, and then trying to do damage control. Can people grow? Yes. Can people make mistakes? Absolutely. Why doesn't this man have a shirt? Why? What are you doing? Why are you laying in bed nonchalantly talking to... Come on. Put on a shirt, bro. Try to look like you are not just in this... Come on. Come correct. Because this just... I don't know. It's still giving me something that I can't articulate that I need you guys to help me with.
Especially to the woman from Spirit Airlines. I did try to look for her message earlier before making this video, and I couldn't find it. If you see this video and you want to get in touch, I would love to apologize to you directly and to help you out a little bit. But if you are not comfortable with that, I totally understand too. I really appreciate...
If I was her, I would take the money, and then after I get the money, I'll still call him a bitch ass. Again, just sinking deeper and deeper into this comfort, into this pillow, into this maximum state of relaxedness, and this... Oh, yes. Oh my God, bro. I'm losing the words for the commentary, and I don't feel like I'm like crashing out. I feel like this is a very good example of a lot of human beings, the lack of self-awareness that a lot of people have to deal with in others, and the idea of afflicting upon others because you can't get your internal, regulations, emotions correct, that you can't not be selfish or self-centered, or you have the spotlight effect and you believe everything that revolves around you. Like that, the idea that there are people on this earth that would literally come out to be this nasty to another person based on their inability to deal with themselves is so rampant. And it's why at least my circle is small, and trying to find new people are small, because when you see this starting to get exposed, once you wake up, you start seeing, then you just start seeing how some people can be just really, really, really toxic in your life. And this to me screams toxic. Maybe that's the feeling that I'm getting. This James Charles to me screams incredibly toxic.
Anybody that sent me a message or left a comment about this video today, letting me know how insensitive it was, I really needed to hear that, and I really need to think twice before I hit record and just start yapping on this account. I genuinely treat this spam page like I'm on FaceTime with you guys. I love to laugh and tell you stories and rant and scream at the camera and joke around with y'all, but sometimes I genuinely forget how many people are watching, and it was completely inappropriate to make a joke out of somebody just trying to provide for themselves and their family.
So he keeps saying that it was inappropriate for him to basically, he forgets how many people are watching, which I think is a little bit of a telltale. It's a little bit snitch. Okay, it's more so like, I forget that I'm not in here in the background with the girlies saying our true feelings or hee hee ha ha's. Like I forget that this is something that could blow up. This is front facing, and there's a good amount of people here where I need to be more selective and careful with what I say. There's not so much about what I'm saying, is about the fact of the place where I'm saying it, and there's a little bit too much exposure, and I forgot, right? That still to me, as of a person who still does not recognize that this is James Charles being James Charles, and be like, maybe I couldn't have been this type of person with this many people watching. Anyway, that's all I have for this episode of Lay It On Me. You've just been laid. Absolute garbage, doo-doo, butter. Let me know how you guys feel in the comments below. I'll catch you guys later. Take it easy. Peace.
Hey, we've got to talk about the real reason that Trump's South Carolina push failed after a Republican senator broke rank on the gerrymandering fight, how one Joe Rogan podcast sparked a surge in unproven cancer drugs, why Trump's Beijing moment has everyone losing it, and what got exposed in Kash Patel's Senate meltdown. We're talking about all of that on today's brand new extra-large Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, so buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it, starting with this. Every time one of Trump's goons testifies in front of Congress, whether it's Pete Hegseth,
your hatred for President Trump blinds you.
Or Pam Bondi.
The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader.
Or RFK Jr.
If that's not, in fact, what
Those are crocodile tears, Congresswoman.
It always seems to be a complete and utter clown show. And so we really can't be surprised when Trump's FBI Director Kash Patel, when he just went before the Senate Appropriations Committee, that the results were the same. Now, officially, he was there to answer questions about the $12.5 billion budget that his agency is asking for, but that's really not where things focused on. Right? Instead, what you had was the committee's top Democrat, Chris Van Hollen, taking the opportunity to grill him about recent reporting that he is frequently drunk, passed out, inexplicably absent, or impossible to reach.
So there have been no occasions when your security detail had difficulty waking or locating you, is that right?
Nope, it's a total farce. I don't even know where you get this stuff, but it doesn't make it credible because you say so.
I'm not saying it, Director Patel. It's been written and documented.
You are literally saying it.
No, I'm saying that these are reports, Director Patel.
No,
and
unlike your baseless reports, the only person that was slinging margaritas in El Salvador on the taxpayer dollar with a convicted gangbanging rapist was you.
Now, for some much needed context, I think a number of people will need here, the so-called gangbanging rapist that he's referring to there is Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Right? He's that Maryland father who was mistakenly deported to a Salvadoran mega prison early last year. I know it's been a while, but if you don't remember, first you had the Trump administration refusing to bring him back. Then they brought him back, but they charged him with human smuggling, and now they're trying to deport him again. Right, and last year, after Van Hollen visited him at prison, you had two different photos of the meeting circulating online. One that was put out by Van Hollen showing the pair sitting at a table, really nothing out of the ordinary, and then another put out by El Salvador's right-wing president showing them sitting there, glasses on the table, claiming that they were sipping margaritas in the tropical paradise of El Salvador. The key thing, Van Hollen says that those glasses were put there by Salvadoran officials and that neither he nor Abrego Garcia touched them. He even added that Abrego Garcia's glass was deliberately made less full so it looked like he had been drinking from it, with Van Hollen firing back on Twitter saying glasses were placed in front of us, but we did not drink them. I know that may be a confusing concept for Director Patel, but back to the hearing.
You know, the only person that ran up a $7,000 bar tab in Washington, D.C. at the lobby bar was you.
Okay. A little more context. What he's referring to there is an event for over 50 of Van Hollen's staff where the catering bill totaled around $7,000. And actually after this hearing, you had Patel posting a Federal Election Commission filing to back it up. Though to that, you had Van Hollen respond, "You got me. I catered a holiday reception for my staff with campaign, not taxpayer dollars. Now let's see your receipts." For so many seeing that as a false equivalency, deflection attempt from Patel. But then getting back to Patel and Van Hollen.
You drink during the day. That's you. This is the ultimate example of hypocrisy.
Chairman.
I will not be tarnished by baseless allegations
Let me
and
ask
fraudulent
the
statements from the media.
So let me ask you this. Are you willing to take the test, it's called the audit test, that members of our active duty military and others take to determine whether they have a drinking problem?
I'll take any test you're willing to take.
I will take it, Director Patel. I'll take it. You ready to take it?
Let's go.
Yes or no?
Let's go.
And yeah, Van Hollen was serious because he apparently took the test and later posted his results online. It's only 10 questions that ask stuff like, how much do you drink? Have you ever felt unable to stop drinking? Have you ever felt guilt or remorse after drinking? And Van Hollen said that he had 2 to 3 drinks a week, but answered never to all the other questions. With him then adding, given all the lies he told yesterday, I imagine he'll fudge the numbers here, but let's see yours, Director Patel. But with that said, back to the hearing we go, because Van Hollen also pressed Patel on reports that he fired a group of Iran experts shortly before Trump went to war with the country.
Were the group fired, did it include people who were Iran experts?
No.
Did it include people who were involved in counter-espionage activities with respect to Iran?
I don't have the list in front of me.
So you don't know whether or not you fired people with counter-espionage experience with respect to Iran? You don't know the answer to that question?
I terminated anyone and everyone that weaponized law enforcement.
Then at another point, you had Senator Patty Murray forcing him to answer for reports that the FBI is investigating the Atlantic journalist who wrote the article about his alleged excessive drinking.
This FBI is targeting no journalists. The Obama and Biden administrations targeted dozens of journalists, sent out 1,200 interviews.
I didn't ask you about the Biden administration. I asked if you can commit to this committee that no agent hours have been pulled from other work.
We have not done so.
And then finally, at the end of this thing, after Patel made all these claims and denials, Van Hollen, he hit him with one last question that sparked yet another fight.
My final question to you, Mr. Director, is do you know that it is a crime to lie to Congress? Do you know that? That's my last question.
I have not lied to Congress.
I didn't ask you
that. Lied to Congress is you.
Do you? I'm not testifying here, sir, and I don't lie.
Maybe the next time you run up a $7,000 bar tab, we can talk about it.
You are a disgrace, Mr. Director.
And so, yeah, while we wait to see if there's any sort of fallout from this, let me, 1, know your thoughts, and or 2, you can rank Patel's performance at this hearing. How many Kash Patel dead-eye stares out of 5 do you rank it? Also, while you have Congress questioning the decisions and health of our FBI director, we've got people asking questions about the headlines that we're seeing about health disinformation. Right, and that because according to a new major study, prescriptions for ivermectin soared after Joe Rogan and Mel Gibson touted it as an effective cancer treatment. And so you've got people saying that it shows how easy it is for influential voices to spread serious medical misinformation to vulnerable people. As far as the specifics, the study was just published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, right? And it's centered on prescriptions for ivermectin and benzimidazole between January and July of 2025. Because in early January of last year, you had Mel Gibson and Joe Rogan having this conversation.
I'll tell you a good story.
Okay.
I have 3 friends. All 3 of them had stage 4 cancer. All 3 of them don't have cancer right now at all. And they had some serious stuff going on.
And what did they take?
Jesus. They took some, what you've heard they've taken.
Ivermectin.
Fenbendazole.
Fenbendazole, yeah.
That's
yeah, I'm hearing that a lot.
They drank hydrochloride something or other.
There's studies on that now where people have proven that
people are drinking methylene blue and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This stuff works, man.
That episode of Joe Rogan, just on YouTube, has over 13 million views. It's also, of course, on other platforms. It was shared on Twitter, Instagram, even more. And actually, this clip even prompted the state of Florida to spend some of its cancer research funding on ivermectin. And while Rogan and Gibson, they mentioned a number of interventions there, both the public and general. And the study focused on the 2 things that we're talking about today. Right, with overall prescription rates doubling over the 7 months after the episode aired compared to the same time period the year prior. Increases were also more pronounced among white patients and those in the South. And among cancer patients, prescription rates were over 2.5 times higher. But one of the things is there's currently not a lot of actual evidence suggesting that ivermectin is beneficial as a cancer treatment. Now, animal studies on both drugs, they've shown that they could inhibit tumor growth, and the National Cancer Institute is looking into ivermectin's ability specifically to treat cancer, but there haven't actually been any clinical trials showing that they're safe or effective in humans. And so with that in mind, you had one doctor telling the New York Times that tons of medications, they might look promising in a preclinical phase, but then we put those drugs in human clinical trials, and the vast majority of the time, greater than 90% of the time, these medications don't seem to either benefit patients or don't seem to be safe for patients. So at least right now, we do not have concrete information suggesting that they should be widely used for cancer patients. And in fact, you have many saying that these drugs could potentially be harmful. Or with that doctor, for example, further explaining that even though they might work in mice at high doses, it could be toxic to humans or even interfere with already proven cancer treatments. And so until studies show that it actually works, they said, I don't prescribe it and I don't recommend physicians prescribe it. And you have the studies saying that it is especially concerning if cancer patients are delaying or foregoing traditional treatments in favor of these drugs as they're losing vital time and potentially allowing their illness to get worse. Right? And then you had another doctor adding, I always tell my patients, we are not mice. And anecdotal data of 1 or 2 patients is not proof. Now, with that said, I want to be fair. It is worth noting here that this study did have limitations, or because it was observational, a cause and effect link cannot be definitively made, right? The researchers cannot say with any certainty that Joe Rogan and Mel Gibson directly or solely caused these prescriptions to increase. And even though the rates of use substantially increased, its use among the general population was still very low. But researchers did note that it still gives some insight into the impacts of celebrity endorsements and the ways which medical misinformation can spread. Because the timing of this prescription spike came after a single podcast episode, and also ivermectin especially has been the center of tons of misinformation. Right, and as you've likely seen, it's kind of been treated as a cure-all wonder drug in many right-wing and Maha circles. It is approved to be used as an anti-parasitic. It's pretty cheap to get, but also you had people using it during COVID despite a lack of evidence. In recent weeks, you have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene pushing it for hantavirus. With cancer patients, you had one oncologist saying, with that group specifically, they are especially vulnerable to misinformation, saying there's this perfect storm of fear, urgency, uncertainty, information overload, and then this desperate need for hope. When somebody's offering you a magic cure for something and they give you anecdotal examples, it can feel very hopeful. We're also at a time primed for people to trust the wrong sources. Even the study itself notes that the influence of celebrities, podcasters, and more, it gains traction when institutional trust erodes. And that institutional trust has been eroded for reasons rightly and wrongly. And given that a lot of the top voices are kind of just professional contrarians, that can get dangerous pretty fast, especially as time and time again, we see a lot of these sources being prone to misinformation with very real consequences. There's previous research showing that cancer patients who use alternative medicine are at an increased risk of death compared to those who get standard medical care. And understand that a lot of what I'm talking about is not to just take everything from official sources at face value 100% of the time in every aspect of your life, but it is more, if you are going to be skeptical of everything, at least at a semi-close level. And with Joe Rogan specifically, even though we only get these quotes out of him usually when he realizes he said something super fucked up, he has literally said, quote, I'm not a doctor, I'm a fucking moron, as well as I'm not a respected source of information, even for me. So if you're gonna listen to Joe Rogan, listen to all of Joe Rogan. And that also goes for everyone, not just Joe Rogan. And then there's more we're gonna dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, I think most people don't need more motivation, they need clarity. Because you can work incredibly hard and still be running in the wrong direction. And the thing that nobody tells you is that the most successful people in the world, they don't figure it out alone. They've got mentors, coaches, people in their corner providing guidance, a sounding board. And that's what today's sponsor, Strawberry.me, is doing for thousands of people every week. Lots of us, we wake up every day knowing that we're capable of more, but have no idea how to get there. And I was skeptical about career coaching, but having someone cut through the noise and focus on your situation, huge for me. It definitely starts with clarity, figuring out what you actually want, not what you think you're supposed to want. Then you identify the real obstacles and the blind spots that you can't see on your own. And finally, you build a clear plan instead of waiting for the right moment to magically show up. And whether you want a new job, a promotion, or a full career pivot, there's a roadmap, and you've got a dedicated coach supporting you the whole way. So hey, scan that QR code on the screen or go to strawberry.me/DeFranco to get 50% off your first session. That's strawberry.me/DeFranco. I think you'll love it. But then, diving right back into the news, the number of the day today, at least for this second block, is 10,000. Because that is the number of times that federal judges have ruled against detentions carried out by ICE under the second Trump administration. That's what this new analysis by Politico found. And these cases include things like a nursing mom who was detained despite active refugee status. But it also includes a case of another mom separated from her 1-year-old child and released only after her son ended up in the hospital. And they include situations like parents of American service members, victims of human trafficking, and a 5-year-old boy who was taken into custody on his way home from school. And overall, these more than 10,000 rulings against Trump, they reportedly amount to around 90% of the rulings involving ICE detention since the administration upended long-standing practice with a policy shift last July. Because you see, federal law technically requires the detention of people who are seeking admission to the country. The previous administrations interpreted that as applying for the most part to people apprehended at the border. But last year, acting ICE Director Todd Lyons said in an agency-wide memo that anyone who had entered the country illegally would be seen as seeking admission. And that meant that millions of immigrants, including some who have lived in the United States for years, became subject to mandatory detention without the opportunity for bond. And that's apparently been the driving driving force behind a flood of lawsuits that's been overwhelming both federal judges and lawyers in the administration, especially as ICE has either defied or tried to get around a lot of rulings against the agency, including by moving detainees to a new state, which just leads to even more lawsuits. With a volume of cases, the consistency of rulings against the White House, it really stands out. It's why you have Politico describing the trend as a staggering rejection of a core piece of Trump's immigration agenda, and adding, Trump's unprecedented detention policy, which is almost certainly headed to the Supreme Court, infuriated lower courts in ways no other modern issue has. And many of these judges, they have not held back in their opinions. One bluntly describing the administration's approach as beyond the reach of ordinary legal description and as an assault on the constitutional order. Meanwhile, others have voiced concern about the specific tactics employed by ICE in their pursuit of mass detention and deportation. Tactics including arresting people dropping off their kids at school, detaining people in courthouses after immigration hearings and in ICE offices after routine check-ins, and executing after-the-fact warrants to try and justify arrests that may have otherwise been unlawful. You had one judge noting that despite hundreds of similar rulings in this and other courts resoundingly in favor of the ICE detainee petitioners, ICE continues to act contrary to the law, to spend taxpayer money needlessly, and to waste the scarce resources of the judiciary. And some judges, including one that ruled against the administration 90 times, they've actually compared their work to the Greek myths of Heracles having to slay the Hydra or Sisyphus having to push a boulder uphill for eternity. Though also, just to be clear, it is not a few judges that are handling a bulk of these cases. Because while it's true, some have heard more cases than others, more than 425 judges in total have ruled against the administration at least once. And a huge key thing is that includes even a majority of judges appointed by Donald Trump himself. Right? One of those Trump appointees actually wrote in his ruling, "This isn't how things are supposed to work in America. Unquestionably, the laws of human decency condemn such villainy." But despite all that, including losses from Trump judges, you had Trump officials blaming the administration's losses on the left and their activist proxies on the judiciary. And with that, also predicting that the administration will win at the Supreme Court level. Though notably, there in dozens of cases, the department's actually admitted that it had no defense for the administration's actions. Even still, and this just speaks to how fucked things are right now, it is true that the Supreme Court could eventually end up on the side of the White House. In fact, two federal appeals courts, the 5th Circuit and 8th Circuit, have already ruled in favor of the administration's position. But notably, 3 others, the 2nd Circuit, the 11th Circuit, and the 6th Circuit, have ruled against the administration. So we're kind of just stuck having to wait to see where these cases go. But also, in the meantime, this is just one way that the agency's actions have been, or it may be, on the wrong side of the law. Because there are also concerns about the legality of ICE's tactics and use of force against protesters and immigrants, including during operations and in detention facilities. Now, on the subject of detention, the agency has faced numerous allegations about overcrowding, unsanitary, and generally inadequate conditions at its facilities, which may also be connected to the fact that ICE recently reported its 18th detainee death in 4 months, putting the agency on track for a new record. And while that's going on, the agency's been throwing up roadblocks in front of members of Congress hoping to inspect facilities. Just this last Friday, you had an appeals court actually denying the administration's request to revive its policy requiring members of Congress to give 7 days notice before visiting ICE detention centers, which had been struck down in February. But now it's implementing new rules demanding that lawmakers identify specific detainees that they want to speak with by name at least 2 business days in advance and produce a signed consent form from each individual. So you actually had California Representative Mike Levin saying that he and his colleague Sarah Jacobs learned about this new policy when they made a surprise visit to a facility in San Diego and they weren't allowed to speak with detainees. Them also posting a photo of an ICE memo signed by Lyons and dated the same day as the visit, which claimed that the number of ICE visits from Congress had skyrocketed under Trump, and adding, "These visits are disruptive and resource intensive because they pull staff away from law enforcement duties and security posts." But then Levin responding, "The volume Lyons is citing is a direct consequence of his own department dismantling all the alternatives. They gutted the internal oversight and then complained that the external oversight is too active, then issued a memo to restrict it. All of that only makes sense if the goal is no oversight." And ultimately, we had to talk about this today because while ICE seems to be in the spotlight a lot less because all the other shit, it may also be part of the reason the other shit is happening. And it definitely doesn't mean that the horrible stuff that so many judges have taken issue with have stopped happening. And then, while we're seeing his immigration strategy play out, Trump is also in the middle of a major international trip and just arrived in China like a king, walking down a red carpet to a weirdly choreographed welcome by local students, flanked by as many manservants, including Elon Musk and his ward Eric Trump. And while there's talk about lucrative trade deals possibly there, you have critics accusing him of bailing out yet another campaign promise and working to secure deals with billionaires that got him elected. Right? Because when Trump ran for president again in 2024, he promised the American people a massive economic crackdown on China that would hit the country harder than any other trade partner. But then those ambitions, they completely backfired after China responded to Trump's tariffs by cutting off the supply of rare earth minerals that American companies rely on for basically everything from electronics and cars to weapons. So then, rather than tanking the US economy for how he was leading things and starting an even bigger trade war, Trump reached a tentative truce with Xi last fall, where he agreed to back down from his highest tariffs, and in exchange, China agreed to continue exporting rare earth elements to the US. So instead of taking a hard line on China like he promised, Trump's goal during his current visit is to just keep the relationship stable after starting a war with one of China's closest trading partners in the Middle East, all while soaking up the majesty of an authoritarian state visit hosted by a strongman leader. Now, as far as the specifics of what's on the table in this summit, the number one issue by far is trade, but also analysts say that expectations for any major outcomes are pretty limited. The tariffs will certainly be one of the biggest discussion points, with both sides hoping to extend the shaky trade truce that they reached this past fall. China will also likely push to loosen export controls on U.S. technology, including advanced semiconductors. Meanwhile, you have the U.S. hoping to secure Chinese investment in certain U.S. products, with a lot of the talk there being around the purchase of additional soybeans, beef, Boeing airplanes, potentially other farm goods. And U.S. officials have said that the president plans to discuss the possibility of creating a, quote, U.S.-China Board of Trade that would oversee agreed purchases and manage the bilateral trade relationship. Some also speculating that they might agree to create a council to have further conversations about AI. And then also, beyond trade and economic issues, the two leaders are expected to discuss some incredibly important geopolitical topics. It's been widely reported that Xi's going to press Trump on Taiwan. It's a self-governing territory, but of course China has long claimed it as its own, which of course has been one of the biggest single points of contention in U.S.-China relations. For the U.S. sends Taiwan tons of weapons and considers it a crucial ally that's absolutely essential to U.S. security interests in the region. But more recently, Trump's floated the possibility that the U.S. will stop selling arms to Taiwan, an idea that China obviously would fucking love. And the timing here is very significant because Trump's war has diverted key military assets from Asia while also depleting U.S. munitions. And that's raised doubts among Chinese analysts about America's ability to defend Taiwan. And then, of course, Iran is likely going to be a big discussion point. Like I mentioned earlier, Iran is one of China's closest trade partners in the Middle East, and like the rest of Asia, it's been heavily impacted by the global energy crisis that resulted from Iran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And it's also widely believed that China's selling weapons to Iran, which is an assessment that's reportedly backed up by U.S. intelligence. But then at the same time, China's also credited with helping to push Iran to accept Trump's initial ceasefire, the same one that he now says is on life support. And you've got some analysts predicting that he's going to ask China to help pressure Iran to reopen the strait and reach a deal to end the war. There, I'll say it's unclear if that would be successful because China has offered limited help in a war that it sees as, Trump's own problem. And actually, on the note of all of us being stuck in a war of Trump's own making, here's what our dear president had to say to the American people who are suffering because of this war.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody.
Democratic campaign strategists are sending edible arrangements to the White House for the ability to be able to use that line in an election year. But going back to Trump and China, we then also have to talk about the tech bro of it all. But as I mentioned, Trump arrived in China alongside some of the biggest tech and finance billionaires, including Elon Musk, Tim Cook of Apple, the CEO of NVIDIA, as well as over a dozen other top leaders from the defense and banking industries. Then, of course, Eric was also there. And as far as why they showed up, it was for a few reasons. Some of them, like Musk and Cook, they have economic ties in China and good relationships there, or the idea being that they can provide a key diplomatic bridge for Trump, but also there's potentially something big in it for them, right? Securing major business advantages. And Trump himself has made it clear that that is at least part of the aim here, writing in a post on Truth Social. We'll be asking President Xi, a leader of extraordinary distinction, to open up China so that these brilliant people can work their magic and help bring the People's Republic to an even higher level. So he's saying that he wants to create a path for these billionaires to do business in China, which I'm sure is going to be incredibly profitable for all of them and ingratiate them to Trump even more. But also what we've seen with this trip is that it's created backlash from both sides, where you have Republicans and Democrats in the House writing letters warning Trump against any deal that would give China a bigger manufacturing foothold in the United States. You also saw a lot of people from all over the political spectrum criticizing Trump for bringing his billionaire boyfriends to get rich in China, while also openly saying that he doesn't think about how his war is hurting average Americans. For example, former Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene accusing Trump of going to China with the oligarchy corporate elites to sell out America to China, also while slamming him for getting the U.S. drawn into an expensive foreign war. But as far as how the visit goes, do we see trade deals? Are there big statements? Will they braid each other's hair and eat pizza? We'll have to wait and see. And then we've got even more that we got to dive into today. But first, let me take a minute to thank a sponsor and say, adulting is realizing that some things, they just do not get easier when you ignore them. They just get more expensive. And if you have kids or just people depending on you, one of the big ones is definitely life insurance. Well, not fun or exciting. It is extremely important. I'm starting to get at the age where I have the very real question of, if I'm not here, is my family taken care of? And that's why today's sponsor, Fabric, is worth paying attention to. Fabric by Gerber Life is term life insurance that you can get done today. It's made for busy parents like a lot of you, all online, on your schedule, right from your couch. You can be covered in under 10 minutes with no health exam required. Because the reality is, life feels stable until it doesn't, though often it doesn't feel stable most times. But again, if you've got kids or people that depend on you, the I'll get to it later thing, it's not cutting it. Having kids, especially if you are young and healthy, now's the best time to lock in lower life insurance rates for long-term protection. This can genuinely take a huge thing off your plate without turning it into some giant stressful process. And there's no gotcha feeling either. They offer a 30-day money-back guarantee and you can cancel anytime. So hey, join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to help protect their family. You can apply it today in just minutes. Just scan that QR code or go to meetfabric.com/DeFranco. That's MEET fabric.com/DeFranco. And then for the final story of the day, we got to talk about why a Republican state senator just stood on the floor of the South Carolina Senate for 45 minutes and killed Donald Trump's plan to redraw the state's congressional maps. Because he is not a moderate, he's definitely not a Democrat. He actually helped Republicans gerrymander South Carolina in 2021. And as it turns out, his stated reasons for blocking Trump is that the new map would have driven up black turnout in November. So it's one of the weirdest moments in the redistricting war so far. So some broader context here. Republicans, by almost every measure, have won the redistricting war of the last 6 months. Virginia's redistricting referendum was killed in court. The Supreme Court gutted Section 2 with the Voting Rights Act. We just covered earlier this week SCOTUS clearing Alabama to revert to a previously discriminatory map 7 days before its primary. Tennessee just split Memphis into 3 pieces, and Florida and Missouri are running similar plays. So South Carolina, it was the next target on Trump's list. And the goal was to redraw the state's 7 congressional districts to take out the only Democratic seat currently held by 17-term incumbent James Clyburn. And when Clyburn was first elected in 1993, he was the first black member of Congress from South Carolina since Reconstruction. And one of the big things we saw is that Trump leaned into all of this personally. He posted on Truth Social that he was counting on South Carolina's elected leaders to level the playing field. Right, those were his words, not the reality. He also told them to be bold and courageous. He personally called Senate Majority Leader Shane Massey to make sure that the vote went through. And then, in front of the Senate, Massey said no, with Massey speaking for over 45 minutes on the floor of the South Carolina Senate. And the speech is unusual not just for what it killed, but for what it openly said. And remember, you're gonna have to wait to the end to take everything in as a whole.
Too many people in power just want to do whatever it takes to stay in power. They'll do whatever it takes to keep it. But I ask, to what end? What do you do with it when you've attained it?
Right, so that appears to be a Republican Senate Majority Leader in the middle of his own party's national redistricting push, asking the question out loud about his own side.
I cannot in good conscience surrender this authority that has been preserved to, for, and by the states and merely take orders from those who are not in South Carolina.
He also talked at length about federalism and the separation of state legislative power from federal pressure. He also reportedly went so far as to compare his current stand to South Carolina's history as state resistance, and that including what was described as awkwardly invoking Civil War history. Right, South Carolina was actually the first state to secede from the Union. So when Massey says he has too much Southern blood and too much resistance in his heritage to give in, he's making a comparison that many South Carolinians will read one way and many others on the outside are going to read another. But then Massey's biggest argument against redrawing the map, it had kind of 3 legs. The first is what's called the dummy mander problem, right? The idea that when you spread out one party's voters too thin to flip an extra district, you might actually flip other safer districts that are at least safe right now. Or with South Carolina Republicans currently holding 6 to 7 House seats.
If we start tinkering with this, my concern is that we can make this a whole lot worse.
The second's then constituency, with Massey arguing that breaking up Clyburn's district, which covers a wide swath of majority black communities in South Carolina, it would split up the federal policy coalition that the state has historically relied on. Like voters in his district, they've spent decades organizing around federal policy priorities together. Splitting them up, it dilutes their effectiveness, including, he argued, for South Carolina as a whole. But then that brings us to the third leg, with Massey saying on the record in his own speech,
I also think that one of the side effects of this is, very candidly, you're going to motivate black turnout, and there will be repercussions for that. There will be down ballot repercussions for that.
Which is definitely something I expected him to say in back rooms, but not openly on camera. He is openly telling his colleagues that one of the reasons he opposes this map is that it's going to energize black people to vote and show up, that it would hurt Republican prospects down ballot. Not because he cares about his constituents who are black people, but because it would lead to more black people voting. And it is so important that we highlight that, because you can't give Massey credit for the federalism part without naming the explicit voter suppression logic in the same speech. Because understand, when you take Massey in as a whole, he is not a hero of voting rights. He helped Republicans redraw South Carolina's map in 2021 to give the GOP an advantage. And so all the other stuff that he's talking about, it's just window dressing for what's really naked partisan calculation. And again, this is nowhere near the end of what this whole mess is. For one, South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster is already gearing up to announce a special session on the new maps this week. But I mean, even today, as I was recording this story, it was reported that Georgia Governor Kemp called a special session to redraw 2028 maps. And so that's another important aspect of this. We have to think about what's happening with 2026 and 2028. Both matter, but at different levels right now. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is the end of today's show, unless you want to dive into the deep end with me. Because we did something a little bit different with today's brand new episode of Crashing Out, which is live over on that channel. Links in the description, and on YouTube, you're going to be able to even click or tap the screen if you want to select something there. But we did a tier list that made me very uncomfortable, which for some reason is something that you guys love to see. But really, whatever you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow. Oh God, this is the episode where Alex is like, I think I'm fine taking on ops.
I created a tier list, all right? That's what I did. I created a tier list.
Miss Rachel's going like, subscribe, commented.
I am gonna put John Fetterman under blocking mutuals.
I was like, what's like your news diet? And he was like, you know, just like people that I trust, Ben Shapiro, Tim Pool. I was like, oh my God. It's a dumb question if we are comparing MTG and AOC.
If you're on stage with Marjorie Taylor Greene, congratulations. You're a f***ing bigot. Too much? Did I go too hard?
I might cancel today's show.
New episodes every Wednesday.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming to sit down because today we're going to be talking about Potterheads, aka the Harry Potter franchise fans, right? Potterheads. They're some of the most devoted people out there in any fandom, Nick. Of the Western culture, I would say that they're still more diehard than Marvel fans.
Oh yeah.
It's a religion.
Even when their martyr turned sour, they still...
Even when, hey, I'll tell you what, J.K. Rowling, that crazy bitch, is, you know, she's turned some heads, let's just say that. And people are still slinging spells, so you tell me. Those who grew up reading the books and watching the movies became so attached to the world that it's almost like they're unable to leave it, right? They took the fucking train to Hogwarts, platform not in 3/4, eh? This may not seem like a big deal, but they're constantly the butt of jokes online for being unimaginably cringe and obsessive, like any fandom, ladies and gentlemen, that we talk about. Why is it that Harry Potter fans get it a little worse?
I think it's because it's like a book intended for children, and now that you're an adult, still saying like this is the greatest piece of media ever.
Let me ask you this, Nick. Who gets memed on more, Disney adults or Potterheads? It's still gotta be Disney adults, right?
It's probably Disney adults.
It doesn't help that many of them are full-grown adults, which begs the question, are they just as unbearable as Disney adults? Right?
Yes, same level. Anyone who's that obsessive.
I think, hear me out, a Deathly Hallows ankle tattoo is not as bad as a person wearing Mickey ears. I'll say it.
Bruh. What?
I'll say it.
You can take the Mickey ears off. You can't take the tattoo
But
off.
the thing is, Nick, they never take the Mickey ears off, do they? That's what makes it so much worse. You could,
but you won't.
But you don't.
No.
After all, they both seem to make every facet of their lives involve around the franchise of their choice, from the food they eat to the names of their children. We're going to cover all the levels of Harry Potter obsession, from themed weddings to degenerate fanfiction, and even those who have convinced their own children that they're real wizards. That's a real thing that people have done. So, grab your wands as we get ready to plunge into the cringe-inducing world of Potterheads. Let me ask you this, because you see this a lot. I see it with Disney fans, you see it with Harry Potter fans, you see it with Marvel fans. Why doesn't Lord of the Rings get the same rap?
Because that is a much more sophisticated book.
Is it simply because there's only 3? I guess you have The Hobbit, but no one fucking talks about The Hobbit. I mean, don't get me wrong, listen, I love Lord of the Rings, love it to death. You know what it is? It's not the same kind of fan base.
I was gonna say it's the women. If there was more women in Lord of the Rings fan base.
I think that it's all self-contained to like Ren fairs. You really don't even see like cosplay stuff of Lord of the Rings characters, do you?
Not anymore.
And if you do, you're kind of like, hell yeah.
I think if the original trilogy came out now, it would be just as big as like Game of Thrones.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. I think it'd be that big. Granted, there's not sex.
But
in
even
it.
Game of Thrones, you don't have...
People name their kids Daenerys and like Jon
Yeah, but
Snow.
even like, listen, naming your kid something is one thing, but like, I'm talking like Potterheads, Disney fans, Marvel, it's like an entire identity. Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there always, I know, there always is people, but I'm just saying as a mass majority, it's just, what is the delineation? I'm still so confused.
Maybe they're just less open about it. You know what I mean?
They're hiding? They're in hiding?
They're hiding the ring.
Since its release in the late 90s, people have been obsessed with Harry Potter. The only thing that seems to have changed is the age of its fan base. Unless you were alive to witness the mania that Harry Potter caused in the 90s and early 2000s, it's really hard to understand just how big the franchise was. You little fucking Gen Z, Gen Alpha babies, you didn't realize what it was like going to Borders bookstore. I was just trying to go there to pick up some fucking manga, and all of a sudden there was it's the midnight release of Harry Potter. Pandemonium.
Oh, yeah.
So big. The thing too that they did at the same time, it was like the perfect storm where the books books were released, they were instantly popular. I feel like the Harry Potter books were so popular so quick that they immediately got a movie deal, and then the books were releasing alongside the movies. So the movies would like, you'd be on book three of the movies, and then book 5 just released. Exactly. It was the perfect storm of people being like, I need to know. It was a craze, an absolute craze. I mean, when the books were still being released, people would wait outside of bookstores for hours. Most of the time, these lines were wrapped around the block, oftentimes littered with various cosplayers. Which, you know what, dude, if I'm waiting outside for a fucking Harry Potter book, I'm gonna be dressed up in a cloak. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna break off a fucking twig off my tree and I'll be waving that shit in line, all right? At one point, bookstores had problems with people driving or running past these long lines and screaming spoilers. This may sound silly, but it was actually driving passionate fans insane. And it got so bad that some people began to wear headphones and threaten physical violence if they caught the person who spoiled the books for them. People would drive by and it'd be like, Snape kills Dumbledore!
Snape kills Dumbledore!
And you would hear crowds of people like, ah! This is early YouTube as well. It was crazy. People would weep. There's people would weep.
Guys! Voldemort killed Harry! Harry comes back to life and kills Voldemort!
This video is sponsored by PDS Debt. Are you still stuck in debt after all those payments? PDS Debt can fix that, you hear? Minimum payments aren't designed to get you out of debt. They're designed to keep you stuck. Oh, shit. And with PDS, you can reduce up to half of what you owe on credit cards, personal loans, and medical bills. It all starts with a free 30-second assessment at pdsdebt.com/PapaMeat. Savings start the day you complete the 30-second assessment. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, with thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. And if you're carrying any balance on your credit cards, it's costing you money every day, sucker. PDS Debt uses AI and data to go beyond the number and personalized solutions for you. And the best part is, there's no minimum credit score required. Plus, there's zero credit impact using PDS Debt. They are there to help you pay off your debt faster and start putting your money back where it belongs. Being in debt, not having any money can be extremely stressful. I know how that feels, and everyone can do something about it, and so should you. If you're in debt and you think it may help, give PDS Debt a try. Give your free personalized assessment and find the best option for you at pdsdebt.com/PapaMeat. That's pdsdebt.com/PapaMeat. Thank you, PDS Debt, for sponsoring this video. Yay! Online, spoilers were rampant too. This caused people to go completely offline months before each book's release. Until recently, there was not much more content to explore within the Harry Potter universe. But HBO, however, is now set to release a reboot of the series by the end of the year, and some fans are not happy about it. HBO is trying to capitalize in, instead of doing movies, because no child or anybody wants to watch movies anymore. It's all about series, baby. People just want to watch series. And now they're trying to get a new wave of youngins in on the Harry Potter train to grow with the franchise as well. Your first thoughts of the HBO show, what do you think?
I read that they're using the same sets, and that seems like, what?
To me, I've already done, you know what's the thing? Is all these people are like, it's unreal, I can't believe they're redoing it. Whatever. First off, who cares? If you don't want to watch it, you have 2 decades of films. Just watch that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. My thing, remakes are so hard because to me, I would like to see a remake that's new. Like what do you add to this?
What do you add to it? I forgot who said this the best. I think it was Rather Media said the best when they were like, remake things that are bad.
Exactly.
The difference was they were remaking B movies that could use an improvement.
And making them better, yeah.
Yes.
I don't need a remake of Harry Potter. You know what I mean? Give me a fucking remake of something else. I don't understand, which it's all
money.
It's all money. I mean, I get it. But do people not care if you did like, we're doing a Harry Potter series, but it has nothing to do with Harry Potter. It's the wizarding world.
They tried that with the Beastmaster or whatever, and then Johnny Depp.
There was a series called Beastmasters?
It's like How to Train Your Dragon. Like,
there's a How to Train Your Dragon. What?
It's called Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them.
Yeah, because that's right. Because that's when Johnny Depp got canceled and all that.
Exactly. So.
Yeah. I thought people liked those films though.
I didn't.
All right, dude, damn. But you do that, you take that shit, and then you just make a Wizarding World series.
They should make a Gen Z wizard. That's the thing. Make a new school, and it's modern day, and you get new characters, and the thing is, there's no...
That's wrong. All of that is wrong. I'm saying respect the franchise, but do something new with it, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Well, all that stuff you just said, I don't like any of that. You know, they have iPhones.
Their iPhones are their wands.
Their iPhones are their wands. You know, he's doing the fucking spell with his flashlight. It's just his. It's just his flashlight, his iPhone flashlight. That would, I think people would, people would kill themselves. Unironically, they would die. The complaints range from the reboot being straight up unnecessary to the visuals not being very colorful or whimsical compared to the original. Where's the whimsy? Come on! I'm 43. Some fans simply hate the casting and have begun to harass and send death threats to actors like Pawapa Isiudu, definitely didn't say that right, who is playing the role of Severus Snape. Why do people care? Why do I care? You know, this whole deal about being like, they're changing Harry Potter. They're changing it. I'm like, you have, it also comes down to me where it's like, you have 2 decades with Alan Rickman. Yeah. You have 20 years. I'm like, let some other guy come in. You know what always happens too? People say this and they're always like, oh yeah, that actor was good. Almost every time. Not every time, but almost every time. Yeah. All right? HBO was aware of these threats and increased the security on sets, fearing for the actors' lives. The old cast from the original films also felt the need to publicly state that there should be no pressure put on the child actors. They're likely aware of how protective people are of this franchise and that there will likely be a lot of unnecessary cruel feedback, which is that's one thing too. Those little fucking Harry Potter actors had the first time around didn't have social media. They didn't have to see all that shit. Now you're sitting there and it's just gonna be 5-year-olds being like, anyone else think that the 5-year-old fucking sucks? That kind of thing.
They take a bump off the coke on the table to deal with that.
Yeah. Then all of a sudden, the new Harry Potter actor is sniffing fentanyl and shit, trying to process being like, well, I guess we're gonna film Chamber of Secrets next. That kind of thing. It's not good. I wonder if, do you think if you're born to social media, are you just like, I don't give a fuck?
No, nowadays kids are way too afraid of being cringe. That's like the biggest thing.
Oh, fuck.
Because, like, I mean, granted, as a kid, nobody wants to be cringe or embarrassing, but now that everybody has a phone, it's way, like, harder to be like, I want to do this thing, but if someone films me doing it, I'm dead. I'm so dead at school.
Do you think that the kid who's playing Harry Potter, do you think he hit up like Daniel Day-Lewis for some fucking acting tips or something? You cannot let me be cringe, Daniel. He's like, he's fucking young. The kids are young.
Yeah. I was gonna say they're like 10, right?
Also, I saw all the photos of all of them. I was just like, looks like Harry Potter.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I thought they did a right job. I don't know. Once again, unnecessary remake.
Yeah, don't harass the kids. They're innocent. It's
well. No, yeah, I mean, there should be no reason. There should be no reason that as a previous Harry Potter fan, you are going online to that person's page and like harassing them. You know what's weird is that there's some guy who's just, I hope that there is some guy who is watching this video who did, you're right, and they deleted the message they were getting ready to do.
He's got his whole
wrong.
TikTok hate account that he has to delete.
Yeah, all right, delete. While most fans have petty complaints about the show, the biggest complaint of all is that J.K. Rowling is involved in any way. J.K. Rowling has, of course, become a heavily scrutinized and controversial figure over the years, putting die-hard fans in a tough spot in the universe of their fandom. I mean, after all, many of them have tied their identities to this franchise. So now what are you going to do, back out?
No, I'm too invested. My whole life is based around Harry Potter.
My whole life is based around Harry Potter. The whole thing is when people say I was in a tough spot, but Harry got me out. What am I gonna do? Abandon Harry now just because?
Yeah, am I supposed to renovate my Harry Potter themed Airbnb because of J.K. Rowling?
Yeah, exactly. My Harry Potter Airbnb 4-bedroom house is going to take a massive hit. Thanks, JK, you bitch. Some are even burning their books in retaliation. Many who are angry at her, however, can't help but continue consuming endless amounts of Harry Potter content because it's too hard to give up. Which also, for people who don't realize, JK Rowling is like very actively against trans people.
I don't understand because it seems like JK was pivoting very hard to like, quote unquote, the woke audience by retroactively being like, Dumbledore's gay. The snake's an Asian lady, like trying to be very inclusive. So it's very.
Dude, she's an old femcel. You know what I mean? She's a feminist from way back. So then all of a sudden, when she's just like fucking people are cosplaying being girls, she freaks the fuck out, and you're like, well, I don't think that's really it, JK. You know? And then she starts going all fucking like Clint Eastwood, Gran Torino. Get off my lawn. Her fucking pants all the way up to under her titties and stuff like that. On her porch. What are you? Yeah, no, she has a little bit of that little spit behind those words, I'll tell you.
Oh yeah.
There's a little bit of hate.
Now she's become Voldemort.
Which is do you know what's fucked up is someone has definitely said that before. It's insane that our hero actually became Voldemort.
We thought she was Hermione, but now she's Voldemort.
Well, they fuck it. When people say their name now, they're like, don't speak her name.
Oh yeah, don't you give her power.
Yeah, Harry, don't.
And still buying the merch and the video games.
Yeah, you have the scarf on and everything. Don't say her name.
She who must not be named.
She who must please. Which is so weird because of the extremely progressive J.K. Rowling, whose only Asian character's name is Cho Chang.
Yeah.
Well, we got one diverse character. Everyone else, white. I just want to say, too, looking back in hindsight now with her being like a turf like that, let me say, Mudblood seems to have a different connotation now, doesn't it? Every time I hear someone say Mudblood, I'm always like,
well, that's the thing. It's going to hit differently in the new show because the characters are either, they're...
Oh, shit. See Malfoy be like, filthy mudblood. I'm like... It's worse than Voldemort.
And also, this is pretty funny, but he's the only white kid in Slytherin. The rest are, like, Indians.
What?
Yeah, there's like a picture of the Slytherin class, and it shows Malfoy, and then a bunch of like every other child looks like they're Indian.
So there's not two fat best friends now?
They're now mewing and being Giga Chads. That's like the idea.
That's actually a good evolution.
He's bone smashing.
I mean, I don't know. It's a weird thing where it's a bear in a room. I don't fucking agree with what she says. At the same time, she has enough money to buy a country. So, I mean, you're not going to stop J.K. Rowling from speaking her fucking mind. Let's just say that. What are you going to do? What the fuck are you going to do?
Well, if her movies didn't do as good, maybe she'd change her mind. I'll put more trans people in the Wizarding World.
All right, fine. I'll bend me knee.
She was homeless when she wrote it.
Who gives a shit, dude? I don't give a fuck about that pursuit of happiness ass story. Fucker. When you look at this fandom and just how deep its fixation of the series can go, it's not hard to find a comparable to the cringe Disney adults we've covered on this channel before. And by covered on this channel before, I mean maybe 70 times. And I'll probably do it again. Similar to obsessive Disney fans, adult Potterheads are also mainly millennials. And as we've also covered, this generation is quite possibly the most embarrassing of them all. Not me, man. Couldn't be one of them. Across the internet, you'll find all sorts of cringe-inducing content like skits from Voldemort having a podcast or Hogwarts hiring a guidance counselor. Pretty funny. I partially just blame sketch comedy. Like Key and Peele, all that kind of stuff. I love Key and Peele, I'm just saying. They had the Wizarding World, and so people were like, yes, that's awesome. Disney adults use their disposable income to buy hordes of merchandise and hunt down rare items at antique stores. Similarly, adult Potterheads will cover every inch of their rooms in various props, plushies, and Funko Pops. One collector goes the extra mile by decorating 100% of every room in her home with merchandise and film-accurate furniture so it looks like they come straight out of the movies. Well, if you went on a date with a person, you went back to their house and she's like, you want to come in for a cup of coffee? Which you know doesn't mean a cup of coffee. You go inside and the first thing you see is a fucking owl in a cage. It looks like the Gryffindor common area. This is in a studio apartment. This is in a studio apartment. What would you do?
I'd be very impressed.
Would you really?
Yeah, I'd be like, she put like brick and shit in there too.
Oh yeah, fake brick. It's actually the craftsmanship could be better.
I'd be like, god damn. And then her stairs move.
In a studio apartment. There's 6 steps that just kind of rotate like this. So if she came in, she's like, what do you think? Or she's just like, you want decaf?
I'd be like, yes, please.
You need a Potterhead, dude.
I would be impressed.
We could find you a Potterhead.
If you're telling me it's like movie accurate,
well, let's say it's not movie. Let's say it's like
very cheap looking.
No. It's not horrible, but it's definitely not like it's not like I'm like, oh my god, did you do this for a living? It's not that.
Okay.
That took a big one out of your sales, didn't it? You're like, not movie accurate.
I thought you were talking about I opened it up and I was like transported to a different world.
About ready to get your dick sucked by a magician or whatever. Oh.
She's got the sorting hat that talks and everything.
Yeah.
What house am I? What house am I?
Puts the sorting hat on while you're getting topped. That'd be insane. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. Get your dick sucked. Get your dick sucked. Anywhere but Slytherin. Anywhere but Slytherin, eh? The only thing is, what if it was movie accurate? All that happened, but she wouldn't let you leave until she fucking did an Inglourious Bastards lightning bolt on your fucking forehead, though.
Well, is this after I got sloppy toppy or like?
I think it's about like the realization happens about midway through. She pulls out like a fucking crocodile Dundee knife. Yeah, right. Every guy would just be like, "I'll fall on this sword, milady."
Put my hair back.
Yeah, just started to put back. She's doing it during it. I'd be like, that's impressive. Holy shit. Crazy hand-eye coordinator. Are you a drummer? Those with more to spend have spent hundreds to thousands of dollars on official limited edition wands that are heavily upsold on eBay. We've all seen Disney adults theme their expensive weddings after their favorite IPs, with couples getting engaged in front of a Magic Kingdom and having bridesmaids dressed as Disney princesses. People are quick to clown on this kind of behavior, thinking it comes off as pretty childish and immature. But you know what? I mean, once again, if it's what you fucking love, then who cares? It's your day. But if you do post online, you are open.
Exactly. That's
full range.
Fair game. Fair game.
If you think you're like, it's cringe, but it's just for me and you, just don't post it online. Keep it. Those are because also too, if people enter your home and they dog on you, that's also, you can't do that either. Like if you got married secretly and it was to a Disney doll girl and you did all that, I went to your house and there was framed pictures of the wedding. I do. Oh, that looks so fun. It'd be that. There's no way I could be. Maybe privately I take it away. But what the fuck happened? But I would.
I don't know. It just happened. I did not know.
There's a sorting hat and there was. There was a knife. It was crazy. This is no different for adult Potterheads, who are often met with similar ridicule from the public. One couple, for example, spent 20,000 euro, or is that pounds? I think it's euro. For example, spent 20,000 euro on a Hogwarts-themed wedding ceremony. Craig and Catherine were lifelong fans of the series. Not only did they both already have matching Harry Potter tattoos upon meeting for the first time, but Craig even proposed to Catherine in front of Hogwarts Castle at Harry Potter World. And they were both in complete agreement about theming the event after Harry Potter. It seemed to take place in a gray warehouse with Quidditch-themed table decorations and Dumbledore himself officiating the wedding. Craig claimed everyone who was there had an amazing time, so it's hard to hate on them too much. Online, however, they were viewed as immature children that rivaled the cringe scene from Disney adults. Let me tell you this. That is jealousy.
Yes.
That's some fucking sour, lonely bitch, and that's even a guy. A bitch is in boy, who's just like... Never me, man. It's like, probably never will be you because you're fucking terrible. I'd say, like, I'm not gonna hate on anybody, which don't look at, maybe I have. But I'm not gonna hate on anybody for having a fucking good wedding, dude. I mean, would I do a fucking Harry? No, I wouldn't do a Harry Potter wedding. What am I gonna do though? Dude, you guys fucked up your one day. You know?
Yeah, if you're up against, don't go to the wedding.
You do not seem on the same boat as me, though. Were you one of those people leaving those comments?
No.
That does not sound honest.
See, I would do a Jim Henson themed wedding. I get the Muppets.
Honestly, though, to be fair, I will say any themed wedding is better than a regular boring wedding. I fucking hate weddings. Weddings are worse than funerals.
What if it was a zombie wedding?
That would be sick. Could I stand up and walk around?
And then brains.
Yeah. Brains! And halfway through it goes... Dude, wouldn't that be sick? You know, slam.
See, and then this is at the end of the wedding, we find a cure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, like when you leave out, here's your antidote. Hi, I'll see you next week. That would be fun. Write that down. Zombie wedding. Another Harry Potter wedding was not nearly as wholesome. One bride explains how she worked with her fiance to sort out all 65 guests into Hogwarts houses and separated their tables according to their title. Now that would piss me off. See, I was supporting it. If I sat down and they were like, no, you can't sit there. You're a Slytherin. I'd be like, that would drive me fucking insane. Because also the table talk is going to be horrible at that wedding. Can you believe we're in Slytherin? I didn't think I'd be that. That would be fun. That would drive me insane. This meant family and couples were split from the people they knew. Many also assumed being labeled Slytherin meant you were evil and took it very personally. I would. What the fuck? You're just feisty. Just go fuck yourself, Carol. You know? Many guests who did read the books even started debating how they should be put in the Gryffindor. And in the end, she regretted the decision deeply. Yeah.
That's hindsight, though. You can't.
Babe, seriously, next time. When this guy divorces you, you'll get him on the next one. It's not just strangers on the internet that shudder at this. Even some of the cast, like the actress who played the head of the Hufflepuff house, publicly stated that the adult fans of the series need to calm down. Shouldn't have done that. Miriam Margoyles stated,
I worry about Harry Potter fans because they should be over that by now. It was 25 years ago, and it's for children. Harry Potter is wonderful. I'm very grateful to it. It's over.
Preach, sister.
Oh. Oh, I would not have done that. When the Potterheads caught wind of this, they started using her quotes over sad music and videos of them showing off their giant collections of Harry Potter products and cosplays. Most criticism like this elicit a common response from fans, that their love of the series is harmless and not causing anyone any harm, right? While this is true for most, some adult Potterheads can't help but drag others into the crossfire. There's unfortunately large numbers of hardcore Potter fans that end up having a child only to emotionally harm them by forcing their fandom into their lives. My God, what the fuck are we talking about? It's like, what were we talking about, like a cult? Are we saying that this is like a cult mentality? Leave the children out of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You name your boy Harry and you give him like little lightning scar tattoos.
You can name your kid. You can name your kid Harry. Forcing him to wear prescription glasses when he doesn't need them is fucked. And then also, if you legitimately put a water tattoo of a scar on his head every day, I would be like, it's main character syndrome. That's like, to me, that's the same shit as like a mom forcing her child to do like a beauty pageant.
Yeah, you get a house elf slave and an owl for him.
You hire a dwarf. Mom, who is that? Snobby.
Potter must not go back to Hogwarts.
Where is he sleeping, Mom? In your room.
Give me a sock.
What if they
give me a sock?
What if they?
I want to go home. Give me a sock.
He has a normal room, but they built him stairs and a closet in there, so he has to sleep in there. Come on, Harry. Go to bed.
Go to bed. What did you do to my room? Dude, I bet you there is somebody. It just has not been discovered yet. There's definitely some person who is just like, it's fun. He'll sleep under the stairs. And then the dad's like, Jessica, I don't know about this. I don't mind, Dad. Son, why are you talking in a British accent?
Mom makes me help, Father.
Daddy, I need help. There are Potter-obsessed people out there who take the love for their fandom, just way too far. One couple was lambasted online after admitting that they had an 8-year-old daughter that was raised since 5 to believe that the world of Harry Potter was 100% real. And to do this, they started reading her the books every day and building a long and detailed story about how she was not only a witch, but one from an old wizarding family. And this started to get difficult as she got older because she naturally had more and more questions to ask. They would build this made-up lore for years, telling her stories of their supposed magic adventures. They admitted that this was blatant gaslighting that would likely give her trust issues when she eventually learns the truth. But they justified it by saying the stories they told taught her about difficult subjects like racism, climate change, and even COVID. The wizardly world of COVID. Though the post was made to request unique ideas to keep the magic alive for the daughter, most people just called them terrible parents. Which, I don't think there's anything wrong with telling a kid like, oh, you are a wizard. It's a fun thing that it's for a kid, but after a while, it's like you gotta cut the cord eventually. You can't keep the magic alive forever.
No, until he's 21. So he's 25 and his brain is fully developed.
I have something to tell you, and you're gonna be very angry with me. Get your wand. One person actually explained how their own mother did the same thing to them, just to a lesser extent. This person believed it and was bullied in school because they'd become fixated on the idea of doing magic, which also did, yeah. You're gonna have them casting spells. There's gonna be some kid who's just like, what the fuck are you doing? They were later crushed on their 11th birthday when a letter to Hogwarts never appeared. Oh my God, see, that's heartbreaking. That's actually heartbreaking. Another person who had experienced growing up in an abusive cult stated that what the couple was doing was eerily similar and will likely lead to their child being traumatized, which an ex-member of a cult telling you you're doing the same practices, that's an eye-opener, I think. Some kids don't even get a fighting chance being named after characters without a second to protest. One man admits to knowing a couple that had to be convinced not to name their daughter Dumbledora.
Oof.
In a viral post, a child rants about how her life has been absolute hell due to her parents, who met in a Harry Potter chat room, named her and her siblings after both Harry Potter's and Star Wars characters. Oh, fuck.
You're mixing franchise. You can't
mix the franchise. You gotta stick with fucking one. Her parents constantly push these mainstream franchises, which also include Marvel films, onto her. She has many memories of struggling to watch the Harry Potter films every Christmas season, which became a forced tradition. And at one point, she tried to bail on a few of the movies to spend the night with a friend. Her mom took it extremely personally, eventually telling her that she, quote, wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Harry Potter. That's too... TMI. Your father inseminated me here. Like Sirius Black doing the whole like... The dad's like, oh, above.
Oh, is the wife doing the Sirius Black face?
Yeah, your wife's looking at... Your wife doing this.
Avada Kedavra!
Yeah, 100%. There has to be some kind of kink in bed there.
Oh, yeah.
Like snake eyes, or putting on a thing to make it look like you have no nose or some shit.
She's like, you're a Dementor.
You're a Dementor, and I'm an innocent child.
Expelliarmus.
Oh, yeah, Expelliarmus. Now come raid my train. Not gonna lie though, the first time, if some girl was like, "You're a Dementor and I'm a helpless wizard," I'd be like, "This is awesome." It's just a be floating shit, sucking our titties. Get out the Hoover vacuum, latch it onto her tit. Watch that son of a bitch. Which just caused her to blow up in her mother's face about how much she hates all of these franchises and how she just wants to have her own interest. After moving away from her parents for a few months, she eventually returned and made amends on top of working with her mom to change her name, which I think is only fair. Which also, hey, Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. You ever get named after a Jedi or Harry Potter character? Go to the courthouse, change your name. Hunter's tip.
Yep.
When dedicated Potterheads are not watching or reading the books, they're likely writing fan fiction that ships the most insane couples, which, listen, this channel is no stranger to shipping, all right? We've covered shipping many times, but there is something about Harry Potter fans and the shipping they do that when we've read some of them, it's a little too much.
Very creative people.
I've seen something like that. The amount of things I've seen with that moaning Myrtle bitch, whatever, that floating girl in the bathroom, like, leave her the fuck alone, dude. And that's when I visited Moaning Myrtle. Ah, damn. Oh, fuck. Here we go. I mean, one of the most popular ships is called Harmony, and it involves a relationship between Harry and Hermione, which, you know, I mean, in the movie when she ends up with Ron, why?
Yeah.
For what reason?
She felt bad.
Right after the chess match that one time. Not me, not Hermione. You. That month, you know what I'm saying? He's like, all right, fuck, well, I guess I gotta date this guy now. Many fans who ship these two characters are bitter that the books didn't make it canon, believing the story would have been better if the two had dated. Really? It's so much better if they would have dated in the books.
Even JK regrets it. She's like, I wish I would have made her Hermione and Harry.
Oh, she said that?
Yeah, she's like, thinking back now, it would make more sense.
Probably should have done that, actually. I still have so much hate in my heart. Do you regret anything, JK? No, just the shipping mostly, just Hermione. As you read more and more of these ships, it's clear some fans are complete degenerates, which, I mean, that's every shipper. Oftentimes, fans will dream of Harry dating his professors and even being in a relationship with Dumbledore, his mentor. Another controversial relationship is Dramini, between Draco Malfoy and Hermione. It's not hard to believe when you consider that Draco spends almost all of his screen time essentially hurling slurs at Hermione.
What is that? That's
negging.
Yeah, well, they have that's Tsundere in Japanese.
Oh, yeah. I mean, actually, it makes the most sense. Of course he's saying all that shit to her because he's like, I like her. Throw in the slurs, though, I don't know. Draco, reel it back. Say her, she has ugly hair. That's about it. This ship is so hated that one man claimed that after telling a Hot Topic cashier it was his favorite pairing, she became so disgusted and refused to check him out until he went to another cashier. Also, what brought that conversation up at Hot Topic? All right, here's my studded belt, my size 12 waist jeans. My favorite is Dracominie, my favorite ship. How the fuck did that come up naturally?
I bet you she was wearing some kind of Harry Potter thing, and then...
Yeah, you ever wish any of the other characters would fuck? I legitimately don't know how that
How long
gets
were
brought
they
up.
talking to? This is supposed to be a quick checkout thing.
It's a checkout. Anyway, we need to find out more information about that. Reading about Harry Potter fantasies is one thing, but some people truly want to live them. Online, you can find tons of Harry Potter themes. In addition to that, there are also Harry Potter themed where people dress up as characters, including Dobby, and participate in BDSM and other wild fetishes. Dude, if I'm getting into it, if Dobby ain't there, we ain't really fucking partying, are we?
He's got to watch.
I want him to be the character where someone's making love, right? Two wizards are making love. Then Dobby comes up and like tugs on their feet. Dobby wants in. Dobby wants to finish too.
I feel like you finish on Dobby's face. He goes, I am free. Dobby is free.
The post-nut clarity on that would be too much to handle.
Ah, fuck.
Dobby. Instant regret, dude. What am I doing here? Just like with any fandom we discussed, Potterheads are often inoffensive aside from the heavy dose of cringe, right? But who isn't cringe? But for every 10,000 people who simply like to watch the films every year or two, there's at least a few who obsess over them at an almost insufferable degree. As long as you keep it in your bedroom or your community, have at it. But try to consider the effects celebrating your fandom can have on those around you, all right? Please, Potterheads. And hey, don't burn the streets down when the new HBO show comes out. Maybe they'll love it. Maybe they'll love it.
I'm picturing a bloodbath.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
That's not my Harry!
We'll have to, maybe we'll do an update when the show drops.
That's not the Harry! Harry's different!
All right, that's it, guys. That's the fucking video. Bye-bye. Dobby's ending the video. Goodbye.
Meet DeAntword. The weirdest, wildest duo to ever come out of South Africa's underground. They didn't just make music, they were chaotic. They were punk, they were art, they were dangerous.
Black cats, white cats, all myself cats. Look out!
Yolandi with her baby voice and bleach blonde bangs, Ninja with his face tattoos and cult leader energy. From viral music videos to festival headlines, DeAntword built an empire on shock value. They flaunted taboo. They blurred the line between performance and real life until nobody could tell where the act stopped and the truth began. Fans worshipped them for it, the freaky kids who broke every rule. But here's the thing about building your fame on being untouchable and unapologetic. The moment your mask slips, people see what was hiding underneath. Behind the neon lights and edgy art were kids, drugs, cult rituals, and a mountain of rumors no one wanted to believe. When the cameras stopped rolling, the same people who looked like rebels on stage looked more like predators at home. The same pair who preached freedom were accused of taking it away from the most vulnerable. So how did DeAntword go from underground icons to facing allegations of child exploitation and twisted control? In this video, we're going deep into the rise and fall of DeAntword, from I Think You're Freaky to voodoo rituals, leaked videos, stolen childhoods, and the cult of personality that protected them for years. This is the story of what happens when your whole image is about having no rules until the world sees what you really did when no one was watching. DeAntword is a South African music duo made up of Ninja, whose real name is Watkin Tudor Jones, and Henri Dutoit, who is known more commonly as Yolandi Visser. They started the group in Cape Town back in 2008, mixing loud hip-hop with hard electronic beats to create what they call rap rave. While DeAntword became the project that launched them into worldwide fame, Ninja and Yolandi each came from very different beginnings before they joined forces. Ninja spent his early years bouncing through South Africa's underground music scene. He started rapping at just 14, performing in Johannesburg clubs where he stood out for his strange stage presence.
What I want, and go out and get it. It's yours, claim it. Indestructible MC, steady rocker to the beat, 100%.
He jumped between different ideas, trying to find his place in music. He fronted a group called Max Normal, where he mixed hip-hop with a strange corporate twist, a stark contrast to his eventual chaotic image with DeAntword. He also formed the horror-inspired Constructus Corporation, blending music with graphic storytelling. Each project added another piece to his style, pushing him closer to the raw, outrageous energy he would unleash with DeAntword. Yolandi Visser took a different path. She grew up in Pretoria and first studied fine art. She moved to Cape Town as a young adult and worked as a waitress while moving around the city's small art and punk circles. She met Jones outside a club and he invited her to record vocals for one of his tracks. From there, he taught her how to rap, and that chance moment turned into a creative and personal partnership. By 2006, they had a daughter together named 16. Before they put on the wild outfits and turned themselves into internet legends, They spent years experimenting. They played with strange ideas, built odd stage characters, and learned what made people stop and look. Their whole image is based on South Africa's Zef counterculture, which takes what some see as cheap or trashy style and wears it like a badge of pride. For D'Antwoord, Zef isn't just fashion, it's an attitude that says you don't care what anyone thinks, and you'll push it in their face if you have to. D'Antwoord's music slams hip-hop together with hard-edged electronic beats, a mashup they've branded as rap rave. Their lyrics are loud, crude, and brag about sex and money, flipping between Afrikaans, English, and sometimes Xhosa. Many see it as part joke, part jab, mocking the music industry, gangsta rap cliches, and South Africa's messy racial lines. As crass as their music seems, over the years, D'Antwoord has gathered a huge following, with many referring to their style of music as different, a work of art, and many more praises. You would readily find comments like, "Hooray, welcome back, I believed and waited, I adore you," or, "Nah, this is the next generation of music. I love it. Push the boundaries. Makes you uncomfortable. That is the point. It is true art." Their music truly has drawn many into adoration of the duo, but tagging along with the fame are rumors and confessions that have uncomfortably shown that there is a very bad and unadmirable side of D'Antwoord. From accusations of homophobia to confessions about how they mistreated their adopted kids, and even assaults against other people, Ninja and Yolandi have been in the spotlight for more than just their very distinct style of music. In no particular order, we're going to take a deep dive into the dark world of Ninja and Yolandi. You might need to brace up, as some of these stories may leave you gobsmacked, because when it comes to boundaries, the duo seem to not know what that means. In 2019, Gianni released an album titled The Line. One song, however, stood out like a sore thumb. The title, The Question. The song was a straight-to-the-point confrontation of Ninja and Yolandi for evils that she claimed had been carried out against her. At the beginning of the video, there was a direct message for D'Antwoord. "I didn't want to do this, but because you publicly lied to your million followers about me, tried to get me removed from Instagram, and then issued me a cease and desist through your lawyer to take down the song, you have forced my hand. I gave you a chance to come clean and apologize for the I guess I was right. The question was finally asked and you choked." Apparently, before the release of the song, Gianni had tried to get closure from Ninja regarding the events that transpired between them, and her not-so-memorable encounter with the group. But she was met with nonchalance and a lot of disrespect. So she spoke out the one way she knew how best to, through music. What stood out in the videography of this particular track was its unconventional nature. Instead of backup dancers or extras on set, it was just Gianni and a whole lot of messages, receipts about her interactions with Ninja via text, and some of her own anger being poured out.
You say because I look like your daughter, you're disgusting.
First off, let's backtrack a bit. What happened between D'Antwoord and Gianni that prompted the release of this song? Gianni's story begins like so many do, as a fan pulled into the orbit of her idols. At 19, she and her friends saw D'Antwoord as untouchable icons of rebellion, the strange, edgy band that gave misfits something raw to hold on to. They weren't just music in Australia back then, they were a marker of underground culture.
What kind of D'Antwoord fan were you coming up? Like, were you somebody who they were like the band for you for a period of time?
Okay. So.
Because I could see the influence. I'm not super educated about them, but I would assume that they were a pretty big influence.
Yeah, in Australia, man, 2013, they were like the hot shit. They were like the edgy shit.
Encounter without the particular set image of her own anger being poured out. With Ninja via Gianni and a whole lot of messages, receipts about her interactions with Ninja via text, and some of her own anger being poured out.
You say because I look like your daughter, you're disgusting.
First off, let's backtrack a bit. What happened between D'Antwoord and Gianni that prompted the release of this song? Gianni's story begins like so many do, as a fan pulled into the orbit of her idols. At 19, she and her friends saw D'Antwoord as untouchable icons of rebellion, the strange, edgy band that gave misfits something raw to hold on to. They weren't just music in Australia back then, they were a marker of underground culture.
What kind of D'Antwoord fan were you coming up? Like, were you somebody who they were like the band for you for a period of time?
Okay. So.
Because I could see the influence. I'm not super educated about them, but I would assume that they were a pretty big influence.
Yeah, in Australia, man, 2013, they were like the hot shit. They were like the edgy shit. You know, they were
Definitely edgy.
My friends loved them. I loved them. Like, they were like 2012, 2013 Manson. You know what I mean? Like that
Okay.
of pop culture in Australia. I don't think they were as big in the States. I don't think they've ever been as big in the States as they have been in other places. Rap for teenage girls, you know? Like, the whole thing that they go for is to appeal and really like vibe with like young people. I haven't listened to anything that D'Antwoord has made since Donkey Mug, the album that they worked on when I was in the mix.
So what age were you when you got interested in them?
D'Antwoord may not have been so big in the US, but they had a good following in Australia. There's this saying or warning that you should never meet your idols in person, probably because they may turn out to be way different from what you ever imagined. Well, for Gianni, that became her reality. Admiration crossed into something darker when Yolandi reached out to her directly.
So you become a D'Antwoord fan, and then how do you actually start communicating with the band?
Yolandi hit me up on Instagram. I put all this shit in my like receipt song that I put out on YouTube, The Question. Basically, if you ask these strange cunts, they'll tell you that I just like slid into Ninja's DMs and started like sending him booby pics. But that isn't the case. And you shouldn't tell lies, kids, and this is why. So Yolandi, it was before DMs existed, and she like messaged me, and I remember being like, what the like, she's like a pop culture queen. Why is she messaging my dumbass from Brisbane, Australia? You know, like I had never met a celebrity before. I'd not hung out with any like, even like relevant artists in the Australian music scene or anything like that. It was like a different world. And
it would be useful to state that this interview happened after she released the song and D'Antwoord had also responded to it. Apparently, while trying to clear the air, Ninja had stated that Gianni reached out to him first on Instagram. But she clearly states that it wasn't the case, and with good reason. DMs did not exist as at the time communication started between them, and she also has the evidence to show. Yolandi initiated contact with her after Ninja showed her Gianni's Tumblr page. Not wanting to be the first to reach out, he delegated the responsibility to Yolandi for some reason. This wasn't a case of her chasing clout. For someone who had never met a celebrity before, it felt surreal.
I was like 19 or 20-year-old girl getting messaged by a person that you consider to be like ridiculously famous and influential.
hell yeah, dude. Like, I was like, to put it in, I hate saying their stage names, but I'll do it to like the point of this. Ninja was like, you're not like a psycho fan, you're like a cool fan. I guess that was like his way of like stroking my ego and making me feel like stuff, dude. So they asked for my email. Yolandi's like, we must talk, like, you're like so cool. And like within the first email that she sends to me, she's like, Ninja showed me your bloggy, like it's so cool. When I'm in Australia next, I want to smoke with you, it's gonna be great. I'm just like, oh my god, like Star wants to come to Australia and smoke with me, like that's...
Eventually, after Yolandi had established contact, Ninja followed up. For a duo that rose to the top together, there is a subtle power dynamic here that just can't be missed. And it also plays out in another horrible event we'll get to in a bit. Ninja is the big boss, and Yolandi is the puppet that does her master's bidding.
He jumps on my inbox like a rat off a rope, and he's like, ooh, my little sister, she like sent you some mail, like calling her his little sister.
He referred to Yolandi as his little sister, which is odd seeing that they had a daughter together. As much as people get separated and relationships end, there really is nobody who would refer to someone they once had a physical relationship with as their little sister or little brother. Honestly, that should have been all the red flags Gianni needed to see, but being starstruck is no easy thing to shake off. The contact turned into constant attention. Ninja didn't just message once or twice, he flooded her with messages every day, calling her his witch, his muse.
And he was like emailing me like 5 or 6 times a day, like from day one. I looked into it, and it's called love bombing. And I say Google that because...
For someone who used his partner to initiate contact, Ninja started showing his true intent too fast and, honestly, with a disturbing level of intensity. He knew his position in this budding relationship. He was the star, and she was the fan who was amazed at the fact that her music hero had contacted her. She admits the fact that she did not have the time to process all of it.
I felt like I was like knocked off my feet from like start to finish. Like I never got a chance to like get perspective. All my friends around me were like young and dumb and fans as well, so everyone was just like, wow. I didn't have any adults or anything in my life that were like, let's like take a step back and let's like have a talk about this, like what's going on. Everyone was just like, so I don't know, like everyone's so quick to judge, like, ooh, the red flags, like that, but think about like your favorite band, you know, like, and imagine like that just had a obscurity, like they climb out of a poster on your wall and they're like, hey Adam, hey 20-year-old Adam, I want to talk to you, and you're just like it was like that, and it was intense, and I never got a second. Like,
each line made her feel chosen and special. All of it built a trap she couldn't see until it snapped shut. The opening lyrics to her song, The Question, also point to the fact that Ninja really buttered her up, but it was all a plan of his. Here are a couple of screenshots from their conversations, and they're honestly very disturbing. These are messages from a grown man with a daughter at the time to a girl who was only 19 years old. Here he talks about his sexual desires and how he wants to be with her. Clearly starts out as a one-sided thing, but he tries to get her into the mood of all the craziness he was bringing, telling her not to be shy with him, clearly using his position to manipulate her. Notice how she says, "You are completely in control, Ninja. I'm your own little doll." That definitely was what he wanted, that feeling of domination. The next question was even more disturbing. Do you like it that I'm actually your dad? Honestly, Ninja gave her enough reasons to cut communication and run very fast, but she didn't, and he very well knew she wouldn't. In her song, she also mentioned something similar to this pedophilic behavior. You said you picked me because I looked like your daughter, 16. You're disgusting. Pedophile. What would you do if you were adopted and you found out that I got a chick pregnant when I was 17 or something? And then you find out I'm actually your dad. Like, you find out you were actually adopted. What would you do? Ninja seems to have an obsession with this inappropriate father-daughter relationship. He started right off the bat, preparing Gianni for his eventual plans for her. He kept bombarding her with messages like this, hoping to get some lewd satisfaction from their interaction. Initially, the plan was for Ninja to link up with Gianni during one of his tours in Australia, but in the light of a very questionable circumstance, plans changed and Gianni was made to fly to South Africa to meet him. As for the questionable circumstance, well, Gianni claimed to have had her drink spiked by her boss at the time, who also doubled as her housemate. While under the influence of whatever her drink was laced with, she was communicating with Ninja. By the next morning, Ninja let her know they already agreed that she would fly all the way to South Africa. Here is the part where the whole thing seemed weird. He told her he had also spoken to her boss and made arrangements. The same night her drink was spiked, Ninja switched the conversation from him visiting to her doing the traveling. And very conveniently, he already had a conversation with her boss, the same person that spiked her drink. What are the odds? Colluding with her boss to get her to travel to him? The lengths this guy went to just to abuse someone that could easily have been his daughter? Very despicable. Gianni also shared a screenshot of an email Ninja sent to his management, telling them to help speed up her passport process and book all necessary flights needed to get her to him. It's very obvious just how desperate Ninja was to get her. When they flew her out to South Africa, the dream turned into a nightmare. In a screenshot, she details the horrible experience she had while in the company of Ninja. During my time in Africa, Watkin took me out to an isolated location known as the Wilderness. I had no SIM card or way of contacting the outside world. We took rooms together and Watkin quickly became manic and out of control. Ninja had planned it all out. Of all the places to take a first-time guest to in South Africa, he took her to somewhere secluded, where it was just the two of them, with the intention of getting her high. Without reading the rest of the story, anyone can guess where this is heading to, but let's go ahead. She continues saying, "We returned to our accommodation where he started speaking in tongues and proceeded to have me. I froze in fear as he ravaged me and began to snarl and growl like a demon. He strangled me and I was afraid that he could kill me. He climaxed and came inside me, then passed out." As expected, the physical assault. From all the chats they had before her visit to South Africa, one thing was clear. The push for physical intimacy was sponsored by just one person, Ninja. He always made it look like it was something they would both love, something that would be fun for both parties. But all the while he was out to seek his own terrible pleasure. It is no surprise that it all ended up being an abuse, a mental damage that Gianni had to live with.
And our friendship, and then the things went out of hand, because I'm pretty sure that still completely qualifies as. But I mean, I guess I understand how you.
I come from like a real rough upbringing, like bad shit happens to people all the time, you know, so it's just like hearing, because I never like processed it in that way, you know, and then like hearing, like I've told people what's happened, and that's like the feedback that I've gotten, and that's the word that keeps on being used, and I'm just like kind of taken aback by it, you know, like I guess, yeah, he strangled the out of me and me like a possessed demon until he came. And I guess like his assault, we were having, like, I don't know, it just, yeah, like I said, it melts my brain a bit even just like hearing that word. I don't kind of like in my head I'm like, I don't get, you know?
Nothing about this was spontaneous. It was all premeditated, carried out by a sick individual. If what he had in mind was mutual pleasure, things definitely could and should have played out differently. Gianni missed all the red flags and other bright-colored warning signs, and the result of it was something that could not be undone. Ninja would eventually wake up and feign ignorance of all that happened, speaking in a baby voice as described by Gianni. From that point on, the relationship between the two took a nosedive. Gianni was broken and traumatized, but Ninja was still not satisfied. He would go on to send her messages even after she returned to Australia. Gianni finally understood where she stood and what she thought would be a good relationship, and she stopped responding to him. Like any other troubled, ego-driven person, Ninja decided to act out like a child. He shared explicit pictures of Gianni carrying out activities on him to a friend of his and blind copied her in the email, almost like he was trying to make a statement that he still had dirt on her or something. Gianni also spoke about this in her diss track. You shared those photos while on set with Blomkamp, emailed them to Copley, that was a crime. Ex-offending ass, come to Australia, get locked up. Apparently Ninja shared those pictures with other people besides Copley, whom he sent the email to. He also went as far as building an entire website to humiliate her, and branded her as a satanic prostitute for millions to see. The lineup of events and Ninja's unwillingness to accept his fault in all of this led to the release of the diss track by Gianni. Yet again, her brazenness was met with a pushback from D'Antwoord. Yolani took to her Instagram account to talk about the accusation, and she summarized all of it as an attempt at clout chasing. Interestingly though, something Yolandi mentioned in her Instagram post contrasts with the text Ninja exchanged with Gianni. She clearly mocked Gianni's claim of a satanic ritual, saying, "She also said I tortured her and put her in a satanic ritual. Just for the record, me and Ninja are Buddhists. We practice yoga, meditate, and are vegetarian." But in Gianni's conversations with Ninja, he leans very heavily to the occult and demonic end of things. So it's one of two things. Either Yolandi lied about that fact, or Ninja actually did groom Gianni just to have his way with her, which is an even sicker possibility. Besides the Instagram post, Gianni claimed that D'Antwoord tried to silence her music, both legally through a cease and desist order, and also with their connections helping to take her song off platforms. Speaking up wasn't about fame, it was about dragging the truth into daylight. For Gianni, the threats, the hate, the censorship were nothing compared to staying silent. Telling her story was the only way to break the hold they had kept on her for years. So far, we've seen Ninja's relationship with just women. But as the equalist that he is, no gender is spared from his uncontrollable lust. In a YouTube podcast, Danny Brown casually talks about how Ninja to him.
I did have a crazy Paris story.
You did?
Yeah.
With a fan?
No, D'Antwoord.
What? Oh, really?
Yeah. Ninja.
You guys went out?
No. Was sitting on my lap trying to make out with me.
What?
And it freaked me out. Yeah, it did.
Where were you?
In Paris.
But I mean, where in Paris?
In a nightclub. I played a show, and then my DJ had an after party that he played. Yeah, this nigga. And he tried to put it on you with Yolandi, like, you know what I'm saying? My right here, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I was a single experimenting man at the time.
If anyone had any skepticism believing Gianni's story about Ninja's aggression, well now, there is a second account to give it validity. Sitting in another person's laps and aggressively trying to have his way with him without consent sounds a bit familiar, don't you think? It's Ninja's signature. He wants things to go the way he wants, every other person could go to hell and he would be fine, as long as he was satisfied.
So I was like, he sat on my lap and started like trying to kiss me and shit and doing weird shit. I'm like, man, you tripping. And then everybody looking at me like, so I'm like, and then I just got stressed out and I got drunk as. And then I tried to walk down these stairs at the club and I fell down them.
Oh no.
And then my clothes were all dirty. I was wearing all white.
This right here?
Yeah. Ninja tried to me. I'm sorry, I guess. And I was scared.
Damn.
Someone commented that this is the nicest story that had been told about D'Antwoord in the last couple of years. And another person responded saying, it's almost wholesome. To be consistently associated with a streak of terrible stories so much that physical assault is the nicest bad thing you're known for is another level of bad.
Jail shot. Like, this nigga really, is he doing this? And then I'm looking at my DJ and the look on his face is like horrified. He's like, and then, but it looked like I'm down with it. So he's like, so it's like he's trying to like mind his own business. But I'm like, cause I didn't want to push it, like throw the nigga off me type shit. But I'm like, I ain't really like that. But like, man, you know me, you know we got, and guess what he said again? I was like, man, he's like, what hotel you staying at, whatever. I'm like, man, I don't know. Don't worry, I'll find you.
He said that again?
Again in my face. He said it in the DMs, and then he said it again in my face. That's what started making me pound drinks.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I might have to stab this tonight.
Yeah.
Because this knock on my hotel room door, bro. I'm stabbing this and it's going to be a big deal.
So Ninja not only kissed Danny without consent, he also threatened to find not just the hotel he was staying at, but also the room. Somewhere in Ninja's mind, that seemed like a proper manly man act. But to Danny, that sounded like a threat, one he was not going to just laugh off. He was well prepared to stab Ninja if he decided to actually show up. If that had happened though, nobody would have blamed anyone else but Ninja. If we're being honest, Danny showed more self-control than most people would. In some other setting, that whole encounter would have ended up in a brawl. For someone who also got accused of homophobia, this is actually funny. So to the public, he wants to be the straight man with an ego greater than the size of the earth, but on the other hand, he wants to have intimate affairs with other men? Hilarious. At 2012 at the Future Music Festival held in Adelaide, Australia, Ninja and Yolandi were recorded chasing down Andy Butler, a musician with the group called Hercules and Love Affair. In the video, they were hurling derogatory words at him, words used against gay people. For context, Andy Butler is an openly gay man.
I will have to license. Do you know how?
Vagina in the bathroom.
Dude, what are you doing? You just.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you. God, I haven't seen you for so long. I'm gonna an ass.
Sorry, I just want to.
Get the away from me now.
No,
I have my.
Leave him alone.
Oh my god! So funny. This is so cute. This is the cutest thing.
Please don't run away. Call.
In the later parts of the video, Ninja claims that Andy assaulted Yolandi in the toilet, which really makes no sense.
Here's the story, guys. He walked up on this young girl and he felt her bum.
Here's the story, guys. He was literally addressing nobody at that point, which is weird.
Here's the story, guys. He walked up on this young girl and he felt her bum and her tits, and she's upset.
I know.
Don't laugh anymore.
I won't. That's what I'm gonna say.
Notice how this is a conversation between just Yolandi and Ninja so far. Apparently, this was all made up. The story of the assault was fake, just something the duo came up with, working together with their whole team. Else, how would anyone explain the fact that their videographer had his camera ready to roll immediately all of this started? For someone who was allegedly assaulted, Yolandi seems too happy and very giddy. Ninja cooks up the story and tells her not to laugh anymore. She responds with, "I won't, that's what I'm going to say." So basically, she was laughing at allegedly being assaulted. She probably forgot that they were acting and Ninja was there to set her straight. Other little things give her away as being in on the whole lie here. Like here when she turns around laughing and has to be shushed.
Back.
And here when she sounds all giddy about what she says.
Leave him alone.
Oh my god! So funny. This is so cute. This is the cutest thing.
Please don't run away.
It goes without saying that she was not assaulted in any way. For whatever reason, they just decided to insult Andy Butler and go as far as to physically harm him. On one hand, it is surprising and maybe even concerning that they would do something that ridiculous unprovoked. On another hand, I guess there is nothing that should be so shocking about these two anymore. They have enough unexplainable insanity stored up in them, just looking for pathways to come out. In another video where she addressed the alleged assault, her recollection of the event seemed to have gotten an update. The only thing even more sketchy about this new version of the story is that it misses out the most important parts of the original fake story they came up with, the actual physical assault.
He just follows me into the bathroom. I turn around, I see him, there's no one else in the bathroom. And he starts going on at me. He's like, "Oh, how was your 5 o'clock show? Oh my God, I heard it was really empty." And he was just starts ripping into me like a bitch. And I'm like, what the is your problem? And I'm just trying to get out the bathroom. He wouldn't let me out. And he's like a big buff guy. And I was like, I eventually forced my way past him and I ran out and I saw Ninja and our cameraman.
In Ninja's version of the story, there was no conversation at all between Yolandi and Andy. It was just straight up stalking and assault. But in Yolandi's version, things are very different. He tried to make small talk with her and he stood in her way when she tried to leave, but he never touched her. Where was Ninja in all this, you may ask? Well, he was busy explaining the whole thing like an intrigued child whose singular goal was to finish this very interesting story he had started talking about, even when the event managers were more interested in handling the situation properly.
He told me the story, so I'm like, dude, just hang on, and Ben's like, dude, just come here. And what, he kind of ripped Ben's shirts and I fucked a bit wild. Then he threw his champagne at me, dude. I was like, like the Matrix.
The bottle?
Then he was drinking, he like threw it. I was like,
okay.
No, just wait. Then I was like, I have to tell you the other part. Then I was like,
do you want to get him arrested?
No, but this is, but can I finish first?
Yeah.
Then I was like a mosquito.
Yeah.
And then, but it's kind of funny. Can I just tell the funny version and the serious version, or the funny one? And then,
What you say? You want to answer?
Now, then I kind of.
Hang on.
What about what I did after?
Ninja, you don't have to speak to him, but we need to know. I need to know from you exactly how far you want to take this. I think it's deplorable.
Because I kind of hit him pretty hard after that. I was like, bro, I don't want to knock out his finish his show, but I was like, and then I was like, whoa, just chill. Come with.
You can hear him tell them to hold on, insisting that they give him the chance to finish his story. Then he follows through with a dramatic and an obviously exaggerated version of what happened, and of course with a smile on his face the whole time. For someone who was assaulted and a concerned party, Yolandi and Ninja sure did look like they were more excited than they were petrified or horrified by what they claimed had happened. Ninja's response to the video was that it was edited by their videographer at the time, Ben J. Crossman, to make it look like a hate crime. This fight had nothing to do with the fact that this guy was gay. We don't care about people's sexual preference. Our DJ and best friend, DJ Hightech, is gay, and a lot of people in our crew are gay. In this sorry excuse of a response, two things were missing. Firstly, an apology for the terrible words hurled at Andy. Secondly, an actual reason for the fight. This response was as thoughtless as the events that were captured on camera. One good thing that happened after all of this, though, is the fact that DeAntwoord were dropped from a number of gigs and festivals on the grounds of homophobia and hate speech. When people think of DeAntwoord, they see the wild music videos, the edgy art, the shock value that turned a South African group into a global cult phenomenon, but behind the freaky masks and neon wigs lies a much darker reality that Gabrielle Dupriez, better known as Taki, lived in. To their millions of fans, they were adored, but back at home, they commanded no such admiration. Before getting adopted by DeAntwoord in 2010, Taki grew up in a poor but close-knit neighborhood of Johannesburg where families looked out for one another, even when money was tight. There was never much to go around, but what little they had, they shared. Neighbors knew each other by name. If someone needed help, there was always an open door or a hot plate waiting. He remembers that despite the hardships, he never went to bed hungry.
It's in Vredendorp, my hometown in Johannesburg. It's quite a nice area if you get to know the people and the people knows you. But it's a quite poor town, like it's like everyone in there suffers, so we help each other. Everyone helps each other to get. I grew up.
Taki's first encounter with the group was not first with either Ninja or Yolandi. He had his first interactions with the group's cameraman, Ben J. Crossman, who was creating short films, and he asked Taki if he wanted to be in one of the films. Taki consented and was featured.
Amazing, actually, to be honest, but it was a little bit of suffering and that, but I could have complained about a plate of food on the table or anything like that. It was a kind of like a right life, and then I met Ninja and him, and then like everything just changed. Right, it was.
Crossman showed the videos to Ninja, and he reached out to Taki's family. That was the point where his entire life changed, for the better at first, then eventually for much worse than he could have ever imagined.
We were doing some acting in that, and then they started getting other producers came there making movies. So
Taki says they only wanted the two of them for how they looked. like living props for D'Antwoord's twisted aesthetic. His family warned him he'd be used. He didn't listen. He was trying to make his mother proud, hoping for a better life.
They made videos of me, took photos of me, they said they like me, they think I'm unique and all that. But then I have friends and like families that said, no, the people are just going to use you because of the way you look and all that. So I was like, guys, I'm not doing it for me, I'm doing it for my mom. Because she wants a better life for me, so I'm going to go for it.
When Taki says that he was warned that he would be used because of how he looked, he was referring to the health condition he suffers from called hypohidrotic ectodermal dysplasia. This disorder results in the abnormal development of structures in the body, including the skin, hair, teeth, and sweat glands. D'Antwoord's music visuals are characterized by odd-looking and sometimes crazy and very unexplainable faces and designs. So his family and friends warned him that he would end up being used because he fit quite nicely into the aesthetics that they needed for their videos, almost like he was born to be a part of their visuals. Walking up to a child's family and going all, "Your son would be a good fit for my music videos because of how he looks," would definitely not have gone down well for Ninja, so he chose to go the way of an adoption. For one, it made him look good, helping a struggling family from a poor area by taking on the responsibility of training and caring for 2 of their kids. Nobody would dare say no to that. Taki was just a kid when they adopted him and his little sister. His older brother was left behind in poverty.
Only they adopted me first, and then they adopted my sister. And then they don't want to adopt my older brother. My brother is just 3-4 years older than me. They don't want to adopt him and all that, so they just adopted me and my brother, like me and my sister, that's it. And they pushed my brother to the side. They're like, yeah, he has to stay in the ghetto, he has to...
Not long after, the main reason for the adoption came to light, as Taki was made to feature in the music videos of 2 of D'Antwoord's songs, I Think You Freaky and Ugly Boy. Just like every other D'Antwoord visuals, those were 2 videos that should not have seen a child feature in them. But it's the unruly duo we're talking about here. Nothing is off limits to them. Those videos racked up millions of views on YouTube and contributed to D'Antwoord's global fame. But while D'Antwoord climbed higher, Taki says he saw none of that money. No trust fund, no royalties, nothing set aside for the boy they showcased to the world, the boy they promised to take care of.
You receive any payment for your appearances in these music videos?
Nope.
Nothing?
Nothing.
And your family?
I'm not sure about my family, but unfortunately, I don't know. But as far as I know, they didn't all the videos that I was actually in, I was supposed to get a piece of like everyone who watched it and whatever. I was supposed to get money. Doesn't matter if I'm not even with them anymore, I was supposed to get paid from wherever,
like
or
royalties.
like royalties, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that, especially because they wanted to adopt you, you would think they would set up some sort of a trust fund or something, you know, even if they didn't give you all the money right away.
Exactly.
You were so young, maybe put some away for your future.
The living conditions only got worse for him and his sister. Most of their care and nurture was delegated to hired hands, while D'Antwoord spent most of their time outside, for shows and tours. As a kid in school, he was punished in extreme ways, like being sent away for 2 months because he broke a rule. Unlike music, where artists can do whatever they want and push limits for effect, raising a child needs real care, clear thinking, and responsibility. A parent's job is to protect, guide, and nurture, not to create chaos and call it freedom. Ninja, for all his wild ideas in music, showed none of the steady care needed to raise Taki well. Forcing a child you claim to adopt out of the house for 2 months over a simple mistake is not tough love. It's neglect. It is cruel. During that time, Taki had no choice but to wake up before sunrise and walk 3 hours to school and 3 hours back just to keep up with his classes. He had no food, no money, no help, just long days and long walks alone. This is not how a parent acts. There is nothing artistic or edgy about it. There is no excuse for it. It's not parenting. It's punishment without care, and it should never be brushed aside just because the person doing it is a celebrity. Sure, parents are allowed to scold and punish kids when rules are broken, but there's always a limit to things like that. After a while, the line between parental correction and abuse can start to blur when care is not taken. For Ninja, that line probably never existed to start with. He just made the rules as he went.
He said I must work for them, so I dropped out of the grade 9. So I started working for them as a personal assistant and all that, as a driver and all that. Like, they said they're gonna pay me $12K for all that, so.
A 2024 study showed that the average age of a grade 9 student in South Africa is 15 years. And at that age, Ninja forced his adopted son to drop out from school, not because he couldn't train him all the way, but because he preferred paying him to work for him. He never saw Taki as being worthy of any help that he didn't work for. He had achieved the goal behind the adoption process and decided that the time for freebies was up. The young boy had to become a man overnight, and under one of the worst parental supervision ever. Taki's years with Ninja and Yolandi were marked not by the care and protection any foster child deserves, but by a cycle of abandonment and outright abuse. Despite being adopted under the promise of a better life, he was often left behind while they traveled the world and lived out their celebrity lives abroad. For about 3 years, they lived comfortably in Los Angeles while Taki remained back in South Africa, alone in their house under the watch of hired minders. In those formative teenage years when he should have had guidance, school, and stability, Taki was instead treated like an accessory, paraded in music videos and then sidelined when inconvenient. The neglect went hand in hand with corruption of his innocence. At just 13 years old, Ninja and Yolandi introduced him to marijuana. They didn't just look the other way, they actively normalized and supplied the creating an environment where a child learned to accept dangerous adult experiences as part of everyday life. Instead of the promised new life, he got isolation, exploitation, and scars that will follow him for years to come. In any decent society that respects children's rights and basic human dignity, what Ninja and Yolandi did should not only be front page news, but grounds for criminal prosecution. Giving a child drugs at all is indefensible. A child exposed to drugs, forced into dangerous situations, or manipulated with cult-like mind games should be protected by the system, and the perpetrator should stand before a court to answer for child abuse and endangerment. Taki's story makes one thing painfully clear. Fame and artistic freedom do not excuse the destruction of a child's innocence and safety.
And I thought it was normal. Like, they made everything look so normal for me because I got used to it. Even the movies, the latest movie they made, the gangster movie they made, I was there on set every single day. So I would use and all that.
Taki's life with D'Antwoord was like being a test subject for their twisted games. Instead of protecting him, Ninja treated Taki like a prop to play out his shocking ideas. One story Taki tells says it all. Ninja once convinced him to pull a prank using a paintball gun that looked exactly like an assault rifle. Taki, just a kid at the time, walked into a busy restaurant carrying this fake weapon. The people inside panicked, diving to the floor thinking a gunman had come to shoot them. The prank could have ended with Taki being shot by armed security or police who thought he was a real threat. This wasn't some harmless joke. It put Taki's life in danger. It put innocent people's lives in danger. And it shows how little Ninja cared about the real consequences of using a child as a pawn for shock value. He was constantly treated like a toy to be used for a laugh, no matter how risky or damaging it was for him or anyone else. The list of terrible things Ninja and Yolandi did to Taki and his sister goes far beyond what most people can even imagine. They didn't just fail these kids, they deliberately messed with their minds and bodies for their own amusement. They took Taki and his sister to a shady private clinic multiple times to have their blood drawn, not for any medical reason that Taki knew of, but for bizarre rituals or dark experiments they never explained. For a child, it must have felt confusing and frightening to be treated like a test subject instead of a son.
So they said it wasn't for rituals and all that, but like they didn't look like a hospital and all that when they took us, so like all of a sudden, like I just knew every time when we went there, they pulled blood, and Ninja was like 15 minutes. He stayed 15 minutes longer inside, and then he came out of the brown bag. And then in the brown bag, there was a little bottle of blood. So I was wondering why they always like taking us every time and then for blood tests, and then pull blood and all that. But then I heard to say that, then we found that voodoo case of them.
Their sister faced horrors of her own. At just 13, she was pressured to naked and sit in a sauna full of adults. There was no care about her being a child, no sense of protection or respect. When she refused, instead of praise for standing her ground, she was mocked and humiliated. These were the people who claimed to be her guardians, yet they stripped away every ounce of safety a child should feel. For Taki, the mental games were even worse. Ninja planted the sick idea that Taki was the devil himself, that he could send people to hell, that he held some kind of supernatural power to destroy others at will. Imagine being a kid, already isolated and scared, and carrying the belief that you were evil at your core. It's emotional abuse at its cruelest.
It made me believe that I was the devil. I could burn people in hell. Like, whenever I want, I can burn you, I can take you to hell.
Then, Ninja turned Taki into his own weapon. Whenever he had an enemy or someone he wanted to frighten, he would hand Taki a phone and coach him to make vile, threatening prank calls, and it wasn't a joke. It was a child being used as a pawn in an adult's twisted grudges, forced to say things he didn't even understand.
Yeah, they said it was all jokes and all that, but they didn't really tell me to say what actually is going on, because then, as like the older I got, I heard to say no, but there's people that they made me prank call. Like, they used to be best friends and all that. They used to be friends. They used to know each other. And then they got, like, they used to fight. They got into the fight, and then they made me prank call them and be like, this is going to be, like, cool. Say this and this. Like, they tell me before I make you Insta call, they're like, yeah, okay, you have to say this, say this, say this. And then when I said it, and then every time when they dropped the call, they would be like, yeah, that's amazing. What? You see, you can make a perfect devil. What? I'm like,
Ninja and Yolandi didn't care about Taki's mind or his sister's innocence. They didn't care about the damage they caused. They wanted control and chaos. And they used two vulnerable kids as their toys to get it. Taki was not just neglected and mistreated by Ninja and Yolandi. They also pushed him to turn his back on his own family. Instead of helping him fix things with a family who truly cared for him, they made him feel bigger than them. They filled his head with pride and anger and taught him to shut everyone out when he needed them most. This poison built up inside him for years. His older brother had bullied him when they were younger, and Taki, already deep in a world of drugs and violence, finally snapped. It started as an argument about a phone and a speaker, but ended with Taki stabbing his brother 3 times. He was just a teenager and nearly became a killer. The only thing that saved his brother's life was a panic button in the house that got help fast enough. A safe home would have taught Taki how to handle his anger and pain. But his home was anything but safe. After he hurt his brother, there were no real consequences. Instead of helping him understand what he did or showing him a better way, Ninja and Yolandi called it a good thing. They told him he had finally become a man. They turned violence into a twisted lesson. If you hurt the people who love you, you win. The only good thing Taki got out of his relationship with his foster parents was a house that always had enough to eat. He never lacked food, well, except when he was kicked out for trying to complete a school project with friends on a weekday. Every other thing was a huge setup for a disastrous future. If anything, Taki was lucky to have gotten out of that whole phase alive and well. One wrong move, and it could have been an entirely different story. D'Antwoord's animosity wasn't confined to the domestic scene. On 2 occasions, they had public fallouts with big names in the music industry, Eminem and Lady Gaga. And in both instances, the reason for the friction was nothing other than D'Antwoord's pride. With Eminem, it was a case of mispronunciation. The group's name, if pronounced as spelt by an English person, would probably sound something like Die Antwoord. Being an Afrikaans word, it is pronounced D'Antwoord, and that was Eminem's singular crime. He pronounced the name wrongly. More interesting is the fact that he was actually giving them a shout out when he did that. To Ninja and Yolandi, the shout out could burn for all they cared. They were more upset at the fact that Eminem did not pronounce the name properly, and they made their displeasure known to everyone.
D'Antwoord. D'Antwoord. First of all, if you're gonna rhyme something with D'Antwoord, you should say our name properly. It's called D'Antwoord. Name of our band is called D'Antwoord. Do you understand? It rhymes with. What does it rhyme with? Kant. Okay, so say Kant and then say Ant. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so like how would you feel if I called you Eminem? Okay, your name's Eminem, but I call you Eminem just because it rhymes with something, you know? Like that's like Eminem.
Eminem went to jail, but he got a little bit of semen in his bum, and he was never ever seen again.
Being the king of diss tracks and hit rap songs, Eminem took his time to address their displeasure in a verse of his song titled Greatest. If an apology was what they were looking for, Eminem was not ready to give one. D'Antwoord also put out a response to Eminem after the song was released. Ninja takes a jab at Eminem, telling him that he rapped better when he was on drugs. As much as that felt like an award-winning line, one thing can't be denied, and it's the fact that getting clean for his daughter makes him a way better parent than either Ninja or Yolandi. They had a kid who they threw into the world of drugs. Eminem left that life for a better future, and is still doing way better than they are in the industry. In Lady Gaga's case, it was just a case of senseless pride. Lady Gaga had reached out to them, asking that they go on tour with her and open during the shows. Ninja and Yolandi were offended by her offer because they felt they were too big to be used as just opening acts for another artist. They took their response to an unexpected level by releasing a song whose visuals were made as a mockery of Lady Gaga. They also made a clear reference to the fact that she asked them to open for her. Clearly, their ego couldn't handle the fact that someone else wanted them just as an opening act. The video concludes with the lion mauling Lady Gaga's character. Lady Gaga responded in a post where she wrote, "I think you freaky, but you don't have a hit. 100 tickets sold in SA, #thatmy." I guess it's not a good idea to tell someone you're a fan. Never mind. We get it. You're not a little monster. We got it. A very witty response, if you ask me. She takes a shot at them with the title of one of their songs and humbles them by letting them know her ticket sales in their own home base. Quite a burn. Today, D'Antwoord are still nowhere as big as both Eminem and Lady Gaga on the international scene. Maybe if they managed the relationships when they had the opportunities come their way, they would be more relevant today than they currently are. I guess we'll never know. Ninja and Yolandi also once got to show that they were more than just musical artists. They got acting roles in the movie Chappie, which premiered in 2015. Again, their infamy was not hidden, as they were reported to have been of unbearable conduct on the set. For a first-time movie actor on a set with big names like Hugh Jackman, Ninja was everywhere, trying to teach seasoned actors how to do their jobs. He was used to being the alpha and omega of creative direction for his own music videos, and allowed that to get to his head. Whether it's at home in South Africa, outside on the international scene, raising a child, or even in just basic relationships, one thing is clear. D'Antwoord is a group of unruly people. Ninja and Yolandi have shown time and again that the one thing they need more than any other thing is rehabilitation. They are terrible at just about anything that is not their style of music. They have lost too many relationships over the years, and currently they're not as known as artists who have been in the game as long as they have.
What happens when you've conquered your entire industry and still want more?